Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
When I came back to Wicked Wolf Peak, I was much more careful. I no longer dared to hold a weapon, and while Ling Shui dragged a sword wolf over while laughing, she beat it a few times before ignoring it and going to find another wolf. That sword wolf with a sliver of health bit at the back of the beauty, and I followed behind that sword wolf, brandishing my weak little fist at it. With the howl from the wolf, this sword wolf fell and I reached level 12. But to be safe, I didn't add in my stat points and maintained the same amount of attack, as I kept grinding out more experience. As my level increased, I gained less and less experience. It took me 2 wolves before I reached level 13, and I had to kill more than 10 of them to reach level 14. It was a good thing that Ling Shui was patient, not caring about her time as she helped me level, not taking a sliver of experience. Finally, after an hour, I reached level 15 and I equipped the golden bow. I added all my stat points into strength and my stats greatly changed. Easily angered bookworm, beginner dragon whisperer. Level 15. HP 900. Attack 175 to 240. Defense 55. Prestige, 14,541. Luck, 0. As expected, my attack at level 15 already reached 240 and my defense was also much higher. It had to be known, I didn't have a single piece of armor right now, I was just wearing clothes without any defense at all. Ling Shui saw my appearance and couldn't help saying with a smile, "Come over, I'll give you some equipment." After saying this, she opened the trade window and put 5 pieces of equipment in. Wild bear armor, black iron, armor. Defense, 45. Strength, plus 5. Required level, 20. Wild bear leg armor, black iron, armor. Defense, 35. Strength, plus 4. Required level, 20. Wild bear bracers, black iron, armor. Defense, 38. Strength, plus 3. Required level, 20. Wild bear helmet, black iron, armor. Defense, 35. Strength, plus 5. Required level, 20. Wild bear battle boots, black iron, armor. Defense, 40. Strength, plus 4. Required level, 20. Set effect, increases user defense by 2%. It was actually a set of black iron equipment? I was a bit surprised. Ling Shui, where did you buy these things? Ling Shui said with a smile, I commissioned them, there was a set of armor there. Although this is a black iron set, I believe that you can level alone once you wear this set. For now I can only buy this much, and now I won't have any spending money for the summer, so I'll have to look for you later. I couldn't help feeling a bit emotional, but I didn't reveal anything. I just said with a smile, there's no problem, I'll take care of Ling Shui's meals in the future. But, my standards for meals are quite high, Ling Shui said with a smile. It can't be shark fin soup every meal, right? No, you can't eat too much of that. It's fine to order something else each meal. Oh, it's like this. I secretly made a decision. I had to rush to level 40 and then grind out money at Hero Memorial Park, otherwise who could afford to feed this little beauty? After receiving the equipment, I looked at the wolf pack in the distance. Now I could rely on the armor-piercing arrow to kill the monsters, but it wasn't fast, so I should go get a quest. At this time, I looked over and found that there was a familiar camp at the edge of the forest. It was where I had met a quest before. So, I immediately ran over with Ling Shui and saw 2 hunters gathered around the stove. After talking to them, I was pleasantly surprised to find that I could still accept the quest. One of the hunters said, the Wicked Wolf Peak hasn't been peaceful lately and those damn sword wolves are heading into villages to attack villages. I've heard that 3 elite hunters came to Wicked Wolf Peak 3 months ago, but there has been no word from them since. Rumors say that there is a fierce sword wolf king in the depths of the Wicked Wolf Peak. Young man, are you brave enough to challenge the Sword Wolf King? Ding. System notification, do you accept this quest? I immediately clicked accept. Ding. System notification, you accepted the quest Sword Wolf King? Current quest difficulty, 540. Quest content, enter the Wicked Wolf Peak and kill the Sword Wolves, gather 100 skinned pelts. Then enter the depths of the Wicked Wolf Peak and kill the Sword Wolf King. Bring back the head of the Sword Wolf King to the hunters. It was the same quest, but the difficulty was different compared to before. Back then I accepted this quest when I was around level 20, but now I was only level 15, so it was much harder. But I knew that it wasn't much since I currently had the level 42 beautiful swordswoman with me, so this difficulty didn't even reach 10. So Ling Shui and I headed into the depths of the Wicked Wolf Peak. It was much easier killing monsters this time. Ling Shui brought a bunch of wolves down to a sliver and then they only dealt 1 damage to Ling Shui each. I freely shot my armor-piercing arrow and my fire arrow. It was much easier dealing with the sword wolves with high-grade skills, so it only took 2 attacks to take care of each wolf and my experience quickly soared. Leveling was quite boring, but it was a good thing there was an outstanding little beauty by my side. While talking, it already reached the middle of the night. When we finished sweeping the sword wolves in the Wicked Wolf Peak, Ling Shui suddenly said, "Yeah, it's already 1, I should probably go to sleep." I looked at my level 19, 86% not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I could only say, "Good fellow, it can't be that you're leaving me here alone, right?" Ling Shui pursed her lips into a smile, then, "I'll help you take care of the Sword Wolf King and finish the quest, then I'm really going to sleep. I never stayed up late and if I get panda eyes, it won't look good." I nodded and pointed forward, "The Sword Wolf King is inside, let's go." This time, Ling Shui was in front and I was in the back. It wasn't that I was afraid, I just didn't have any equipment and was very weak. A single attack from the Sword Wolf King was enough to send me back to the city. With the Sword Wolf King's attack power, it wasn't enough to break through Ling Shui's Silver Strong Gale set. So Ling Shui was definitely safe here and I was walking on a knife's edge, dying at any moment. There was no choice, I could only endure for now. This Dragon Whisperer job was definitely strong, as long as it had equipment and the strongest attacking spear. As long as I endure this time, the beautiful future was in front of me. Roar, roar. After some time, the Sword Wolf King and its 4 guards came out of the valley. The Sword Wolf King was still as arrogant as ever, looking down on everything around it. It was very clear that the Sword Wolf King looked down on the level 19 noob, but it actually looked down on Ling Shui, this level 42 high-level swordswoman. Ling Shui didn't hesitate at all as she directly went forward, slashing down the Sword Wolf guards. After killing them, she turned on the Sword Wolf King. The light flow sword lit up and she pushed the Sword Wolf King back with her skills. In less than 10 minutes, there was only a sliver left of the Sword Wolf King's HP. Fool, quickly. Ling Shui gave me a sweet smile and I couldn't help being surprised. I don't know when I changed from little fool to fool, but this sounded much better because it was more intimate. So I waited 30 seconds. When the Sword Wolf King's name turned from ash gray to red, I immediately sent out an ice arrow. 1408. The 4-figure damage surprised me a bit, I was actually already this strong. The Sword Wolf King gave an angry roar and immediately charged over, but I was happy to find that Ling Shui took a few steps forward and blocked it. Because the Sword Wolf King was hit by the ice arrow, its speed couldn't compare to before and like this boss couldn't move past Ling Shui. Ling Shui skillfully moved left and right, not letting the boss move a single step forward. Damn, such beautiful blocking I couldn't help secretly sighing. Ling Yu and Ling Shui, these two beauties were both smart. It might be their first time playing games, but they could have such outstanding results. So I sent out an armor-piercing arrow and an ice arrow. After a minute, the Sword Wolf King gave a pitiful howl as it fell down dead. Ding! System notification, congratulations, you have killed the boss Sword Wolf King. You have gained 120,000 experience and 450 prestige. With a golden glow, I reached level 21. At the same time, I looked at the stuff the Sword Wolf King dropped and there were things other than gold coins. Taking a step forward, I skinned it and took the wolf head quest item. At the same time, I found 2 pieces of equipment, a silver spear and a black cloak. I was overjoyed, the heavens were helping me. Weren't these what I needed right now? I immediately picked them up and put their stats into the chat after pulling Ling Shui into a party. First was the spear. Bloodthirsty spear, silver equipment. Attack, 125 to 180. Strength, plus 15. Vitality, plus 12. Additional stat, increases the user's attack by 3%. Required level, 22. I couldn't help smiling, this was great. After I handed in my quest, I should be at around level 22 and could use this silver spear. Compared to the golden bow, my attack power would be increased quite a bit and there was an extra 3% increase in attack which was really rare. Moreover, it was very strange but the item the boss dropped didn't need to be appraised. It was probably because of chance. Ling Shui said with a smile, your luck really isn't bad. I nodded before taking out that cloak. Dark wood cloak, bronze equipment, armor. Defense, 45. Strength, plus 7. Required level, 22. Unidentified. Although the defense wasn't too high, it would be increased after being appraised. At the same time, I was a bit sad about my gold cloak. Ling Shui saw this and said with a chuckle, forget about the shadow cloak, you shouldn't be sad about what is lost, don't you think? I looked at the kind little beauty and couldn't help laughing. Of course, I have something that is more worth treasuring. I should care about what is lost. Ling Shui was stunned, as if she understood what I meant. She just gave a laugh and stretched out her waist, resulting in her little waist making me stunned. I'm really going to sleep. Ling Shui shouted at me before saying, what about you? Are you going to level or log off? I thought that sleeping together was good, but sleeping at the same time wasn't really anything special, so I said, I just hit level 0 today, I have to work hard. I have to level up all night while there aren't many people on. You and Ling Yu sleep first, just call me tomorrow for lunch. Then I'm going to sleep. Ling Shui's beautiful figure gradually disappeared and I let out a sigh. I suddenly realized that there were countless messages in the communication device that I turned off. Purple Rhyme had sent several dozen messages. Bookworm, are you alright? Bookworm, why aren't you saying anything? Bookworm, quickly reply, I'm so worried. Bookworm, you live in Suzhou, right? I'll come and find you right away. Woo, 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 Bookworm, why are you ignoring me? I looked at my friends list and Purple Rhyme was already off. I was a bit moved, this girl Purple Rhyme was very caring, considerate, and kind. She really wasn't bad. So I sent a reply, Purple Rhyme, I'm very good. Sorry, I made you worry. I hope that Purple Rhyme could see it when she logged on. Next I sent messages to Dragon Soul, Ghost Fire, and the others. Dragon Soul was very calm. Brother, don't give up, I can lead people to help you level. You can reach level 40 and change jobs in just 10 days. Heavenly Punisher said, Bookworm, quickly level up. We brothers will look for fated madman together, burn his family and hit his mom. Ghost Fire said, you haven't been struck down and let us see a shameful the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, right? Seeing these messages, I was very moved. Yes, it was just reaching level 0 and losing all my equipment. What did it count for? Life was like this, with great rises and great falls. If I couldn't recover from a setback, what kind of man was I? A real man would stand up even with a knife at their throat, who fears a little blood. Of course, I didn't have that much pressure since my idea had always been, no matter how hard it was, I had to smile facing everything. I kept repeating to myself, you are the best, no one can beat you. Right now, I was slowly rising, and not to mention that I had the powerful Dragon Whisperer hidden job. My rise was unstoppable. I would make the entire spirit of Grief continent shame under me. I suddenly gave a shiver. I woke up since I had drank too much earlier, so I needed to pee. After logging off, I opened the door and headed to the washroom. Zaya. When I opened the door of the washroom, I heard a shocked cry and I was stunned. I saw Summer standing there in her pajamas, about to pull it off. Her snow-white legs revealed were quite tempting, and her tender and full butt really made one's mouth dry. Why didn't you close the door? I asked in a shocked voice. Yee, Bookworm, you're also here. Summer was incomparably calm as she slowly pulled up the laced underwear while looking at me, revealing a smile that was brimming with traces of spring. It's this late, what are you doing? Summer didn't mince words, which made me understand that she was pretending to be calm. I said, I came to use the washroom, otherwise am I here to eat? Summer said with a giggle, you're so bad. After saying this, Summer looked around before pulling down her skirt. She came in front of me and said with a smile, there's no one here, how about a kiss? I couldn't help being shocked. What was this? Seeing my shocked look, Summer was very proud as she said with a smile, forget it, it seems like you're not interested. I'm going back to sleep. Summer looked quite casual as she carried her sleep clothes away, revealing the side of a small and white ball of flesh. Although it wasn't big, it still made one's mouth turn dry. I was a normal man and had very normal ideas. Actually, this little girl Summer could be considered a beauty, and normally she would have already been attacked, but thinking of Ling Shui in the room across from here, all my interest immediately vanished. If Ling Shui were to know about this, what would happen? She would definitely think that I was a wolf infiltrating a house of sheep, so she would chase me out, which really would be a great loss. After all, a beauty at the level of Summer couldn't compare to extreme beauties like Ling Shui and Ling Yu. This was very eBay to understand, who would give up a divine item for a dark iron item. When I was thinking it over, Summer had already walked out. She entered her room with a giggle and actually didn't lock her door. Letting out a breath, I immediately closed the door to the washroom. After finishing my business and making sure the front door was locked, I drank some water and went back to my room. I remembered the lace underwear hanging from Summer's snow-white legs. That kind of explosive scene almost made my heart jump out. When I opened the forums, I was shocked to find that there was a large topic on the first page. The number 1 expert had been knocked down to level 0 and was starting from the beginning. I was surprised as I immediately opened it, but I found that there was actually a video. It was actually the final showdown between Shuiyu and Fated, up to the point when I was killed by Fated Wild Wind, dropping all my equipment and returning to level 0. The person who posted this was a player called Flying Fire. He had written under the video, right and wrong are in people's hearts. Fated hasn't just abused their power in Sunset City for 1 or 2 days, only Shuiyu had the guts to fight Fated and Bloodthirsty in Sunset City. I am just the recorder today. Easily Angered Bookworm and the beauties from Shuiyu were all killed. Easily Angered Bookworm even fell down to level 0. I don't want to comment on this, I just want to say that everyone needs to execute those Fated scum. Our Flying Fire group will join with Shuiyu. Also, I hope that Easily Angered Bookworm can rise again and come back. I was surprised, but I never thought that I had these supporters in Sunset City. It seemed like these people had sharp eyes. Fated was an evil group who piked and stole places, so they already angered people, but there wasn't a power that dared to stand out. I've seemed to have heard of this Flying Fire person. He should be the leader of the small Flying Fire guild. They weren't that strong. Looking down, I found that the replies had already surpassed 10,000. It attracted the attention of all the players in a short period of time. After all, an expert in the level ranking had reached level 0, this really made people curious. Several people from Sword Flame had appeared. Sword Flame Dragon Soul replied, if this enmity isn't repaid, I am not human. With the appearance of Sword Flame, it drew the appearance of Battle Soul. The one who came was Battle Soul Defying Heaven, the leader of China's #1 guild Battle Soul. Battle Soul Defying Heaven's reply was very simple, Fated madman, people act and the heaven watches. Are you not afraid of retribution, Ha? It was clear that Battle Soul Defying Heaven was acting ambiguous, basically maintaining neutrality. He wasn't supporting Shuiyu and he wasn't supporting Fated. This method was quite good. Shuiyu's people didn't reply and everyone was quite silent. Rather it was fated who sent some people, but they were quickly suppressed by the anger of the people. After reading for a while, there didn't seem to be anything worth reading, so I logged on. I appeared by the forest and immediately went to turn in the quest item. Ding. System notification, congratulations, you have completed the quest Sword Wolf King. You have received 180,000 experience, 10 gold coins, and 400 prestige. With golden light falling like rain, I officially reached level 22. I put on the wild bear set and my defense was greatly increased, while also putting on the bloodthirsty spear. After all, the main weapon of my dragon whisperer job was a spear. After the two jobs fused, although I could use a bow, it was more suited for killing a large group of mobs. If I wanted to fight bosses or PK, it was better to use close range combat. After putting on the wild bear set and the bloodthirsty spear, my stats jumped up again. Easily angered bookworm, beginner dragon whisperer. Level, 22. HP, 1350. Attack, 275 to 370. Defense, 295. Prestige, 15,391. Luck, 0. My attack power had jumped to 275 to 370 and my defense had reached 295. Just a single dark iron set let me reach this defense, my bronze set from before had never reached this defense. 295 defense and 1350 HP, I believed that it would have been no problem to solo the Sword Wolf here anymore, but there were only Sword Wolf corpses all around, so I returned to the beginner village. Hua! With a flash of light, several noobs appeared around me, looking at me in surprise. There were even a few who recognized me and shouted out in surprise while pointing at me, that isn't that the number 1 expert who returned to level 0, easily angered bookworm? My god, how many hours has it been? He's actually level 22 already, this is a real expert. I was a bit surprised before entering the potion shop on the side. I turned off my name and information, which allowed me to walk around while concealing myself. I went to the appraisal store and threw the dark wood cloak on the table. The appraiser looked at me and said, 10 gold coins. I looked in my inventory, there was still 3,000 gold coins left, so I quickly took out 10 gold coins. With a flash of light, the dark wood cloak's real appearance appeared while it sparkled. Dark wood cloak, bronze equipment, armor. Defense, 75. Strength, plus 12. Vitality, plus 8. Required level, 22. These were decent stats. I immediately put it on and looking at the dark cloak fluttering, matching the heavy wild bear set, it really made look powerful. As expected, wearing heavy armor was more handsome than wearing light armor since light armor had many places that showed. It was better for a girl that had a good figure, like that girl Ziyu. I took a deep breath and checked my stats again. After putting on the dark wood cloak, my defense had reached 370, which was quite firm. At least this defense was much safer than being an archer, so I left the appraisal store and teleported to Sunset City, Shua. With a flash of light, I returned to the familiar Sunset City. The feeling this time was different because I wasn't an archer this time, rather I was a noob dragon whisperer. I hadn't even learned any dragon whisperer skills, it was different from the normal place, which was part of the pain of being a hidden job, you had to find out everything yourself. I was currently wearing armor and had the large black wood cloak covering me. Adding in the fact that I had hid my face and name, there was no one who would recognize me. So I could walk around the city in a relaxed manner, I didn't need to worry about fated or bloodthirsty people causing trouble for me. After all, before I was at the level to use the dark gold roaring flame spear, I had to bide my time. After enduring for a while, naturally there would be a chance for revenge. Seeing the people with stalls in the square, there were many different items, many different equipment, and there were even skills. But the fellow selling equipment here could only be described as dark. A level 30 dark iron armor was being sold for 300 gold coins, it wouldn't be sold even in 100 years. So I went around looking at the different skills. When my eyes stopped on a book, a prompt would show up. Basic swordsmanship, can't learn. Fireball spell, can't learn. Healing spell, can't learn. I had a natural healing spell that was very useless, but it took up this skill slot. Rush, can't learn. Ambush, can't learn. The string of can't learn almost made me collapse. What skills could the Dragon Whisperer job learn? At this time, my eyes fell onto a blue skill book that said, Icewind Thorn, injects ice energy into the user's weapon, dealing large damage and has a chance to reduce move speed. Required weapon, spear. Required level, 20. Required job, it was actually a question mark job, but I could clearly see the words can learn. The price of the book was 1,000 gold coins and the person selling it was a level 41 swordsman, who looked quite distressed. I immediately came over and said with a smile, brother, what is this book for? Damn, it cost 1,000 gold coins, what kind of game are you playing? The swordsman revealed a bitter smile, of course not. Me and the brothers of my guild died several times to kill the level 40 boss and it only dropped this trash book. A level 20 book that no job can use, I really don't know what kind of world this is. We can't even earn back the money for the potions. I said with a smile, how about selling it cheaply Odomi? Like collecting things and gold coins are depreciating fast, so if you keep it, you might not know when you will be able to get rid of it. The swordsman became vigilant and said with a smile, you brat, could it be that you're a hidden job and want to trick me out of my skill book? I revealed a faint smile, How could that be? I'm a normal person. I don't do that kind of thing. You can look at my job then. After saying this, I quickly changed my job to archer and said, I'm an archer. I can't use this Icewind Thorn, right? The swordsman hesitated a bit before saying with a smile, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Look, can you give me a bit more? I reached out 2 fingers. The swordsman was shocked. I can't be. You want it for 2 gold coins? At least 20 gold coins. I couldn't help smiling. I'm saying 200. Really? Trade. The skill book was immediately handed over and I traded 200 gold coins, completing the deal. Holding the Icewind Thorn book, I was filled with joy and immediately chose to learn it. With a ding sound, it appeared on my skill list. Icewind Thorn, beginner deals 125% damage to target and reduces their move speed by 50%, lasting 15 seconds. Costs 50 battle energy to use. Damn, I picked up a treasure. I was filled with joy. A beginner skill could deal 125% damage. What about when it became an advanced skill? So I left feeling happy, but at this time, my eyes fell onto another skill book that I could learn. It was the swordsman's sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. I immediately went over and said to the person selling it, Brother, how much for this sweeping away 1,000 soldiers? 200, no bargaining. I angrily said, nonsense. How much money did you spend to learn this from the instructor? 20 gold coins. That's right, now you're selling this book for 200, aren't you eating people's bones? Come, here's 20 gold coins, give me the skill book. Oh, when I received the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers skill book, I quickly ran to the potion shop. I could hear in the distance that player slapping his leg and shouting, damn, I was tricked. A swordsman can learn it from an instructor, but that person wasn't a swordsman and needed that book, so that book must be worth money? Heaven and earth, I've done business my entire life and I've never been this dark. The heavens have eyes, come and cut down this brat. I said in my heart, forgive me, ignorant person. However, I quickly took out the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers to learn it. With a ding sound, another skill appeared in my list. Sweeping away 1,000 soldiers, beginner deals 2 consecutive attacks to the target, dealing 75% damage with each attack. The number of attacks is increased with the level of this skill. Costs 40 battle energy to use. Refreshing. This is a trump card skill. This is the pride of a close-range combat job. Although the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers was weaker than normal attacks, as the skill leveled up, the series of attacks would become terrifying. After several attacks were finished, it would definitely instant kill a magician. So I happily filled up with potions and headed towards Hero Memorial Park. I would first level up sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and the Icewind Thorn first tonight. It's said that the advanced sweeping away 1,000 soldiers would attack 4 times. This kind of damage was something people drooled over. At the same time, I noticed that there was a golden bar that was in my status screen which said battle energy. I didn't have this before becoming a dragon whisperer. I knew what battle energy was. It was a stat that a close combat job would only get after reaching their level 80 job change, but I never thought that I would have it as a dragon whisperer. Battle energy, max value 100. After activating, damage will increase by 50% and each attack will consume battle energy. Normal battle energy regeneration rate, 10 points per minute, 1 point every 6 seconds. Every time I used battle energy, my damage would greatly increase, but there was a large consumption of battle energy. For example, the Icewind Thorn took 50 battle energy each time, so I could only use it twice at max battle energy. Like this, I couldn't use it when leveling normally since it took a long time to regenerate. It would take 10 minutes to completely fill up. It could only be used when piking or fighting bosses. When I came out of the city, I found that many players were in the Cool Breeze Forest leveling. The further I went, there were higher level undead where the Hero Memorial Park was, which was my goal. Not long after, I saw the limping skeletons and if I remembered correctly, this was a level 35 monster. I revealed a faint smile. Alright, let's see if a level 22 hidden job dragon whisperer could duel a level 35 monster. Charging forward, I stabbed out with the Icewind Spear, using the battle energy. My hand was filled with heat as a wave of battle energy filled the spear. The silver bloodthirsty spear transformed into a bright cone of ice and stabbed into the hell skeleton with ice energy. Pang. 1247. The hell skeleton trembled before swaying. It had already lost a third of its HP. I laughed before shaking the bloodthirsty spear, sweeping out with 2 attacks. With a flash of cold light, the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers unleashed itself at the chest of the hell skeleton. 654. 687. With 2 attacks, the hell skeleton lost another third of its HP, only having a sliver of HP left. The hell skeleton raised its sword in a clumsy manner and slammed in on my shoulder. I only felt a bit of pain as I lost 200 HP. It was a good thing that I brought plenty of potions. After drinking a potion, I used 2 normal attacks and shattered the hell skeleton to pieces. Voila! Gold coins fell to the ground along with a piece of leg armor. I picked it up. White forest leg armor, dark iron, armor. Defense, 55. Strength, +7. Required level, 28. Unidentified. I revealed a faint smile. I had gathered this white forest set before, now it seemed like its stats were quite good. Forget it, let's get a set to replace the level wild bear set that I was wearing before saying anything else. As night fell, there was a ghostly wail that filled the tomb. There were fewer players leveling around and there were only a few people leveling at night like me. To these players, they probably thought that I was a level 40 knight. Only knights could wield long weapons like spears, and a low-level knight couldn't kill these level 35 hell skeletons alone. After all, knights only had a strength growth rate of 7, they were a job that had high HP and high defense. I was only level 22 right now, so my defense and HP were quite limited. Not to mention that I was only wearing dark iron equipment, which had quite pitiful stats, so I could only fight these level 35 monsters. It was a good thing that my attack was good, so the experience from killing monsters 13 levels higher gave rich experience. In order to increase the EXP of the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and the Icewind Thorn, I attacked with the spear the entire time. Like this, I could also slowly familiarize myself with using this spear. What made me happy was that the attack range of the spear was 3 yards, which was much stronger than the 1-yard attack range of the sword. This was the so-called length with strength, perhaps it could even be more flexible than a sword in the future. But if I equipped a sword, I don't know if I could still equip a spear. My current biggest hope was to reach level 45 and use the dark gold roaring flame spear. I couldn't sacrifice the attack power of the roaring flame spear for a sword. Before Spirit of Grief was set, among the close-range weapons, the dagger had the lowest attack but the fastest speed, the spear had the highest attack but the lowest speed. So equipping a spear meant I had to have several powerful instant attack skills. Only by relying on these skills could I become a king. In the darkness, I kept killing the monsters and felt that time passed quite quickly. When it became 4, I wiped the sweat off my head and looked at my experience. I was already level 24 and 99%. I got quite a few pieces of equipment and gold, and the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and the Icewind Thorn had reached medium level. I might not be able to increase them anymore since I was just a beginner dragon whisperer. I had to reach level 40 and change jobs before I could get high-level skills. Woo, woo. The skeleton carrying the rusted sword attacked, and I swept out with the bloodthirsty spear with one hand. Pa, pa. With 2 hits, the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers dealt close to 3,000 points of damage. At the same time, there was a stun effect and the hell skeleton was frozen in place. Using this, the bloodthirsty spear released a glow and the ice energy quickly spun around it. The attack was like a giant ice cone that created a large hole through the hell skeleton. PU 2748. It was a critical hit. That hell skeleton gave a wail before slowly falling while dropping a gold coin. At the same time, I heard the system notification. Ding. System notification, congratulations, you have reached level 25. You have comprehended the Dragon Whisperer's basic skill, Star Eyes. I was excited as I quickly opened my skills list, and there really was a new skill. Star Eyes can see the stats of targets no more than 40 levels higher. Can also allow one to see through stealth skills and increases accuracy by 40%. I was filled with pleasant surprise. I never thought that a hidden job had such benefits. I could actually comprehend a basic skill once I reached level 25, but this seemed reasonable after thinking about it. Skill books for hidden jobs were much harder to get compared to normal jobs, so with the poor drop rate, if the hidden job couldn't learn any basic skills, that hidden job would become a waste. As for the soul seal spell that delicate rice fragrance had, it had to be a learned skill? Damn, that girl helped fated madman extinguish our Shuiyu studios. I had to take revenge for this sooner or later. Comprehended skills didn't need to be trained or were split into levels, which meant that the effects wouldn't change. However, being able to see through monsters that were less than 40 levels higher was already enough, and it increased my accuracy by 40%. This would definitely help me strengthen my archer leveling path. Looking around, most of the players leveling all night were falling asleep and making mistakes. There were screams from all around me, and then some people were sent back to the city by the monsters, losing their entire night's work. These level 35 hell skeletons weren't that attractive anymore since I was already level 25, so I was much stronger. I suddenly remembered where I had wildly leveled up when I was level 46 before, but I still gave up in the end. The undead monsters there were very strong, and my attack and defense were still far lacking. Without a powerful mage like Ling Yu, it would be hard to kill the monsters there. Thinking about it, I decided to find a new monster to kill, so I left this leveling area and headed southeast under the dark night. The mist gradually became thicker, and with my dark armor that was hard to see, no one noticed me, this new warrior. After around 30 minutes, I came to a misted mountain, and there were some ancient ruins in this mountain that seemed like a palace. When I stepped onto this map, I immediately received a notification. You have entered the Wailing Ruins? Wailing Ruins? What did that mean? There was a large broken stone column in front of me. When I took a step forward, there was a dark shadow as a monster with a blood-red name charged forward. It was actually an undead soldier covered in armor, but this undead was different from the others. He had fine equipment and a glowing sword, even having the royal family's symbol on his arm. I was stunned, but then I remembered that I had the powerful Star Eyes. I looked right at it, and the stats of this undead soldier appeared. Dark Swordsman, Enhanced Monster. Level, 40. Attack, 380 to 520. Defense, 140. HP, 8000. Additional information, this Dark Swordsman was a swordsman of the human royal palace before. During the invasion of the dark side, they died in battle, and their corpses were abandoned in the ruins of the royal palace. Bathing in darkness over time changed their personality, so these righteous warriors have picked up their weapons again to kill the forces of good. I was a bit surprised. This meant that this place was the ruins of an old human country and the monsters here were the results of the royal warriors being corrupted. The Dark Swordsman's attack power couldn't be underestimated, it could even be considered very high. I raised my bloodthirsty spear and charged forward. When I passed this Dark Swordsman, I released the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers at his chest. 1102. 984. This wasn't that bad, but I didn't relax. The other side's high 520 attack power had actually taken away 480 HP. I couldn't help being scared since I only had 1,470 HP, so 2 more hits would kill me. I quickly swallowed a potion that restored 500 HP, recovering 500 HP over 5 seconds, that way I could still fight. I quickly turned the bloodthirsty spear and swept it through the air. The spear landed on the shoulder of the Dark Swordsman and created a clashing sound with his armor. Woo, woo. The Dark Swordsman roared out, as his red eyes glared at me. Pa. With the ice blue glow, I spun the spear to release the Ice Wind Thorn skill. With the shatter of the ice cone, the Dark Swordsman was forced backwards. I didn't give him time as I immediately charged forward, releasing another 2 attacks with the bloodthirsty spear. Once the cooldown was up, I released another sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. Pang, pang, sparks flew out as the Dark Swordsman lost over 2,000 HP. There was only a sliver of its 8,000 HP left and at this time, he finally found a chance to hit me. He swung out with his glowing sword and hit my chest, dealing 500 points of damage. But I used another normal attack and took out this Dark Swordsman. Voila! With this sound, 2 gold coins dropped out. I happily picked it up and continued forward. After a few steps, there was another Dark Swordsman that was patrolling inside. This time, I took out the golden bow and sent out an armor-piercing arrow. The white light flew across the dark night and hit the Dark Swordsman's chest. 1584. As expected, the effect of the armor-piercing arrow's ability to ignore 50% defense really was good. With a faint smile, I used the ice and flame arrows before using another armor-piercing arrow after it came off cooldown. At this time, the Dark Swordsman had appeared in front of me. Shiu. Quickly changing to the bloodthirsty spear, I swept out with the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and then following up with the powerful Ice Wind Thorn, sending a giant ice cone through the Dark Swordsman. 1409. This series of movements flowed and before the Dark Swordsman could even raise his sword, I had already made the first move and killed it. What really made me proud was my speed of changing weapons. After practicing, I could now change between weapons in less than 0.1 seconds, changing it in an instant. I believed that there were people who were higher leveled and had stronger attack power, but there was no one that could change weapons faster than me, and using this method of changing between long range and close range combat, I could level without taking any damage. I just needed to use a few MP potions. The experience from killing a monster that was 15 levels higher was very rich, just a single kill increased my EXP bar by 2%. It took less than a minute to kill the Dark Swordsman, which meant that I could gain a level per hour. This leveling speed really was hard to imagine. I went to find another target. This level 40 monster area didn't seem to have any other players and this human country ruin wasn't considered small, so I could happily level for a whole night. After half an hour passed, the Dark Swordsman that fell at my hand could have formed a platoon. When I cut down the Dark Swordsman in front of me with the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers, I finally heard a ding-dong sound. There was finally a piece of equipment that dropped. A dark glowing armor had fallen to the ground. It was clearly heavy armor, so I happily picked it up. Dark armor, bronze equipment, armor. Defense, 65. Strength, plus 10. Vitality, plus 6. Additional, increases the user's attack power by 2. Required level, 30. Set stats, unidentified. I was a bit surprised. The stats were already quite good before it was identified. It really was worthy of being a piece of bronze equipment. It was much stronger than the tattered set that I had. But thinking about it, the Wild Bear set was something Ling Shui worked hard to get, so the value wasn't small. Forget it, I'll put it in my warehouse after changing armor. If I were to sell it, I might only get a few gold coins that could buy me a pack of instant noodles, so there was nothing else to mention. I put the dark armor into my inventory. Right now my goal was to get a whole set of this armor, that way, my attack power might increase by quite a bit. Continue killing mobs. I killed until the sun came up. When light came from the east, I had eliminated almost all the Dark Swordsmen around me alone. My level had reached 28 and I had collected 3 pieces of the set. I also had an extra piece that I could go and sell. But what made me depressed was that I had killed all the surrounding Dark Swordsmen, so I could only wait for them to respawn. I didn't know how long it would take for these enhanced monsters to respawn. My eyes fell onto another building and I fell into thought. It seemed like I could only go deeper into the ruins of this royal palace. It was already 6 in the morning, but I didn't want to sleep at all. Before the excitement of getting a hidden job disappeared, I wouldn't be able to go to sleep. It was better to keep leveling with this energy. Even if I had a hidden job, I could only keep going since I was at a low level. Taking 2 steps forward, when I planned to stretch my head out to see inside, I found a dark purple glow coming at me. Pa! There was pain from my chest as I lost 424 HP. Looking up, I was surprised to find a white shadow gradually appearing in front of me. It was actually a steel-fed monster and what surprised me more was that it was a glowing woman. To be more accurate, it was a woman who was already dead. Dark Witch, Enhanced Monster. Level, 45. Magic attack, 280 to 450. Defense, 80. HP, 4000. Additional information, these dark witches were maids in the human country's royal palace. During the invasion of the dark side, they were cruelly killed and the demons didn't let them off that easily. These pitiful maids were injected with evil souls and became dark servants. If they didn't act as a servant, they were used as a slave. There was another dark spell and I lost another 448 HP? Damn, such powerful attacks. I quickly moved back and took a HP potion. I took out the golden bow and sent out a flame arrow. 1204. These four figures jumped out, but I also had already lost 502 HP. I became anxious. They had 4000 HP and I only had 1590 HP, so if we traded, I would be the first to fall even if I drank potions. Thinking of this, I gritted my teeth and went forward with my spear, using the sweeping away 1000 soldiers on the dark witch's chest. Chi. With these heavy sounds, the dark witch must fear close-range combat since it took close to 3000 HP. When the sweeping away 1000 soldiers hit the dark witch, she let out an ear-grating cry. Ding. Combat notification, you have been affected by the Dark Witch's sorrowful cry. Your attack speed has been reduced by 50%. I was a bit surprised as I moved behind the Dark Witch. The bloodthirsty spear lit up and I released a icewind thorn at her back. Hong. With a pitiful scream, the Dark Witch slowly fell down while dropping an item that seemed to be a golden page. I picked up the gold coin before looking at the item that fell. As expected, it was a paper that was made from gold that was 2 millimeters thick. The technology wasn't that developed back then, so they would make books of gold. Seeing the words written on it, I couldn't understand at all and could only see the window over it. Princess Linda's diary, page 7, records the thoughts of a princess before her death. You can gather the 10 pages of the diary and start a quest. These pages are hidden among the maids. It seems like I've triggered a quest. I revealed a faint smile and immediately threw the golden diary page into my inventory. At the same time, I gave a sigh over how much this would be in gold coins if it was turned into gold coins. In front of me was the site of the former royal palace and several dark witches were wandering around in the darkness around the debris. If I wanted to gather the 10 pages, I had to start with them. This time, I no longer planned on shooting them with arrows. It was not smart to fight against mages like this, so using close combat abilities to attack them was the best way. So when I took care of the dark witch's stealth, I charged forward. I had to get close even if I got hit with magic, so I used the sweeping away 1000 soldiers and the icewind thorn to take them down to a sliver of health. Then I used a normal attack to softly hit them and I received experience and gold coins. Suddenly, there were the sounds of women crying in the ruins. If you didn't know what was going on, you would think that it was a scene of someone sneaking into a dorm. Of course, girls in dorms were much stronger now, so you might be sent away with a broom or you could have a happy day of standing by the wall the next day nowadays. Forget it, let's not think about things not suitable for children. Time flew by and it was already 8:30 in the morning when I collected the 9th page. The girls of the Shuiyu studio were already logging on after eating breakfast. Ling Shui quickly sent me a message. You've been leveling until now? Good fellow, you're already level 29, you really are good. I said with a proud smile, it's alright. Ling Shui changed the topic and gave me an order. Stop wasting words. Quickly log off and rest, don't get too tired. I said, I'll log off after I finish this quest, I can't sleep now. Ling Shui was speechless. Idiot. Of course your body matters more, what if you fall from how tired you are? I revealed a faint smile. It was only playing for over 10 hours. When I was wildly playing games, I had even played for over 36 hours. Of course, I was very tired then and when I logged off, I was very hungry and thirsty. When I saw the buns in the bun shop downstairs, it was like seeing a naked girl as I charged forward to wildly swallow it. The bun shop owner's eyes had opened wide and had thought that I was a prisoner that had just escaped. Ling Yu logged on and sent me a smiley before reminding me, rest early. I returned the message with a smiley. Then Bing Ca, Summer, Ziyu, and Rainfall all logged on, greeting me. Of course, I teased Bing Cha, Ziyu, and Quiet Rainfall before being teased by Summer. My feeling was good since being able to live and work with these beautiful girls, not mentioning reaching level 0, it was worth it even if I went to level -1. At this time, I looked at the final Dark Witch and I charged at her. My bloodthirsty spear created 2 red lines in the air as the tip fell onto the Dark Witch twice, immediately shattering its stealth. Then with an ice-cold Icewind Thorn, as well as a normal attack, the Dark Witch was instantly killed without a chance to attack. I couldn't help sighing. The 12-star strength growth rate of the Dragon Whisperer was too overbearing and adding in the bloodthirsty spear, my attack was even stronger. Even a level 45 magician monster could be killed in 3 seconds, this damage output was already shocking. Bada. With a gold glow, a page fell to the ground. I picked it up, I had finally gotten the 10th page. When I put the 10 pages in the same slot, I heard the game music change. It had become a sorrowful song and there was a sad and beautiful singing that filled the air. What was even more shocking was that countless dark swordsmen and dark witches had appeared, instantly surrounding me. Ding. System notification, you have activated the quest Princess Wish. Current quest difficulty, 350. Quest details, find the finely crafted box in the ruins. There is Princess Linda's most prized comb inside the box. Bring this box to Sunset City and hand it to Great Priest Ronin of Sunset City. Looking at the quest, I was a bit surprised, but then I felt confident. Although it had a difficulty of 350, that was because of my current level. My stats were equal to a level 45 knight, so this quest shouldn't be a problem at all. At this time, there was a dazzling glow behind me. When I turned, I saw a giant figure of light appear in the center of the ruins. It was a beautiful young girl wearing a luxurious dress. She was very beautiful, and when she raised her hand, a sad song came from her mouth. I understood that this must be a dead spirit. There was the words Princess Linda above the head of the girl, and it was clear that this was the princess of this kingdom, wandering as a soul. Around me, a bunch of dark swordsmen and dark witch NPCs had appeared. They were kneeling on the ground with reverent looks. Their names had turned green, which was the color of an ally, so they would no longer attack me. The Princess Diary was at the foot of the princess, and her singing seemed like it was crying. I couldn't help trembling as my heart filled with a trace of pity. I never thought that playing a game would actually make a person feel this kind of emotion. Looking over, I saw a red box not far away from Princess Linda's feet, which wasn't that big. So I came forward and reached out for the box. The princess stopped singing to look down at me, as her silver eyes filled with hope. Young warrior, please take this gift to Sunset City's Ronin. I nodded, and the princess revealed a faint smile, creating a beautiful scene. The princess gradually faded, and the dark swordsmen and the dark witches stood there. Their eyes filled with hatred again, and their names changed from green to red. I was surprised. I had to immediately leave, otherwise once these monsters reverted back, I would be ganged up by them. So I immediately left the ruins with the box. When I left, this place returned to normal, and the dark swordsmen wandered around, while the dark witches hid in the darkness again, preparing to attack any humans that came. I wanted to walk back to Sunset City, but then I saw the city return scrolls in my inventory. I felt that after being with ZIU for a while, my intelligence had started to drop. I crushed a city return scroll, and when I appeared in Sunset City, there were players walking around, looking quite busy. Players hadn't reached level 60 yet, and once the first player reached level 60, the main cities all over the world would open at the same time. At that time, it would become a real war. After all, even the large Chinese server only had 2 main cities. Half the country's players were fighting over a single city. It would become a true fight over dominance. Just thinking about it made my heart fill with excitement. Playing a game, isn't it just for excitement? So while walking towards the Sunset City Royal Palace, I looked at the rankings. The changes in the Chinese level rankings wasn't that big. One gentle breeze embracing the moon. Level 49. Magician. 2 sword flame ghost fire. Level 49. Dark magician. 3 delicate rice fragrance. Level 48. Soul magician. 4 battle soul defying heaven. Level 47. Berserker. 5 hell flames. Level 47. Gale warrior. 6 battle soul drifting wind. Level 46. Magician. 7 battle soul iron wing. Level 46. Magician. 8 wind cloud decision. Level 45. Magician. 9 lone grave. Level 45. Berserker. 10 fleeting time. Level 45. Archer. Me, who was ranked first at level 50, had fallen down to level 0, so I was out of the rankings. So Ling Shui took over at level 49, and Ghost Fire was close behind. He must be very happy leveling as a dark magician, otherwise he wouldn't be able to keep up this trend. My old enemy Faded Madman had fallen out since he was killed by me while having a red name. In the end, a normal archer girl called Fleeting Time had reached the top 10. Like that, there was still an archer in the top 10 players. Of course, in the early stages of the game, archers, knights, clerics, and summoners found it hard to enter the rankings. But in the later stages, assassins had much higher attacks, knights had stronger defenses, clerics had important buffs, and summoners had stronger pets, which made these jobs much stronger. But I didn't have much hope in our Shuiyu Studios assassin Ziyu and summoner Summer. Although these 2 girls worked hard to level, their talent was there, and it was hard for them to become a top female expert like Ling Yu or Ling Shui. In the equipment ranking, my Roaring Flame Spear was unparalleled, and second was Ling Shui's Purple Wind Ring, but Ling Shui wasn't high enough level. Still, she could use it in a day or 2. I needed to wait even longer. Perhaps it was simple reaching level 30, but it wasn't that simple charging to level 45. Even with the help of Ling Yu and the others, it would take me at least a week to reach level 45. While I was thinking about this, I had already reached Sunset City's Royal Palace. The Royal Palace was guarded very strictly with posts every 2 steps. A person wearing armor called out, "Stop, this is the Royal Palace, no one is allowed in." I was a bit surprised. I didn't know how Ling Shui and Ling Yu got in yesterday to get me the hero's proof yesterday. It was probably because of the quest item Dragon's Proof. So I immediately took out the princess box and showed it to the general. "I must give this to the great priest Ronin in the Royal Palace. I hope you can help me pass this message." The general doubtfully looked at the box before muttering, "How does this kid have a box with the mark of the royal family from 100 years ago?" Looking at me, the general said, "Come, I'll take you to see great priest Ronin." After saying this, he turned to enter the royal palace, and I quickly followed him. Sunset City's royal palace was magnificently decorated. Although they resisted the invasion of the dark side here before, there had been nearly 100 years of peace. These nobles had already become used to a life of luxury and had already forgotten about the invasion of the dark side. After moving through several palaces, he appeared in front of a sacrificial altar that didn't lose its dignity. The sacrificial altar had priests all around and thunder sparking above the altar. This mysterious power seemed like it could tear the world apart, filling one's heart with shock. On the altar, a priest with a large white robe was holding an ancient scroll while muttering. Above his head, there was a name, Great Priest Ronin. The general leading me came forward and respectfully said, "Master, there's an adventurer requesting to see you. He says that he has something for you." Great Priest Ronin was a bit surprised as he said, "Oh, let him come over." I took a few steps forward and gave the box to the Great Priest. When the Great Priest saw the box, his expression had changed into a face of shock. He reached out his skinny hand to touch the box as he muttered, "This is the country's relic." Ronin opened the box after saying this, but he only saw a silver comb in the box. Ronin was completely shocked. His old face covered in tears as he screamed into the sky, "100 years. 100 years? My love, Linda, just where are you?" At the same time, I heard the system's notification. Ding. System notification, you have completed the quest Princess Wish. You have received 250,000 experience, 100 gold coins, and 450 prestige. With a shua sound, golden light fell and I reached level 30. Ha, I got to level 30 in one day. The reason it was so quick was because Ling Shui brought me through the difficult beginning and gave me good equipment. Adding in the fact that there was the abnormal strength growth rate of the Dragon Whisperer, allowing me to always fight monsters that were 10 levels stronger, it would be strange if I didn't level up quickly. At this time, Great Priest Ronin grabbed the silver comb as his face filled with longing. In the end, he turned to look at me and said, "Young warrior, can you accept my request?" I was a bit surprised. What a joke, this Great Priest NPC whose level I couldn't see, he was at least level 70. What kind of request did this kind of broken person have of me? So I said in a respectful voice, "Speak." Ding. System notification, you have accepted the quest Explore the Ruins? Current difficulty, 320. Quest details, talk to Great Priest Ronin and then bring him to the Dark Ruins. It seems like I needed to talk to continue the quest. After thinking about it, I said forget it and logged off to sleep. It isn't too late to talk to him after logging back on since Sunset City was around an hour away from the ruins. Who knows where I would have to go, it wouldn't be too late to finish this quest after resting my mind. So I left the NPC there and logged off. Taking off the helmet, I was very tired. When I opened the door, I saw a piece of bread on the table and a note beside it, "Sleep after you eat your fill, otherwise it's bad for your stomach." I revealed a faint smile. I recognized this writing, it was definitely from Ling Shui. When I met her the first time, the writing on the letter from her was like this, it was very delicate. Opening the fridge, I poured a cup of yogurt and then ate the bread. After I finished, I was around 30% full. It was good enough, so I rubbed my belly and went back to my room to sleep. I slept all the way until evening and it was already dark when I opened my eyes. The city at night was still very busy and people kept walking by. There were lovers wandering around which was quite enviable. I let out a sigh, when can I also? Thinking about it, it might be soon. When I came out, Ling Yu, Ling Shui, and the other girls were waiting. Dinner was quite rich, it was said to come from restaurants of respective regions. Summer asked, "Bookworm, I can't even see a trace of you. Want to level together tonight?" I shook my head and said with a smile, "No need, I need to close up for a week. After a week, I'll strive for the Chinese top rankings once again." Ling Yu said with a smile, "That's for the best. Our Shuiyu can't lack a master like you. Otherwise, with just Ziyu and Summer, we can't hold on." Ziyu and Summer immediately pursed their lips. I asked with a smile, I never felt right asking, but why are two noobs like Summer and Ziyu hired by Shuiyu Studio? Ling Shui said with a laugh, "It's very simple. It's because Ziyu is my classmate and Summer is Ziyu's friend, so." Ling Yu said with a nod, I didn't expect the two of them to level this much. I wanted them to work as warehouse members, but these girls worked hard and already reached level 40, so I hired them as official members of Shuiyu Studios." Summer and Ziyu were a bit proud. At this time, Ling Yu's phone rang. The last cell phone was shattered, it was unknown how long this phone would last. Everyone calmed down and the voice of the phone could be clearly heard. It was Wang Junji's voice. Wang Junji said, "Are you? I heard about easily angered Bookworm, so I wanted to discuss it with you. Since he's fallen down to level 0, does our Shuiyu Studio need a level 0 noob like him?" Ling Yu's eyes turned cold as she softly asked, "What do you mean?" Wang Junji explained, "With the economic crisis, our company's funds are getting tighter. You also know this, so I want to reduce the capital of Shuiyu Studios and the best way is to get rid of members. The first one to be fired should be easily angered Bookworm. Our Shuiyu Studio doesn't need this low-level player." Ling Yu's face was cold as she said word for word, "I make decisions in Shuiyu Studios, you shouldn't interfere." Ling Shui on the side couldn't take it anymore. She snatched Ling Yu's phone and angrily said, "Wang Junji, you trash, how could dad let someone like you manage the company? Stop having ideas about Bookworm or I'll sweep you out of Blue Star." Wang Junji was surprised before saying, "Is that Ling Shui? Have you been well lately?" "Very bad." Ling Shui gritted her teeth and smashed the phone on the table. The newly bought phone was smashed and the battery shattered in the distance. Ling Yu was speechless. "Shui, are you buying my next phone?" Ling Shui calmed down and said with a faint smile, "Alright, I'll buy you the cheapest local phone." Ling Yu gave a bitter laugh, "Alright, as long as it's not trash and can make calls, it's fine. Also help me change my card." After saying this, Ling Yu turned to me and said in an apologetic voice, "Bookworm, that's sorry, I didn't know that Wang Junji would be this excessive." I said with a sigh, "Doing things depend on other people, I'm already used to this." "Ling Yu, you don't need to apologize to me." Ling Yu looked at me like she was a bit lost before suddenly saying, "You don't need to worry about others at Shui Yu Studios." What? Ha, nothing, just log in and level. I didn't understand what Ling Yu meant and didn't think about her thoughts. It was best to log on and finish the quest. Appearing in Sunset City's royal palace, Great Priest Ronin had a look of hope in front of me. "Good fellow, I logged off for 8 hours and he was still here after all that time. Young man, can we set off?" Ronin's face was filled with joy. I nodded, "Let's go." Ronin gave an order to the mages behind him, "Come with me." I was a bit surprised. I couldn't see the level of these magician NPCs, so I didn't know what level they were. But if they came along, at least we didn't need to worry about the monsters in the ruins. So when I came out of Sunset City, Great Priest Ronin and 5 high-level mages followed me out. The players outside the city leveling were all shocked as they looked over and said, "Damn, aren't those the old magician fellows in Sunset City's royal palace? Why did they come out of the city?" I had my name hidden, so no one knew who I was. Unless these people attacked me, my name wouldn't be shown. Of course, I looked like an expert with my black armor, so people wouldn't have thought that I was only at level 30. Dragon Soul, Ghost Fire, and Heavenly Punisher logged on at this time. They all tried to comfort me after I reached level 0, but it seemed like I was comforting them. Purple Rhyme hadn't logged on yet. I didn't know what she was busy with today. Passing through the player dance training area, I came to the edge of Hero Memorial Park and walked along the edge of the Forgotten Valley to reach the ruins. This path was quite covered, so not many people noticed us. After all, it was normal for NPCs to leave the town. In the large framework of this game, Sunset City's cavalry would attack the dark forces around the area, so most times people weren't surprised. After close to an hour, I came out of the groves with my spear and there were the dark ruins with black crows filling the sky. There was a moon that hung on the horizon that lit up the ground, making these ruins seem even darker. Ronin held his white jade staff and suddenly trembled. He fell into deep thought and only said in a mournful voice after a while, Is this really the ancient capital? Kalen Kingdom, it really became ruins." A magician on the side said, "Master Ronin, could it be that this is the former site of the Kalen Kingdom that you swore your loyalty to?" Ronin nodded as he said in a deep voice, "I was only 19 that year and followed my teacher to experience the continent. I never thought that in just a few decades, the Kalen Kingdom would disappear from the continent and the terrifying beings from hell have already destroyed this glorious kingdom. When I came back, people had already built a new city, which was Sunset City." The magician said in a surprised voice, "So you stayed behind and gave your loyalty to Sunset City's king." Ronin's voice was a bit dry and listless. Who would have thought that 100 years later, what awaits me is a patch of ruins and my beloved has already turned to dust. At this time, there was a figure that approached, which was a dark swordsman charging over. We were too close, so the monsters had found us? Out of fear of the NPC magicians dying, I quickly came forward. My bloodthirsty spear lit up with a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and took away a third of the dark swordsman's HP. But Ronin's voice came from behind, "Don't hurt it. Theses were the brave warriors of the kingdom, we should put their souls to rest." As he said this, Ronin raised his staff and chanted, "In the name of justice, clear all dirt away. Seal of redemption. Shua." A golden beam of light fell from the sky and landed on the dark swordsman. The dark swordsman trembled in the golden light and its HP bar quickly drained, emptying in less than half a second. Voila! A gold coin fell to the ground and my experience bar increased. Damn, I'm about to be rich. I was a bit surprised. So this quest was the NPCs killing mobs to give me EXP? Picking up the gold coin, I saw the dark swordsman turn into white bones before being buried in the swamp. After that, something that made me delighted happened. The 5 magicians started attacking the surrounding dark swordsman and it was the same seal of redemption. This amazing skill directly killed the dark swordsman, not leaving a single one. My experience kept jumping up and I reached level 31 in the blink of an eye. In less than 10 minutes, I already reached level 32 and the gold and equipment dropped by these dark swordsmen were all kept by me. What was even rarer was that I even got 3 pieces of the level 30 dark set. Half an hour later, I reached level 33. At this time, the large ruins had been cleared. I didn't know if this quest was a bug, but I had earned a large amount. In the end, Ronin led the 5 magicians to the center of the ruins. Seeing the diary on the ground, Ronin trembled and his tears came out. At this time, there was a light that bloomed and Princess Linda appeared again, but she wasn't as big as before, she was only at Ronin's shoulder. The 5 magicians were surprised, it's the soul of the princess. Ronin trembled and he couldn't help falling to one knee, "Greetings to your highness." Princess Linda revealed a faint smile and came in front of Ronin, sinking down in front of him. She said with a smile, "Little magician Ronin, you already grew a long beard, he. But Ronin couldn't smile. He looked at Princess Linda and bitterly said, "Your highness, Ronin shouldn't have left you at that time. If I didn't leave, you wouldn't have met this disaster." Princess Linda was a bit lost as she reached out her hand. Ronin, can I touch your face? Ronin's voice choked up. Linda's little hand stroked Ronin's old cheek with a sparkle, but she couldn't touch anything. Ronin couldn't help crying. He walked out and roared into the sky, why is it like this? Linda finally stopped smiling as 2 lines of tears appeared on her face. She muttered, Ronin, can we still be together? Ronin shook his head and sadly said, can we? Princess Linda took several steps and came behind Ronin, but her form went right through Ronin. Pu. Princess Linda fell to the ground and her eyes were filled with tears. When Princess Linda stood up again, her face was filled with determination as she muttered, perhaps it's finally time to return to the earth. Ronin quickly came forward and held Princess Linda in the air. Although he knew that this was futile, he still did this. In the end, Princess Linda turned over and put her head at Ronin's neck. She cried while smiling and said, if this moment could last forever, how good that would be. A determined look appeared on Ronin's face as he suddenly looked at me. While I was immersed in their loving story, Ronin turned to look at me and I was shocked. This is bad, he wants to pull me in? As expected, Ronin said, young warrior, are you willing to agree to my request? Ding. System notification, do you wish to accept the quest sharing life? I hesitated a bit and after confirming that this mission wouldn't harm me, I clicked accept. Ding. System notification, you have accepted the quest sharing life? Current difficulty, 0. Quest details, kill Great Priest Ronin and using his blood as an intermediary, reform Princess Linda's body, while also sharing Ronin's remaining life with Princess Linda. My jaw dropped, this quest's difficulty was actually 0? Great Priest Ronin went to an empty spot and raised his white jade staff, as a 6-starred magic array appeared under our feet. With Ronin in the center, the magic array exploded with light and tore through the clouds, letting all those near and far see it. I guess that all the Chinese players in Sunset City should be able to see this light soaring into the sky. After the array was released, Great Priest Ronin stood in the middle and said in a determined voice, decades ago, I traveled to the peak of the continent and found the divine expert, God-class Ming Lan. She gave me a secret technique to share my life with others. If I could choose, I would live with Linda, even if it was for a day. On the side, the 5 magicians were all shocked as they quickly said, Master, how could you? Ronin revealed a faint smile and raised his staff, pushing the magicians away. Princess Linda's smile was like a blooming flower and although she was crying, it seemed like she was happy. When Ronin took Linda, he said to me in a deep voice, young warrior, please kill me within 10 minutes. My blood will be molded into a body using the secret technique. Don't be afraid, I definitely won't die. I was stunned before saying, you won't die even cut up to pieces. Ronin couldn't help smiling. He pointed at his heart and said, use your sharp blade to pierce my heart. I hesitated a bit, but Linda said with a smile, do it. I believe Ronin, he is the most outstanding magician on the continent. I was speechless. I came forward and with a glow of the bloodthirsty spear, I used the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers on Ronin's chest, creating 2 damage figures. 876. 854. I was a bit surprised. Ronin's defenses were so strong, he really was the great priest. With Ronin and Linda's consent, I kept using skills and attacking without stop. Ronin closed his eyes as he held Linda's small hands, just silently accepting it all. Mages were weak to begin with and in less than 5 minutes, Ronin's HP finally reached the bottom. Pucci. With tiny ice debris, the Icewind Thorn stabbed right into Ronin's chest and created a large splash of blood. At the same time, I felt a powerful force as I was completely blown away. Putong. I landed on my butt over 10 meters away. When I stood up while rubbing my waist, I found that Ronin's body inside the magic array was changing. He looked up at the sky and instantly, his body was torn into shreds and he scattered into light starting from his head. As the light danced, the magic array trembled and like it would shake the earth, it seemed like it was changing all of Sunset City. As the light scattered, it gathered again. With wisps of spiritual energy, in the blink of an eye, Princess Linda's body was reformed by Ronin, gradually gaining the color of blood. Beside her, a second body was being reformed, it was actually Great Priest Ronin. But Ronin was much younger after reforming his body, as his beard had disappeared and he became a middle-aged man who was in his 40s. 10 minutes later, the light scattered and Ronin and Linda appeared in front of me holding hands. The 5 magicians were stunned as they muttered, too amazing, there's actually such a secret technique. Ding. System notification, congratulations, you have completed the quest sharing life. You have received 50,000 experience, 50 silver coins, and 10 prestige. Seeing this quest reward, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This really was a quest with 0 difficulty, but Ronin and Linda came in front of me. Linda was holding Ronin's hand as she said with a faint smile, young warrior, it's thanks to you that we could be together again. Although I don't know how long this will last, I'm already satisfied. To show my gratitude, please accept this. Ding. System notification, you have received the quest reward Frozen Heart. I was a bit surprised. Could it be the real quest reward was coming? Although this quest wasn't difficult, it was quite arduous and scared me half to death, so the reward shouldn't be bad, right? Quickly opening the package, I was disappointed to find that it wasn't any Frozen Heart. Could it be that I would learn a skill? Opening up my skills list, as expected, I found a passive skill. Frozen Heart, increases resistance towards ice magic by 50%, increases the power of one's ice skills by 25%. I was shocked. Just 2 short lines, but it filled me with wild joy. One was 50% and one was 25%. What did this mean? First, when I had my speed decreased by an enemy's attack, the effect would go from 50% speed decrease to 25% speed decrease. Second, my ice skills would become stronger, for example the Ice Wind Thorn, which would be 25% stronger. Although it was a passive skill and it couldn't be leveled, this Frozen Heart skill for a player skilled in piking as me, it was like rain that fell after 3 days of a drought. At this time, Ronin and Princess Caroline were already heading back to Sunset City and the magicians were following them. I was looking at my dark set and after thinking about it, I decided to change equipment first. I crushed a city return scroll and with a beam of light, I appeared in Sunset City. When I came to the appraisal shop, I threw my dark set onto the table. The old appraiser looked at it and said, a total of 5 gold coins. I revealed a faint smile. As expected, although these bronze equipment were high level, they were still very cheap. So I quickly handed over 5 gold coins and with a black light came over this dark set. The black light that came from this dark set, it would definitely look good wearing them. I reached out to take the equipment and their stats jumped out. Dark helmet, bronze equipment, armor, defense, 55, strength, +9, vitality, +6. Additional, increases the user's attack power by 5. Required level, 30. Set stats, increases the user's health regeneration by 5 per second. Dark armor, bronze equipment, armor, defense, 72. Strength, +12. Vitality, +8. Additional, increases the user's attack power by 5. Required level, 30. Dark leg armor, bronze equipment, armor, defense, 60. Strength, +10. Vitality, +6. Additional, increases the user's attack power by 5. Required level, 30. Dark bracers, bronze equipment, armor, defense, 52. Strength, +10. Vitality, +8. Additional, increases the user's attack power by 5. Required level, 30. Dark boots, bronze equipment, armor, defense, 55. Strength, +9. Vitality, +6. Additional, increases the user's attack power by 5. Required level, 30. It had to be said, the power of a bronze set was limited, all the additional stats could be considered normal. Of course, this was already stronger than my dark iron set, so I quickly changed them one by one. In an instant, I was covered in dark glowing armor and looked much more handsome. Adding in the black cape on my back and the dark red spear in my hand, I looked like a killing god. Of course, I knew that my stats couldn't compare to a level 40 player like Fated Madman. I would need at least a set of silver equipment to reach my level 50 standard from before. But although the dark set had low levels, it increased by defense quite a bit. I went from 370 defense to 490 defense, turning into a sheet of iron. If I were to equip silver equipment that were all level 40 or up, my defense would be over 700. I could definitely cut down a bunch of archers alone. After stocking up on potions, I looked at my level. I was at level 33 with 24% experience and it was now 7:45 at night, so I would reach level 35 before 2 AM. Otherwise, my clock would always be different from the other girls and it didn't seem right. After organizing everything, I went to level again. At the peak time at night, the Hero Memorial Park had many more players. The corrupted skeletons were being killed by players as soon as they spawned, so I couldn't join in at all. So, I could only pick a deeper position to level. Passing several ash-gray mountains, there were less and less players. There were only a few player parties leveling and there was another kind of undead in front of me. It was a skeleton that was pale white and it had an iron spear in its hand. Moreover, whenever it attacked, it was like the skeleton was shouting, "I am a skeleton, who dares fight to the death with me?" Then it turned red and was covered in killing intent. Skeleton Demon, Enhanced Monster. Level, 46. Attack, 360 to 480. Defense, 180. HP, 8000. Additional skill, Bloody Roar, increases the skeleton demon's move speed and attack speed by 25%. I was a bit surprised. So it was like this, it was no wonder several parties could only pull in a single monster, so these skeleton warriors had such amazing skills. I shot out an armor-piercing arrow and a 1204 appeared above the skeleton demon's head. This was considered not bad, it had broken most of the armor. Roar, roar. The skeleton demon angrily roared as it wielded its spear and it was covered in a blood-red glow as it was already charging at me. I quickly toko out the bloodthirsty spear and it was covered in a blue glow. The ice danced as the ice wind thorn stabbed right into the skeleton demon's chest. 1471. This high 1400 damage made me happy. The Dragon Whisperer job was a close-range combat job, so it was quite strong when it came to dueling. I released a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and with 2 slashes, the spear created a mark on the skeleton demon, while also dealing close to 2000 damage. With this, at first contact, the skeleton demon had lost half its HP, which was enough to prove that my attack power far surpassed my level. After all, I was only level 33 and this skeleton demon was 13 levels higher, as well as being an enhanced monster. That skeleton demon attacked and the spear hit my armor, but each hit only dealt around 200 damage. With each attack, I just needed to use a potion and it wasn't hard to resist. Voila! With another ice wind thorn and another sweeping away 1,000 soldiers from me, the skeleton demon turned into a pile of bones and dropped 2 gold coins. I laughed as I picked up the gold coins and then turned to my experience bar. I was surprised to find that the skeleton demon gave good experience, increasing by 1%. So I quickly made up my mind. I would kill these skeleton demons tonight and I should be able to reach level 38. Fighting the skeleton demons alone surprised the players nearby, but looking at my equipment, they understood. Although the stats of the dark set and the bloodthirsty spear weren't that high, they looked quite good. Adding in the fact that I hid my level and name, everyone thought that I wasn't an expert. When I was killing monsters, I heard a sound and a system notification, "Your friend Purple Rhyme has logged on." Before I could even react, Purple Rhyme directly called me. When I connected, the sound of Purple Rhyme's concerned voice came from the other side. "Bookworm, are you alright?" I replied with a laugh, "I'm quite good, aren't I already level 33? Purple Rhyme laughed, then I'm assured. "I was worried that you wouldn't be able to think it through. I wanted to find you in real life, but something happened at the company that I had to take care of. I only logged on now." I laughed, "Find me in real life? Ha, ha, that's good. Beauty Rhyme must also be a beauty in real life." Purple Rhyme gave a chuckle. "Could it be that you're not afraid I've raised my appearance by 25% and I look like a dinosaur in real life?" I was stunned. "That is true. It's better not to meet and maintain the beauty online." Purple Rhyme laughed as she scolded, "This fellow." I suddenly remembered the gold-grade Mercy Plume in my warehouse that could increase healing by 25%. I wanted to ask Purple Rhyme if she wanted it or if she could give it to someone else, since Purple Rhyme was a key member of Sword Flame. Sword Flame was now under us, so it was right to give her this piece of equipment. But Purple Rhyme was only level 43. It was better to wait until she was level 45. All the way until 11 PM, I had already reached level 35. It was just a single step from becoming a level 40 expert. The surrounding skeleton demons had already been swept away by me and the parties were complaining, but they didn't dare do anything to me. They could only change spots to level. Goo, goo. My stomach rumbled and I couldn't help being speechless. My stomach in real life was about to revolt. I heard the sound of a message as Ling Shui sent one, "Big sister and I are planning to go out for a midnight snack. Are you coming with us?" I quickly replied, "Alright. I'll come once I kill these monsters." Ling Shui said, "We'll wait for you." Ling Shui and Ling Yu both went offline. When I was planning to log out to replenish my energy, I suddenly saw more than 10 players walking over from the distance and they were all red name players. I was a bit surprised and immediately jumped into the trees on the side. I saw the players walking towards my position and these names were very familiar. The two in front were actually Fated Bloodthirster and Fated Wild Wind, the two assassins. I gritted my teeth, humph. Fated Bloodthirster is Fated Madman's dog and Fated Wild Wind was the one who sent me back to level 0. It was clear that these fated players didn't notice me and these players were all assassins. It should be the Fated Guild sending people out for a quest. Fated Bloodthirster really was quick, he was already level 37. He had a smile of contempt as he said, "Even a force like Flying Fire Link City dares to act arrogantly towards Sunset City, humph. If it wasn't for the boss orders this time, I would have swept those idiots away." Fated Wild Wind said, "That's right, but we didn't control the tempo properly and all received red names. It's a good thing our sin values are only at 100, otherwise we would be in trouble." Fated Bloodthirster laughed, "What are you afraid of? With the alliance between Fated and Bloodthirsty, who in Sunset City wouldn't dare give us face?" Humph, even the number 1 expert easily angered Bookworm was sent back to level 0 by us and became a true piece of trash. Is there anyone who dares to say no to us? Humph, humph, wiping out Shui Yu and Sword Flame is just a matter of time. Fated Wild Wind also said while laughing, "Big Brother Blood is right. That idiot easily angered Bookworm who dared to go against us should be sent back to level 0. Our Fated Guild is now the sky in Sunset City, who dares go against us? Right, didn't you want to sell that treasure? How are you confident enough to PK with it? This is called the boldness of an expert." Fated Bloodthirster said with a proud smile. I heard everything in the trees on the side. Fated Bloodthirster and Fated Wild Wind's laughter really made one feel uncomfortable. Looking at the members of the other side, Fated Bloodthirster was level 37, Fated Wild Wind was level 41, and the remaining assassins were between level 30 and level 35. To be honest, other than Fated Bloodthirster and Fated Wild Wind who were a bit harder, I looked down on the rest of them, so I immediately knocked my bow and the cold glow of the iron arrow pierced Fated Wild Wind's chest. Pang. 874. Assassins had weak defenses to begin with. My single armor-piercing arrow took most of Fated Wild Wind's HP away. His equipment were good, so his total HP was around 1,400. Damn, someone's ambushing us. Fated Wild Wind angrily roared out. As soon as his voice fell, my fire arrow was already flying out. 543. Fated Wild Wind had lost most of his HP, so he quickly took out a 500-point HP pot. Fated Bloodthirster angrily roared out, "Don't be flustered. Quickly find who is attacking you." Fated Wild Wind didn't even have time to look at the combat log, as he was hit by my ice arrow as soon as he lowered his head and he turned into white light that returned to Sunset City. At the same time, he lost 2 levels, which could be considered a bit of revenge on my part. Seeing the highest level assassin being killed, Fated Bloodthirster roared out in rage. He raised his dagger to fly out in the direction the arrow came from. I was a bit surprised, this kid is actually this quick. Who? The cold glowing dagger came and I couldn't dodge it. The branches and leaves parted and I saw the dagger hit the dark armor at my chest. Ding. 429. Fated Bloodthirster had taken over 400 HP from me, but it was a pity that I was no longer the same weak archer. As a hidden job with the stats from the dark set, my HP was already 2430, so what was 429 HP count for? Dealing only a fourth of my HP with a single attack, Fated Bloodthirster was shocked. His face was covered in amazement as he said in a voice filled with hatred, "Damn, it's actually you." I revealed a faint smile, "Yes, I'm back." Shiu. With a cold glow from the bloodthirsty spear, a powerful icewind thorn stabbed into Fated Bloodthirster's chest. 1320. Fated Bloodthirster was only 2 levels higher than me, but he was taken care of with a single icewind thorn? My eyes turned cold and I swept out again with a normal attack. Fated Bloodthirster couldn't resist with a sliver of health and fell down. Pida. Fated Bloodthirster's red name didn't just drop potions, he also dropped 2 pieces of equipment. One was a bronze leg guard and the other was a very familiar bow. That was the star-chasing bow? My mind exploded and ignored everything, as I picked up the 2 pieces of equipment before the assassins could approach. As expected, it really was the star-chasing bow, the golden equipment that I dropped when I died. Star-chasing bow, golden equipment. Attack, 325 to 380. Strength, plus 21. Agility, plus 15. Additional, increases the user's skill attack by 25%. Special skill, increased EXP gain. Required level, 45. Seeing these familiar stats, I was filled with joy. The heavens were helping me. Those fated idiots had brought the star-chasing bow to sell, but before they could sell it, they had brought this golden bow to PK. They really were arrogant. This wasn't called the skills of an expert with their ability, it was considered not knowing when they died. I was already level 35, so I could equip the star-chasing bow. I immediately equipped it and put down the golden bow. These 2 bows returning to my hands, it really was a shocking coincidence. The fated assassins charged over from the other side. I laughed and faced them, sweeping out with the bloodthirsty spear. Pa, pa. 1102. 1135. The 2 consecutive attacks hit a red-named assassin's chest. His eyes were wide open like he couldn't believe what happened before he turned into white light. The remaining people were all shocked. I gave a cold laugh and suddenly hit a level 31 assassin, as the bloodthirsty spear pierced his chest with a cold glow. 1494. A normal attack had killed him. The other assassins looked at each other and one of them said with a look of fear, "Damn, this really is easily angered bookworm? Isn't he an archer?" I turned over and the icewind thorn cooldown was done. Who? With a daze of ice, this assassin that doubted me gave a grunt as he was hit by the icewind thorn. The other assassins released their attacks and skills, but I already saw that the strongest weapon they had was a bronze dagger, so I could imagine how strong it was. It would be very hard to kill me with this kind of attack, it wouldn't even be easy to break my defense. As expected, after all the hits, my HP didn't even drop by a third. The bloodthirsty spear swept out and 2 more assassins turned into white light. Just like this, the 5 remaining assassins looked at me with gazes of fear, like I was a death god. With the night breeze, my black cloak flapped behind me, creating even more pressure. Looking at their frightened looks, I couldn't help saying with a cold smile, "Scram, go back and tell fated madman that I will definitely pay him back for sending me back to level 0. There will be a day when I let him taste the sweet taste of being sent back to level 0. The fated assassins didn't say a thing as they all used city return scrolls. It wasn't that I was kind enough to not kill them, rather I didn't want the red name. Looking at the surrounding area, I picked up the potions and bronze equipment that the red-named assassins dropped. It was considered not bad, I could sell them when I returned to Sunset City. At this time, Ling Shui logged on and asked me, "Little fool, why are you taking this long?" I quickly replied, "There was a bit of trouble, I'm logging off now, give me a minute." When I logged out, my face was covered in sweat from excitement. It was no wonder, the golden bow had returned to my hands, this was definitely something worth celebrating. After all, the star-chasing bow was at a very high level and its stats were very strong, even now it was part of the top 10 rankings. Being able to get it back was gaining a large amount. The most important thing was that I needed the star-chasing bow while leveling. With the star-chasing bow, I can easily kill groups of monsters with the 1,000-blade arrows. When I came out the door, I saw Ling Yu and Ling Shui waiting outside. The 2 beauties were wearing the same clothes, they had the same rice-colored casual clothing that made them incomparably beautiful, but it stunned me. Damn, which one was Ling Shui and which one was Ling Yu? After hesitating a bit, I turned my over and said, "Ling Shui." One of the 2 beauties immediately replied, "Here, quickly come over. I'm about to fall over from hunger." I couldn't help being proud as I remembered Ling Shui's position. The left one. So the 3 of us went out and left the neighborhood. Ling Shui pointed not far away and said, "There's a new duck blood bean noodle store over there, let's go get something there." Alright. Under the street lights, Ling Shui and Ling Yu's faces were red, just like autumn apples. One couldn't help wanting to take a bite. It was already nighttime, but there were quite a few young people who were walking around. When they saw the beautiful twins, there was a naughty whistle as they called out, "Beauty, want to see a movie with me?" I was filled with rage. Do I not exist? So I immediately came forward and grabbed that person's neck. He tried struggling, but he couldn't break free. As I expected, this man really was empty, most of his strength was wasted in bed. Someone grabbed the corner of my clothes and Ling Shui said with a smile, "Little fool, don't cause trouble. Let him down, his face is already red." I looked up and found that this brat's face was as red as pig liver. So I let go and he fell to the ground while panting, but he still didn't give up. He looked at the two girls and reached his hand out as he said, "Can you give me your number?" Pa. Before he could finish, the beauty reached out and hit the brat with her elbow. Then she rubbed her snow-white arm as she said, still daring to play around. "Woo, woo, it hurts so much." I was shocked before patting her shoulder and saying with a smile, "Ling Shui, that was quite good." But the little beauty looked up at me in surprised. I was stunned. "May I ask, which one are you?" "Ling Yu," the other side said without any expression. Ling Shui hit me with her fist and angrily said, "Idiot. Let's go eat." I was filled with shame and wanted to die. I had to find a way to remember which was which. Chi la. I ripped a piece of paper from a street lamp and naturally patted Ling Shui's back. "Let's go, Ling Shui." After entering the store, the two girls sat in front of me. They looked exactly the same, which worried me, but I still smiled. "Yi, is there anything worth being happy about? Why are you smiling like this?" Ling Shui asked. I said, "Of course it's something good." When I logged off, I finished off several faded red names and one of them was Faded Bloodthirster. Can you guess what he dropped? What? Ling Yu was also interested. Hey, the star-chasing bow, my original weapon. Ling Yu and Ling Shui's mouths opened at the same time. Really? That's great, ha. I nodded, of course it's true. I earned quite a bit this time, I don't need to scrounge for money again. Ling Shui's smile was filled with beauty. At this time, a waitress came over and took our order. When she looked at Ling Shui, she revealed a surprised look. My heart sunk, this was bad. As expected, in less than half a minute, Ling Shui's angry voice filled the shop. "Little fool, you idiot! Why did you paste this label on me?" Ling Shui was holding the sign that had been pasted on her back, which had neat writing on it, "Get a certificate 139. That night, Ling Shui and Ling Yu looked down at me in disdain. Ling Shui said, "In the future, if you can't recognize me or my big sister ever again, I will write the word idiot on your forehead and make you walk down the streets." Ling Yu said, "Ling Shui, you shouldn't be this cruel, it's embarrassing. How about having Bookworm put a red flower on his chest like a new groom and write handsome under that flower? Then we can make him walk around the streets a few times." I said in a voice of sorrow, "It's better to kill me." Being looked down by these two beauties, I returned to the studio and my room, but I didn't feel that sleepy. The star-chasing bow was back in my hand, so under this stimulation, it was better to keep leveling. Anyway, there were few people leveling at night, so I might as well level more effectively while there were fewer people. So, I logged on again. When I appeared in the depths of the Hero Memorial Park, it was close to midnight. The players leveling here had disappeared and in the broad tomb in front of me, there were white skeleton demons wandering around on the black dirt. Looking at my friends list, the girls from Shuiyu were all offline, they must have taken their showers and gone to bed. Only the people from Sword Flame were still leveling. Sword Flame Dragon Soul and Sword Flame Heavenly Punisher were level 45, reaching the 22nd and 23rd rank in the Chinese level rankings. My ranking was very pitiful right now, it was all the way in the 10 millionth. There were plenty of people above me, I couldn't even count them all. So I equipped the star-chasing bow and looked at my stats. I found that my attack power had greatly increased. Easily Angered Bookworm, Beginner Dragon Whisperer. Level, 35. HP, 2430. Attack, 335 to 450. Spear, 535 to 650. Bow. Defense, 490. Prestige, 16,391. Luck, 0. It seemed like the advantages of the star-chasing bow really were highlighted. It actually had 200 points more damage. It seemed like I had to use the star-chasing bow to quickly level. I had to reach level 45 as soon as possible and equip the dark gold roaring flame spear, that way I could truly walk through Sunset City unfettered. But with my increase in attack power and with my high-grade 1000-bladed arrows, it really was a waste if I didn't use it here. So I immediately jumped out and attracted several skeleton demons to chase me, but I wasn't satisfied with this. I continued moving forward and when the skeleton demons gathered behind me, I finally stopped and released the 1000-bladed arrows. Shua. Rainbow light was released and instantly turned into thousands of arrows falling on the monsters. There were damage figures that appeared and damage points between 500 to 1000 appeared above the heads of the skeleton demons. These enhanced monster skeleton demons had 8000 HP and my 1000-bladed arrows had a cooldown of 5 seconds, so it would take around a minute to kill them all. Of course, the 1000-bladed arrows couldn't cover over 100 monsters, so to really kill them all, it was impossible without spending 7 to 8 minutes fighting them. Zang, zang. The spears of the skeleton demons left marks on my armor, but the damage I received was minimized. It had to be said, with proper armor, at least it was much safer when I was killing monsters, but I still walked carefully, paying attention to my actions. The skeleton demons were led around by me like the tail of a comma and I was the dot bringing them around, killing them with the 1000-bladed arrows. After 10 minutes, I changed to the bloodthirsty spear and released an ice wind thorn. The cone-shaped ice pierced with a roar as the final skeleton demon collapsed to the ground, dropping a gold coin. There were a bunch of corpses in front of me, as well as glowing gold coins and equipment. I went forward with a smile and picked them all up. After spending 10 minutes, I received 200 gold coins and 4 pieces of high-level dark iron equipment. I couldn't help laughing as although these equipment weren't that great, at least I had the ability to grind out gold coins. Moreover, what made me the happiest was my leveling speed. I was level 34% of level 35 just half an hour ago, but now I was at 69%, which meant I had gone up 35%. This meant that by leveling on these powerful monsters, I could level up Ion around 2 hours. Of course, that was only because my level was low right now. When I reached around level 38, it wouldn't increase that much. The skeleton demons didn't respawn that fast and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. I had this leveling zone all to myself and during this time, I went from level 35 to level 37, which could be considered a very fast leveling speed. But when I was organizing my potions, I found that there weren't many monsters left. There was a roar from the distance and it was a corpse-eating ghost that poked its head out of the ground. Greedy Scavenger, normal monster. Level, 50. Attack, 420 to 550. Defense, 80. HP, 7000. Additional, plague attack, can contaminate a target with a kind of dark poison. I was a bit surprised, this corpse-eating ghost had such a high attack. There was a row of white teeth that was surrounded in rotten flesh, looking very fierce. This corpse-eating ghost was small, so running around, it looked very terrifying. Pa! I sent out an armor-piercing arrow which hit the corpse-eating ghost's head. The white light bloomed and there was a 1408 damage figure that appeared above the corpse-eating ghost's head. I laughed. Although this level 50 monster's attack was strong, its defenses really were minimal. However, before I could be happy, I saw the corpse-eating ghost that I had attacked wailed out and it acted like it was summoning something. Very soon, there was a large group of corpse-eating ghosts behind it. The corpse-eating ghosts were very quick, they were even faster than me. I was suddenly shocked, this situation suddenly became a bit dangerous. Shua. After releasing 1,000 blade arrows, I quickly moved backwards. I found that there were over 100 corpse-eating ghosts and they all looked terrifying. There was a greedy glow in their red eyes and it seemed like they were looking at me like a plate of braised meat. I secretly complained as I quickly moved through the tombstones. But one of the corpse-eating ghosts appeared in front of me and the rest of them quickly came forward like a wave. Damn, I was trapped. I couldn't block the teeth of the corpse-eating ghosts with just my level 30 bronze armor. I knew this, so I held up the bloodthirsty spear, releasing a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers at the corpse-eating ghost in front of me. I didn't stop as I charged through the gap towards the high slope, not forgetting to turn to release 1,000 blade arrow. Although it was like this, I was hit by the claws of the corpse-eating ghost several times, losing around 300 HP each time. With these strong attacks, I was close to being in danger several times. It was a good thing that my archer's dodge had activated at crucial moments, letting me climb the cliff safely with 3 misses. The night wind blew and my dark cloak flapped, but my heart was cold as I looked around. I was done for, I was completely trapped and there was a 10-meter high cliff behind me. Gee. The corpse-eating ghosts came forward as drool came from their sharp teeth. I kept complaining. I already heard that there were powerful dark creatures in the depths of the Hero Memorial Park, but I never thought I would meet them today. What I didn't expect even more was that these monsters had such a high attack that it was like having my flesh rotted when being touched, making me call out in pain. Shua. With another 1,000 blade arrows, more damage figures appeared among the corpse-eating ghosts, averaging around 800 damage each. However, when I was about to shoot my next 1,000 blade arrows, there were a few corpse-eating ghosts that charged forward. Their sharp claws flew through the air to land right on the armor at my chest. My HP dropped by half and I quickly took several steps back, but then I felt that there was nothing under me. I lost my balance and fell off the cliff. While flying through the air, I quickly swallowed a health potion. Putong. With a heavy sound, I landed on the ground. I was dizzy as I saw the damage figure above my head. 1124. I looked at my health and was scared. There was less than 300 HP left, I had almost died. Good fellow, truly dangerous. I touched my chest and out of fear, I swallowed another health potion. Looking up, I found the group of corpse-eating ghosts were on the edge of the cliff, glaring down at me. However, what made them helpless was that the system's rules made it so they couldn't fall off cliffs, otherwise they would have jumped down to rip me to pieces. I was very happy seeing this. The cliff's edge was raised, so there were several corpse-eating ghosts staring at me from the edge. I took a step forward and I was surprised to find that I was only 15 yards away, but the firing range of my arrows was 20 yards. With this joy, I took out the star-chasing bow and pulled the string back to release a rainbow-colored glow. Shua. With soft sounds, the corpse-eating ghosts received damage, but they couldn't move as they just stared at me. In less than half a minute, the ones in front fell to the ground and my experience increased. But this didn't last long. Although the monsters didn't have much intelligence, they still had some. Very soon, a large group of corpse-eating ghosts found a road down from the cliff and circled around. I was very miserable as I went around, using the 1,000 blade arrows to attract the corpse-eating ghosts while smoothly moving through the trees. I used the dexterity of the archer to move slightly away from the ghosts, but if I turned back to attack, I would be quickly caught. Like this, I made a decision. Forget it, I'll jump off the cliff again. I can take care of 30 corpse-eating ghosts at once, so I'll only have to jump 3 times. So, I followed a pattern as I jumped off the cliff again. Then I turned to use the 1,000-bladed arrows to kill the corpse-eating ghosts in front. As expected, the edge of the cliff was covered in sparkling gold coins and there was even equipment dropped among them, but I didn't have time to pick them up at all. The most important thing was to take care of the corpse-eating ghosts. Just like this, in the dark night filled with wind, a young soldier in black armor ran and jumped off the cliff with a group of fierce corpse-eating ghosts behind him. This person was having fun. After close to an hour, the corpse-eating ghosts all fell under my technique. When the last corpse-eating ghosts charged forward while brandishing its claws, I took out the bloodthirsty spear and released an ice wind thorn. The spear turned into a cone of ice as it hit the corpse-eating ghost, causing the blood of the corpse-eating ghost to fall onto the ice. Pang! When the ice cone shattered, the corpse-eating ghost also fell, dropping 2 gold coins and a piece of armor. While laughing, I found that I was already level 38, a very good number. I quickly went forward to collect all the gold coins, which was a total of 257. As for the equipment, there were 3 pieces of bronze armor and 4 pieces of black iron equipment. It seemed like the drop rate of high-grade armor isn't high, but the drop rate of low-grade dark iron armor was quite stable. Looking into the distance, I found that there was a dark green glow from the entrance of the tomb where I attracted these corpse-eating ghosts. Going forward, there was only this dark light and I didn't see any more of these corpse-eating ghosts. They must have been all killed by me. When I stepped onto the stairs into the tomb, I found that my minimap had changed. There was a system notification: you have entered the Tomb of Fear. The surroundings were very dim and there were a bunch of human skeletons piled in a corner. The walls were black like rotten flesh, making people want to vomit when they looked at them. It was even more terrifying than dark woods. It was no wonder this was called the Tomb of Fear. At this time, I found a dark figure walking in front of me. It was actually 2 skeletons wearing black armor who were patrolling. Tomb Guard, Elite Monster. Level, 50. Attack, 480 to 600. Defense, 200. HP 120,000. Additional, undead attack, causes 10% more damage to armor. Pa. I sent out an arrow and attracted one of the tomb guards. 986. The armor-piercing arrow was quite strong. The tomb guard let out a howl and charged forward with its sharp sword. It moved very fast and I gave up the idea of shooting arrows, which would have been seeking death. Shua. With a cold glow, the tomb guard's sharp sword slashed on my armor, dealing 542 damage to me. Damn, it's this strong. I was forced back several steps and was pushed against the ice-cold wall. As expected, the difference in levels was too much and this was an elite monster, so it seemed like it would be difficult to kill it. Pa. The bloodthirsty spear attacked twice with a red glow, making the tomb guard tremble. It dealt 546 and 621 damage at the same time, so it was considered alright. The tomb guard attacked very quickly and it attacked when I retreated. I couldn't avoid it in time and was hit with a slash, losing more than 500 HP. I gritted my teeth and immediately reversed the bloodthirsty spear, sending out an ice wind thorn. The ice danced and the tomb guard suddenly trembled as tiny bits of ice crystals congealed on it as its movement speed dropped by 62.5%. Of course, the reason for this number was because the 50% drop of the ice wind thorn with the frozen heart was increased by 25%. The decrease in movement speed only lasted 15 seconds, so I kept retreating while healing P and taking out the star-chasing bow, sending out the armor-piercing arrows. When the tomb guard recovered from the frost, I changed to the bloodthirsty spear to release the ice wind thorn. By continuing like this, I minimized my loss. It took me close to 5 minutes to take care of this elite monster that was hard to finish. My experience suddenly increased by 2% and although this tomb guard didn't drop equipment, it gave me 10 gold coins. I was feeling pleased as I picked up the gold coins. Looking over, there was another tomb guard that was charging over with his sword. Pa. There was pain that came from my chest as I was sent flying, hitting the wall and losing close to 1000 HP. I was a bit surprised. But then I realized that the tomb guard was an elite monster and it was level 55, so its attack had been increased by quite a bit. It was no wonder it could take this much HP from me. Pu. With a soft sound, the bloodthirsty spear released ice flowers like a dragon jumping out of the sea, suddenly hitting the tomb guard's chest. But I never thought that there would be a mist that would appear above the tomb guard's head. I was shocked. Damn, isn't this too much of a joke? Chila. There was pain in my arm as the attack from the tomb guard actually threw me out of the tomb. When I looked again, my HP had already been reduced to less than 1000. I quickly swallowed a health potion and used a heal on myself, only adding a pitiful 152 HP to myself. Compared to the heals from Purple Rhyme, it really was far from being able to compare, but at a critical moment, even a bit of HP was good. After all, there was a cooldown for using potions and I couldn't keep drinking potions without end, so it was good to add even a little bit. Gee. There was a terrifying roar that came out and the tomb guard had followed me out. Before it could attack, I attacked first and released an ice wind thorn. 1287. With more ice, this ice wind thorn worked and the tomb guard was slowed down by the ice. I quickly retreated and sent out the armor-piercing arrows, while also firing ice and fire arrows without hesitation. Anyway, I sent out all my skills that would deal damage, but how much damage it did was another story. This time was even harder. Just to kill this tomb guard, I spent over 20 health potions in just 10 minutes. When the bloodthirsty spear created a hole in its chest, I let out a sigh of relief. Voila! There were gold and silver coins that fell to the ground, but there was also a silver glowing ring that fell. I couldn't help being pleasantly surprised as I went forward to collect my spoils. There was no need to mention the gold coins, the silver ring actually swept my mind away. Blood-sucking ring, silver equipment ring. Strength, plus 15. Vitality, plus 12. Additional, for every close-range attack, it can absorb 3% of the damage as the user's HP. Required level, 40. Unidentified. Damn, it was actually a piece of lifesteal equipment. I was filled with joy. This lifesteal ring actually was this strong even though it was unidentified. It seems like I really was suited for close-range combat. After all, 3% wasn't a small number. This meant that if I dealt 1000 points of damage, I could heal 30 HP. This was equal to having a noob healer with me and I could level without healing myself. Feeling overjoyed, I immediately went deeper into the Tomb of Fear. Perhaps there would be more mysteries inside. So holding the bloodthirsty spear, I went into the Tomb of Fear again. This time there weren't any tomb guards blocking the way, and when I reached the next floor of the tomb, I found that there was a very spacious tomb inside. The corpse of the dead no longer existed here and there were corpse-eating ghosts wandering around. Evil Scavenger, Enhanced Monster. Level, 50. Attack, 450 to 580. Defense, 100. HP, 8000. Additional, Plague Attack, can induce a dark poison on target. I was stunned. These corpse-eating ghosts wandering the tomb were also enhanced. Their attacks had increased by 30 and their HP and defenses were also slightly higher. But to me, this didn't mean anything, this just meant their experience had increased. The corpse-eating ghosts in the room were rather spread out, so I used the star-chasing bow to draw one over. Then I changed to the bloodthirsty spear and a red light appeared from it, as I hit the corpse-eating ghost's chest with a sweeping away 1000 soldiers. 1204. 1185. The corpse-eating ghost's defense wasn't that good, it was already tattered at first contact. I quickly released an Icewind Thorn and I was too lazy to draw away to fight. After all, it was only a corpse-eating ghost and the bronze equipment that I had could block it. After a while, the corpse-eating ghost turned into experience and 3 gold coins. Picking up the gold coins, I looked up and found that in the center of the tomb not far away, there was a human soldier that was under a grey stone. He brandished his sword as he warily looked at the surrounding corpse-eating ghosts. In front of him was a gold-glowing ancient book that seemed to be keeping the surrounding corpse-eating ghosts from tearing him apart. I was a bit happy. It seems like there was experience to gain from here. I immediately went forward and cleared out the corpse-eating ghosts in front of me. When I appeared in front of the soldier, his hopeless eyes suddenly lit up with hope and he grabbed my hand. I was stunned. It can't be. This wasn't an inspection from a superior. Why did you need to act this familiar? At this time, the soldier opened his dry lips and said, "Adventurer who came from afar, can you help me with something?" There was no reason to not help, so I chose to accept. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest Tomb of Fear plot. Current difficulty, 375. Quest details. The Human Alliance's outstanding soldier Maso has been injured and there are many dangerous beings in this Tomb of Fear. You need to investigate the tomb and pay attention to the inscriptions inside the tomb. When you've found the 7th chapter of the inscriptions, you will find an evil spirit. Kill it and bring its walking stick to Maso. It seems like this quest could only be completed by killing a boss. I looked into the distance and found that there was a small and dark passage leading deeper into the tomb, but there were quite a few corpse-eating ghosts walking around along the way. The path of the quest was also the path of leveling. I immediately headed off. I couldn't display the might of my bow in a small space like this, so I changed to the bloodthirsty spear, using the sweeping away 1000 soldiers and the Icewind Thorn as soon as I came forward. The corpse-eating ghost at the entrance was rooted and it turned into gold coins and experience with a howl in less than a minute. I continued forward and this place was dark, but the red eyes of the corpse-eating ghosts told me their locations. I killed them one by one before slowly pushing forward. In less than 10 minutes, I had already killed 12 corpse-eating ghosts, but I also consumed quite a few potions. The 580 attack power of the corpse-eating ghosts couldn't be ignored and my defense still wasn't that good. If it was Ling Shui, that would have been better. Not only did Ling Shui have the Silver Strong Gale set, she also had the Broken Flame Shield. To be honest, these corpse-eating ghosts might not be able to break Ling Shui's defense. Suddenly I had an idea. Could Dragon Whisperers equip shields? Perhaps I should buy a trash shield and try it when I return to the city? At this time, I looked up to see faint glowing words on the wall in front of me. When I came close, I found that there was a magic array design on the wall, which was the inscription found inside this tomb for the quest. Of course, I couldn't understand these ancient words at all. I didn't know how many countries' ancient words were mixed, but there were a few that seemed like ancient Chinese words. When I touched the words, there was a ding-dong sound that rang in my ears. System notification, you have found 1 inscription, there are still 6 left. The quest was 1/7 of the way done. I continued forward and the corpse-eating ghosts along the way became experience points. I had to say that the experience from the monsters here really were good. The level 50 to level 55 corpse-eating ghosts only had 8000 HP, they weren't anything under my attack skills, but the gold and experience they dropped really made it hard to close the smile on my lips. Time passed bit by bit and soon it was 6 in the morning in real life, but I continued on the path in the tomb for a long time. I had already found 6 of the inscriptions, I would be able to find the final boss with just one more. I couldn't help feeling a little excited. I had met the Skeleton King at the end of the Netherworld Cavern who gave me a light flow sword. I had killed the Ancient Ghost General in the Ancient Ghost Tomb which had been complicated. Not only did it give me the dark gold purple wind ring and the roaring flame spear, it had even given me the hidden job Dragon Whisperer, but it also made my level return to 0. Just what kind of pleasant surprise would the boss in front of me give now? However, before I had time to solve this puzzle, I heard the voices of players from outside. Yee, big brother, there seems to be someone who was here. I was a bit surprised as I complained. There was always someone who interrupted at the last moment. I quickly moved back to the entrance of the tunnel to hide and found there were more than 10 players that had arrived. The one leading them was a level 42 berserker called Flying Fire. Flying Fire? I thought for a bit and suddenly remembered. Isn't this the brother who had supported our Shuiyu on the forums? Under the attack of Fated, this friend had come out to spit out quite a bit for our Shuiyu. Last time, when I killed the group of assassins from Fated, they were saying that they had piked some Flying Fire Link City. This Flying Fire Link City's boss seemed to be Flying Fire. I didn't make a sound and Flying Fire looked around before saying with a smile, it must be some expert who came here, otherwise it was impossible for the group of corpse-eating ghosts outside to be killed. This is also good, let's finish this quest and head back. Everyone is tired, let's rest early. A young person beside Flying Fire asked, Big brother, could it be that Fated's people were here doing the quest? We were just ambushed by them this afternoon and you were level 43. Flying Fire couldn't help revealing a faint smile as he said, so what if I lose a level, haven't you heard? The number 1 expert easily angered Bookworm fell down to level 0, but news spread tonight that he is already level 35? What kind of realm is this? You should learn from him. That young person laughed. Easily angered Bookworm really is good? He dared to fight Fated alone and only suffered that one time when he fell back to level 0, he made them suffer in all other fights. Our Flying Fire Link City lacks someone as talented as him. Flying Fire just laughed, don't belittle yourselves. There seems to be a NPC with a quest over there, let's take it together and finish the quest. Alright. The Flying Fire Link City players all came over and accepted the quest one by one, which was the same quest as me. And there was a line that appeared in my quest log. System notification, please take note, there are 14 players who have accepted this quest. Only the first 5 players who receive the walking stick can complete this quest. I was a bit surprised, there was actually competition for this quest, but there was another group who entered the Tomb of Fear at this time. Huh? The people of Flying Fire Link City are also here. The one leading them had an extravagant sword. He looked over the Flying Fire Link City people and revealed an arrogant stance. Flying Fire's face turned cold as he said, so the Bloodthirsty Guild also knows about the quest here. The one who came was the Bloodthirsty boss, Bloodthirsty World? In Sunset City Bloodthirsty World and Fated Madman were wearing the same pants, this was a matter that everyone knew. Flying Fire Link City was fighting Fated, so their relationship with Bloodthirsty wouldn't be that good. As expected, right after that, with a look from Bloodthirsty World, the 20 players under him scattered. They surrounded Flying Fire's group and both sides raised their weapons as they prepared to fight. I coldly watched everything happen in the hall. Bloodthirsty World, hey, this person wasn't a good thing. When I was trying to get the Dragon Whisperer job, if it wasn't for him leading Bloodthirsty to block Sword Flame, the girls from Shuiyu wouldn't have lost to Fated with the help of Sword Flame. Holding the Bloodthirsty spear, I laughed. I never thought that when I was about to sleep, there would be a performance for me. I looked at the levels of the players. The players of Flying Fire Link City were not bad, they were all above level 35, otherwise they wouldn't dare come to this Tomb of Fear. But the players of the Bloodthirsty Guild were more terrifying. The boss Bloodthirsty World was a level 45 swordsman and the rest of them were all level 40 players who had changed jobs. At least when it came to levels, Bloodthirsty had the advantage here. A player on the Flying Fire side said to Flying Fire in a low voice, Big brother, this situation is bad for us. We should retreat, or we will all be killed. Who knew that Flying Fire would say with a confident smile, if we kill some bloodthirsty scum, it's fine if we die. Brothers, what do you think? The Flying Fire Link City players all nodded in agreement as they revealed determined looks. I revealed a secret smile. This Flying Fire Link City was a pretty good team. But, I didn't dare go out yet. I had to keep calm or I might be the first player to die since the bloodthirsty people had higher levels than me. If several magicians threw intermediate level fireballs at me, I might not be able to stop them. The only chance I had now was to secretly kill the magicians and then kill Bloodthirsty's players one by one with the power of Flying Fire Link City. But Flying Fire Link City didn't know that I was hidden, so they all looked like soldiers at a dead end. A large fireball flying out was equal to the horn starting the battle. Flying Fire charged forward with his large axe and killed one of the enemy's clerics. Bloodthirsty World on the side used a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers on Flying Fire and took away half his HP. The two warriors fought each other and there was a clear disadvantage scene, which showed that Bloodthirsty World's equipment was the better of the two. The players of both sides came together and the 4 magicians of Bloodthirsty spread out. They shot fireballs from the back and almost every second round killed a flying Fire Link City player. While everyone was fighting, they didn't notice a dark figure quickly moving behind the Bloodthirsty guild. I took the star-chasing bow and shot out an armor-piercing arrow. With a beam of white light, it put a hole in the chest of a level 42 magician. He never thought that he would be ambushed and he didn't know what had happened even when he died. I didn't hesitate at all as I changed the mark of my bow, sending out a fire and ice arrow at another level 41 magician. The magician was shocked and quickly retreated, but he couldn't dodge the arrows. The fire arrow pierced the magic shield of the magician and after this shield brow, the ice arrow pierced the chest of the magician. Shua. With another white light, the second bloodthirsty magician returned to heaven. The other 2 magicians were stunned and before they understood what happened, I had charged forward. With a red glow, the bloodthirsty spear appeared in my hand and I sent out a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. 872. 764. The 2 figures appeared above the head of the right-hand magician and his eyes were wide opened as he fell down dead, even dropping his magic staff. The last level 44 magician of the Bloodthirsty Guild was shocked. He sent an ice arrow at my chest and decreased my move speed by 25%. Of course, the other side didn't know I had the frozen heart, so he thought that my move speed had decreased by the full 50%. With a quick move, the other side went to a set position and began chanting, but a figure suddenly appeared by him right after and the magician was shocked. Damn, how are you so fast? Pucci. With a glow from the bloodthirsty spear, an ice wind thorn fell onto the magician's shield. The level 44 magician's magic shield was considered quite good. The ice wind thorn only took away 800 HP. When this magician was swallowing HP potions and running away, I revealed a faint smile. Hua. With a glow, the star-chasing bow appeared and a fire arrow was sent out. 1102. The level 43 magician was unwilling as he fell down in shock. Damn, what kind of job is this? Bada. A pile of potions and a magician's leg armor fell to the ground. Suddenly the Bloodthirsty Guild's 4 strongest attack players had fallen. When Bloodthirsty World noticed what happened, it was already too late. His eyes turned red with rage as he said, Damn, who is so bold that you dare ambush our Bloodthirsty's people? I couldn't hide my name when I attacked, so I raised my Bloodthirsty spear and said with a faint smile, It's me. Bloodthirsty World was shocked before he angrily said, Damn. You're already level 38. Damn, all of you charge and take of this bastard easily angered bookworm for me. The response of the other side was greatly different. The Flying Fire Link City players all rubbed their eyes in disbelief before their boss Flying Fire raised his axe, breaking out in laughter. Brothers, we actually have a chance to fight with Shueyu's easily angered bookworm? Kill all these bloodthirsty guild idiots. Flying Fire Link City fought back and their swordsmen cut down the stunned assassins of Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty World charged forward with his sword and behind him were 4 swordsmen and 2 assassins. The worst thing was that when assassins charged, their move speed had increased by 50%, attacking with lightning speed. I sent an ice arrow to slow down one assassin and with an armor-piercing arrow, it was an instant kill with the terrifying attack of the star-chasing bow. The other assassin had already reached me and the dagger with a cold glow stabbed at my neck. My heart sunk, but I suddenly moved back to avoid the dagger while taking out my bloodthirsty spear. Before the assassin could react, I sent out an ice wind thorn. Shua. The ice danced in the air and this level 42 assassin was covered in a layer of frost as his HP fell by half. I immediately attacked another swordsman, sending out a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. I didn't think that the assassin would react so quick that he would stop, quickly sending his dagger to stab at my armor. Kang. 542. I felt the pain and without any hesitation, I sent my spear back to stab the back of the assassin. He lost his balance and never thought that I would attack from a corner. I took advantage of this to move past him and with a normal attack from the bloodthirsty spear, he was sent back to the city. At the same time, I felt pain once again. Hong. Bloodthirsty World slashed down on me and of the 1,500 HP that I had left, there was less than 800 HP left. I quickly swallowed a HP potion and flew back. I had to wait for my skill cooldowns, or I would die from being ganged up on by the other side. Bloodthirsty World gave a cold snort and used a skill. His body was covered in a blood-red glow as he caught up. His speed wasn't less than that of an assassin. I was a bit surprised, but there was a combat notification. Player Bloodthirsty World has used the skill Bloodlust. His attack speed and move speed has increased by 50%. This will last for 30 seconds. This really was bad. Gudong. After drinking another potion, my HP recovered to around 1,500. I immediately turned around and fired an ice arrow with the star-chasing bow, hitting Bloodthirsty World in the chest. Bloodthirsty World's speed decreased, but his sword still fell onto my shoulder. With a kang sound, I was nearly forced to my knees. I supported myself with the Bloodthirsty spear in my pain as I grabbed Bloodthirsty World's sword with one hand. I swept out with my leg and actually made an attack. Putong. Bloodthirsty World never would have thought that this unusual attack would appear in this game and was knocked down. I looked around and found that there weren't any bricks around at all, so I directly stabbed the Bloodthirsty spear into Bloodthirsty World's chest. The Bloodthirsty players didn't follow as they watched me destroy their boss, but my attack didn't kill Bloodthirsty World, which I also knew. I immediately ran off and drank another HP potion. In less than 3 seconds, Bloodthirsty World stood up again with a look of shame and rage. He held his sword as he sent out a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and a ground-splitting slash. I was shocked and it was impossible to dodge this, so there was only one path to take. Facing the enemy, the bloodthirsty spear bloomed with light and I sent out 3 attacks, sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. 678. 864. While also using battle energy to use the Icewind Thorn. 1702. The natural heal came down on my chest. After the clash, I was already at a sliver of health, only having 42 HP left. If it wasn't for the natural heal, I would have definitely died. Bloodthirsty World wasn't that lucky. With my 3 attacks and the Icewind Thorn with battle energy dealing over 1,700 points of damage, he had lost over 3,200 HP. Bloodthirsty World was dead without a doubt and he dropped his sword. The bloodthirsty swordsmen were shocked before charging forward with angry roars. I quickly grabbed the sword Bloodthirsty World dropped and ran out the Tomb of Fear without even looking back while chugging health potions. There were only 4 swordsmen on the other side. I wouldn't put them in my eyes if I was at full HP. The bloodthirsty swordsmen angrily charged forward, recklessly chasing me into the tomb. In the end, they were brought around the Hero Memorial Park by me and my HP was fully healed. Only then did I turn around and send out an ice arrow. Pa! A level 44 swordsman was covered in frost and with a look of shock, my armor-piercing arrow and fire arrow had been shot out. With 2 sounds, half of the swordsman's HP had dropped. He was considered smart and moved back to swallow health potions. But I quickly ran around the defenses of the other side. What a joke! Could the speed of the swordsman keep up with the speed of a focused job like the archer? Holding the bloodthirsty spear, I caught the half HP swordsman. With a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and an Icewind Thorn to create a hole in his body, there was a burst of white light as countless potions were dropped. Pa, pa, pa. There was a bit of pain from my shoulder, as I was cut several times by the swordsman of the other side. The effects of a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers on a close-range combat job at the same level wasn't really that effective. If I was an archer, I might have died, but it was impossible now. After killing one of the swordsmen, I ran off again. I was filling up my HP while waiting for the cooldowns for my skills. The 3 swordsmen wanted to die. I was clearly playing with them, but they couldn't deal with me at all. When I killed another level 42 swordsman, the other 2 finally understood and took out city return scrolls. I didn't stop them. After killing quite a few people, my sin value was rather high, so I didn't want to keep killing people. When I returned to the Tomb of Fear, I found that the battle was already over. Of the 21 bloodthirsty players, I had killed 9 of them and scared off 2 of them. The remaining 10 were killed by Flying Fire Link City. But it was clear that Flying Fire Link City also suffered heavy losses, as there were only 7 people left of the original 14. Seeing me come back with my red name, Flying Fire came forward with a smile. Hello, I am Flying Fire. I am the master of Flying Fire Link City. I'm very happy that I could fight with you. I revealed a smile. No need to be polite. It was a good thing that I had your help that I could take revenge on Bloodthirsty World. Flying Fire said with a smile, Brother Bookworm, the situation in Sunset City is very clear. Fated and Bloodthirsty are clearly together and they are trying to take over Sunset City. How are you planning on dealing with them? I thought for a bit before saying with a smile, I will resist those 2 guilds with Shuiyu. I don't know what ideas you have. If possible, are you willing to join Shuiyu? Of course, there aren't any benefits to joining Shuiyu, it's just having some friends to fight with. Flying Fire immediately revealed a look of yearning as he said with a smile, that would be great. I was afraid that Shuiyu's threshold was too high that you wouldn't be willing to take a small guild like our Flying Fire Link City. I couldn't help smiling. How could that be? Flying Fire Link City, how many people do you have? Flying Fire thought for a bit before saying, there's a total of 250 players above level 30 right now. I will keep recruiting more people. If Shuiyu is willing, I will lead all these people to join. I can't guarantee anything, but I can promise that when charging forth, we definitely will not falter. I was surprised. This Flying Fire Link was a force that couldn't be looked down on. I would help Shuiyu recruit some forces today. I looked at Flying Fire with a smile. Brother, since you've decided to join our Shuiyu, then I'll give an introduction first. I am one of the 7 members of Shuiyu, Bookworm, who is also a staff hired by Gentle Breeze Embracing the Moon and Gentle Breeze Flying Snow. Right now I am a player that is hunting down gold coins and equipment. Flying Fire revealed a faint smile and awkwardly said, my level isn't low and my equipment is good, it's a set of silver equipment. I haven't joined a guild yet and wanted to avoid PK while leveling, but we couldn't stay in the beginner village anymore, so I decided to bring my brothers out to Sunset City. To be honest, we can be considered experts of 3 withouts as we're without equipment, skills, and money. I'm quite happy and open, but I'm not considered good and a natural coward. I can't even fight after being piked out in the wild. I belong to the harmless type in Spirit of Grief and Moon Monochrome. I laughed. Honest enough? Then, welcome to Shuiyu. I represent the leaders of Shuiyu to welcome you. When we get a guild establishment token or buy one, just bring your Flying Fire Link City brothers to join. After saying this, I sent a friend request. Flying Fire was overwhelmed as he accepted this friend request and quickly turned to give introductions. These are my brothers, they're friends who have been through many games with me. I nodded and said with a smile, hello everyone. In the battle against Bloodthirsty, I have to thank everyone for their help. Everyone nodded. Boss Bookworm is too polite. I was surprised, as my status had been unknowingly raised. Flying Fire gave a low laugh. Boss Bookworm, tell the brothers, are Gentle Breeze embracing the moon and Gentle Breeze flying snow really twins? I said with a faint smile. Why? Flying Fire laughed. It's nothing, just wanted to ask. They are called the Chinese server's #1 beauties. If our Flying Fire Link City can work for them, our face will be glowing. I immediately understood. This, naturally you'll find out in the future. After this was over, I turned to look at the path. Since everyone is here to finish the Tomb of Fear quest, then let's do it together. It's getting late and we should sleep early, but it seems like it'll take a while to take care of this red name. Flying Fire also had a red name, but he laughed without caring. It's fine. Boss, you could fall to level 0 and still come back. We can't draw back, otherwise wouldn't we bring shame to Shuiyu's name in Sunset City? I smiled. Does Shuiyu have this much fame in Sunset City? Flying Fire said with a smile. Naturally, not mentioning Sunset City, even in the 8 secondary cities of the Chinese server, Shuiyu's fame has reached the sky. With the #1 beauty mage and the #1 beauty swordswoman, as well as the mysterious expert easily angered bookworm, while also having the famous sword flame join them, Shuiyu's name has spread across the world. In Sunset City, there is only Shuiyu who can contain fated and bloodthirsty, which is why us brothers really want to join Shuiyu. I was stunned. I never thought that Shuiyu's fame had soared. But it was no wonder that Ling Yu and Ling Xue, who were the flags of Shuiyu, had their screenshots shared on the forum. These two beauties that made people suffocate had great advertising effect. The influence beauties had really was terrifying. So I created a party and brought Flying Fire Link City's 7 people into the party before entering the Tomb of Fear. Flying Fire said to the level 37 cleric, follow along and pay attention to healing Boss Bookworm, don't let him die. Like this, the difficulty in completing the quest was reduced by a bit. We passed by the corpses of the corpse-eating ghosts which stunned the players from Flying Fire Link City. After all, these ghosts were over level 50, it was a level the Flying Fire Link City players couldn't see at all. A level 38 player like me had come here alone, this was already enough to make others surprised. With Flying Fire, we cut down the remaining corpse-eating ghosts and finally came to the final inscription. After everyone looked at it, there was a sound from the wall in front of us as a blue light screen gradually appeared on the ice-cold black wall, spreading light all around. The berserkers who took the lead were stunned. I revealed a faint smile and walked in, with light appearing in front of me. I appeared in a small and narrow space and there was a white figure congealing in front of me. With a sound, the people from Flying Fire Link City came in. Seeing the white figure, Flying Fire said in a surprised voice, "This is the boss we have to kill." As soon as his voice fell, the figure had taken form, which was a mage with a white robe and a staff. What made people surprised was that the face of the white-robed mage had withered. Only when the black and white eyes turned did people realize that it was a living being. Evil Light Mage Rumen, Silver Grade Boss. Level, 55. Magic Attack, 420 to 550. Defense, 120. HP, 150,000. Additional, once a light mage, in order to pursue power, he degenerated his soul in hopes that he could use his conscience to exchange for powerful dark abilities. Additional skill, Light Sacred Judgment, Dark Discipline. I immediately sent the stats into the party chat and Flying Fire's group took a cold breath. They had never met a boss of this level before, but I was looking confident. Even the Dark Gold Ancient Ghost General had fallen at my hands, this silver boss was considered nothing. So I gave an order, this mage only has 150,000 HP, so the close combat players will surround it while the cleric will heal. The close combat players charged forward, raising their swords and axes to cut down the HP of the boss. But this silver mage boss wouldn't just sit there. He raised his staff and chanted an obscure chant as several black beams of light rained down, covering 3 swordsmen who charged forward. Combat notification, please note, the evil light mage Rumen has used the skill Dark Discipline. PU. With 3 sounds, there were damage figures that appeared above their heads, 1569, 1784, 2403. The level 35 swordsman on the right couldn't take the 2,403 points of damage and turned into white light as he returned to the city. It was a good thing he didn't have a red name or he would have lost more levels. Flying Fire was stunned. Damn. This boss is actually this strong. I revealed a faint smile and used a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers with my bloodthirsty spear. At times like this, normal attacks were more powerful. With 2 pang sounds, the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers did over 2,000 damage. Then with an Icewind Thorn, the ice energy formed a giant ice cone. The blue light surprised the surrounding players as they all revealed looks of yearning. Hong. 1804. The Icewind Thorn not only looked good, its attacks also made everyone's eyes open wide. Flying Fire asked, "Boss, where did this move come from?" I swung the spear at the boss staff and said with a smile, "It's a skill like that of the swordsman, a physical attack skill, can't you tell?" Flying Fire was shocked. "Aren't you an archer? When did you become a close-range combat player?" I laughed and opened my status, revealing the green beginner dragon whisperer in green under my name. It's a hidden job." Flying Fire and the surrounding players had their chins drop before he muttered, "It's no wonder you're this strong. Boss Bookworm, if our brothers follow you, they definitely will get good things." I laughed. It isn't following me, it's following Gentle Breeze embracing the moon and Gentle Breeze flying snow. They are the owners of Shuiyu. I am just a general under them and following them. Everyone will get good things. Ha, ha. Flying Fire's group revealed happy looks. At this time, the boss threw out a fireball and brandished its staff again, releasing a holy glow this time that suddenly spread all around. I felt pain as my HP dropped by close to 1000. Combat notification, Evil Light Mage Ruman has used the skill Light Sacred Judgment. It has dealt 984 points of damage to you, Shua, Shua. With 2 beams of white light, the mage and the cleric behind us had been instantly killed. The berserkers and swordsmen all looked bad as their HP had fallen by more than half, so they quickly swallowed health pots. I commanded with a smile, you guys go back and heal up, I'll fight it for now. The 4 close combat players retreated. Only Flying Fire followed me to continue attacking while drinking potions. It was a good thing this magic boss didn't have too much HP, so it had fallen by half after our group wildly attacked it. I looked up and said, there should be a cooldown between each light sacred judgment. If we can grasp this, there's no need for anyone else to die. Flying Fire nodded. In less than 2 minutes, the 4 close combat players left again and I had consumed most of the health potions I had. This boss high 550 magic attack wasn't a joke and it took out close to 1000 HP from me each time. It was a good thing that sweeping away 1000 soldiers had a 50% chance of disrupting the target's spells, so with me and Flying Fire attacking in waves, it didn't have many chances to attack. After a few minutes, there was another dark discipline and there was another white light as a weakened swordsman was killed. At the same time, the bloodthirsty spear in my hand released a red glow and I used another sweeping away 1000 soldiers. The boss with a sliver of health gave a wail and slowly fell down. But it didn't die. It released a strange red glow after falling and disappeared into the air. Ding. System notification, congratulations, your party has defeated the silver boss Evil Light Mage Ruman. You have obtained 75,000 experience and 250 prestige. There was a sparkling helmet and there were 5 staffs on the side, 1 for each person in our team. But the players of Flying Fire Link City didn't go up. Flying Fire said with a smile, boss, go and see what it is. I nodded with a smile and picked up the helmet and staff. Putting the staff aside for the quest, I threw the helmet over to Flying Fire as I said with a smile, you can split this, I just want to complete the quest. I didn't even look at the stats of the helmet as I threw it to Flying Fire. This would show the generosity of one of Shuiyu's core players and on the other hand, it was a silver boss, so it could only drop a silver helmet. Actually I didn't care at all since it wasn't a set. If I were to change the bronze set that I was wearing and lost the effect, it wouldn't be worth it. Flying Fire was touched. He looked at the silver helmet in his hand and excitedly said, Boss Bookworm, you can also use this helmet. I said with a smile, no need, you keep it. I'm going to turn in the quest and get rid of my red name, you and your brothers should sleep early. Flying Fire gave a strong nod, thanks boss. I turned and felt a bit embarrassed. Using a silver helmet to buy their hearts, this was a bit too cheap. I came to the main hall where the injured soldier was lying and when I handed over the quest staff, he said in a very happy voice, brave warrior, you have defeated that evil mage, this is great. This is your reward. Author's note, Leaf is already numb to quest reward notifications. Everyone should be numb by looking at them. Ding. System notification, you have completed the quest Tomb of Fear plot. You have obtained 300,000 experience, 200 gold coins, 500 prestige, and the reward Whirlwind Slash. Whirlwind Slash? I happily looked to find the skill book in my inventory. Whirlwind Slash uses violent wind energy to create a strong attack, dealing 120%, 180% damage to a single target and 50%, 80% damage to the hostile units around the main target. Required job? Required level, 35. Although the Whirlwind Slash didn't show which job was required, I could see the words can learn on it, so I immediately chose to use it and this skill appeared on my skill panel. Whirlwind Slash, beginner experience 0/10,000. Cost 20 MP. I was filled with joy. I had another active skill and I had become stronger again. Exiting the Tomb of Fear, I chose a skeleton demon and came forward to use the Whirlwind Slash. My spear turned created several gusts of wind with a white glow that hit the chest of the skeleton demon. 1782. This high damage figure stunned me. Then with another sweeping away 1000 soldiers and an icewind thorn, with these 3 hits, the skeleton demon's HP emptied and I gained experience after this series of attacks. Looking at the time, it was already 6 in the morning. However, my name was still red, which was the lesson of blood. Piking felt good, but you had to kill monsters to return that feeling. I chose the level 50 skeleton demons to level on. At dawn, there were no players that came to level and the people of Flying Fire Link City were out of supplies, so they returned to the city. There was only me who was in this tomb running around, aggroing a large amount of skeleton demons. With my current stats, my level 38 bow dealt 552 to 668 damage, so it was quite easy killing the skeleton demons. It took 7 to 8,000 blade arrows to kill a single skeleton demon. Although the experience of the skeleton demons with higher levels than me weren't much, it was quite a bit when there were many of them. I could basically level with each 2 hours that passed. At 8 in the morning, the girls of the studio finally logged in. After greeting them, they went to level and I continued killing monsters. When it was close to 10, when I don't know how many skeleton demons I had already killed, I finally reached level 40. There was a system notification. Ding. System notification, you have reached the requirement to promote your job. Please go visit Sunset City's Master Hidden Dragon to receive your job change quest. I was surprised. Master Hidden Dragon? Why have I never heard of him before? So I immediately returned to Sunset City. There was already the sounds of players shouting out to sell their items. Looking into my inventory, there were only a few bronze items and scattered equipment. But I was happy about the finely made blood-sucking ring in the corner and I immediately headed to the appraiser. When I put the blood-sucking ring on the table, the appraiser looked at it and calmly said, 20 gold coins. Blood-sucking ring, silver equipment, ring. Strength, plus 15. Vitality, plus 12. Additional, for every close range attack, it can absorb 3% of the damage as the user's HP. Required level, 40. Unidentified. Looking at the stats of the ring again, I confirmed that it was worth it. I happily handed the gold coins over since I had quite a bit anyway, so I didn't care about this bit. The appraised waved a hand and with a flash of silver light, a blood-red glow appeared around the blood-sucking ring. Blood-sucking ring, silver equipment, ring. Strength, plus 25. Vitality, plus 21. Additional, for every close range attack, it can absorb 4% of the damage as the user's HP. Required level, 40. Seeing the stats of the ring, I couldn't help breaking out in laughter. Although it couldn't compare to Ling Xue's dark gold purple wind ring, it was still quite strong, especially the additional 4% lifesteal effect. This already greatly increased my effectiveness when it came to leveling in the future. I immediately equipped the ring. Like this, my stats would definitely increase again. Easily angered bookworm, beginner dragon whisperer. Level, 40. HP, 2760. Attack, 392 to 520. Spear, 594 to 710. Bow. Defense, 490. Prestige, 16,391. Luck, 0. Dragon Whisperers had a 10-star vitality growth rate, so the 21 points of vitality added 210 HP to me, while the 25 points of strength increased my damage by 30 points. Although I was only level 40, my max damage had already reached 710, which was a very terrifying situation. As far as I knew, Ling Xue only had 600 attack power at level 45 and that was equipped with the Light Flow Sword. If I had the Dark Gold Roaring Flame Spear, my attack would be greatly increased. Thinking about it, I had to see if I should complete the quest or not. After all, Dragon Whisperer was a hidden job and I didn't know where the job instructor was right now, so I just practiced like a fly without a head. I believed that after I found the job instructor, I would get some broken job skills. So I immediately wandered around Sunset City, but I was disappointed. After wandering for around an hour, searching all of the second-level main city's stores, I didn't find anything about the NPC called Master Hidden Dragon. Feeling helpless, I could only log out. Taking off the helmet, I felt the hunger that came from staying up all night. I went into the living room and found something to fill my stomach. I put a piece of paper on the door that read "Call me for dinner" before entering the room to sleep. In my dream, I was standing at an intersection in the city, looking into the distance vacantly. I didn't know where to go, I just saw the indifference of people in my eyes. When that time came, there was suddenly someone who pulled my sleeve. It was a beautiful young girl who was around 17 to 18. She looked at me with wide eyes and a smile as she asked, "Hey, what are you thinking?" I looked down to see the girl wearing a wool coat and a white dress shirt with a red tie that was being held up by her impressive mounds. She was wearing a tight-fitting pink skirt underneath. This if it wasn't Ling Xue, who would it be? I quickly took Ling Xue's hand and said, "Ling Xue, is it really you?" Ling Xue didn't say anything as she revealed a faint smile. I was stunned. Was this a dream? I pinched myself and felt nothing. It really was a dream. Since it was a dream, there shouldn't be a problem teasing her a bit, right? Seeing the proud chest of this little beauty, I slowly reached out my hand. Softly touching it, it really was soft and tall, with a shocking elastic feeling to it. Ling Xue's eyes opened wide as she looked at me, but she said nothing. At this time, dong, dong. There was knocking at the door that woke me up. I heard Ling Xue's voice coming from outside. "Hey, little fool, get up and come eat dinner." I rubbed my eyes and felt a bit of regret. If it was a few minutes more, I could have felt it. I put on my clothes and when I opened the door, I saw Ling Xue standing there. She was holding a cup and it was filled with an orange-colored fruit juice. Looking at me in surprise, Ling Xue pursed her lips. "Why are you panting? Is sleeping something very tiring?" I revealed an awkward smile. If Ling Xue knew about my dream, she might throw me off the building. At this time, Ling Xue pulled my sleeve and said with a smile, "Come and take a look, there's something fun here." I was surprised. I found that there was a bottle of ink on the coffee table outside and the girls of Shuiyu were gathered around it. Being pulled over by Ling Xue, I found that it was Rainfall who was painting. "This what are you doing?" "Calligraphy," I said in a surprised voice. Ziyu said with smile, "Bookworm? Che, we are bringing culture to the studio." After saying this, Ziyu came forward and wrote a few large lines, "Do it yourself, have enough food and clothing." I was speechless. I looked at Ling Yu crossing her arms at her chest and took a meaningful look. Ziyu's writing wasn't considered good, but she still excitedly asked me, "Bookworm, what do you think?" I said. I remember that when I lived in my hometown, when the ducks came out of the mud and wagged their tails on the ground, it looked just like this. Ziyu's face turned red. Woo, woo. I practiced for several days. Summer looked at Ling Yu and said with a smile, Director Ling hasn't said anything. You must have some skills, want to give it a try. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile. All right. It had to be said. Ling Yu had the style of a big family. She looked dignified holding the brush. With a wave of the brush she wrote sharing hardships on the paper. Her writing technique was quite good, there weren't any mistakes. The girls all praised it. Ling Yu came from a distinguished family. It was no wonder she was good at calligraphy. I said, not bad, not bad. But I never thought that I would bring the fire to myself. Summer immediately shouted, Bookworm, since you are a scholar, I want to see your calligraphy. I said, it's not good to shock you. Don't be polite, come. Actually I wasn't being polite. When I finished writing, everyone was stunned. Ling Shui muttered, this little fool, I never thought that your calligraphy really would be this good. On the tea table, there was a line of words, Shui Yu forever, conquering the world. Actually this was filled with flattery, but I really did think this. Ling Yu and Ling Shui were the soul of Shui Yu, and as a member, I really hoped that this studio could continue because everyone's dreams were here, which was to conquer the world. Ling Yu was very touched. She looked at me and asked in a meaningful voice, Bookworm, can our Shui Yu really conquer the world? I nodded with a smile, as long as everyone works together, I believe we can. Ling Yu pursed her lips into a faint smile, all right, I will hang up your words. We'll hang it up in our living room and treat it as our Shui Yu slogan and goal. None of the girls rejected this and I was very flattered. Ling Shui wanted to try writing, but after writing just a single word, her face turned red and she quickly crushed the paper. No, I'll write it again. Everyone waited, but Ling Shui had crumpled her writing 8 times in the end. Finally she explained to everyone with a red face, I'm not writing anymore. I'm hungry, I'm not feeling well. Everyone was speechless. So we began having dinner. Drinking the winter melon soup that Bing Cha made, I asked, in your time in Sunset City, have you ever heard of an NPC called Master Hidden Dragon? Ling Yu asked with a smile, what? You need to find this NPC for a quest. I nodded, I'm already level 40, I need to do my job promotion quest, so I have to find this quest NPC. Ling Shui revealed a smile, I never heard of it. Forget it, I'll search the web myself later. After we were full, the girls of the studio played in the living room while I returned to my room to surf the web. I searched Master Hidden Dragon on the official forum, but I received the prompt, no results found. My heart sunk, could it be that no one had seen this NPC before? There was no other way, I could only surf the forum and see if I could find anything. The Spirit of Grief forum was still as hot as before and the Chinese server level ranking was on it. One gentle breeze embracing the moon. Level 51. Magician. 2 sword flame ghost fire. Level 50. Dark magician. 3 delicate rice fragrance. Level 49. Soul magician. 4 battle soul defying heaven. Level 48. Berserker. 5 hell flames. Level 48. Gale warrior. 6 battle soul drifting wind. Level 48. Magician. 7 battle soul iron wing. Level 47. Magician. 8 wind cloud decision. Level 47. Magician. 9 lone grave. Level 47. Berserker. 10 fleeting time. Level 47. Archer. While I was wildly leveling, the others weren't idle, especially Ling Yu whose speed was quite fast. What people saw was that she was first in the Chinese server and second in the world. I didn't know where I ranked at level 40, I couldn't find myself at all. But with my superior leveling abilities, in the next few days, it wasn't impossible for me to return to the Chinese server level rankings. There was a flaming war going on the forums and the saliva weapons never stopped. When I opened the Sunset City forum, I saw that Shui Yu, Bloodthirsty, and Fated took up half the posts. As for the rest of the posts, they were about beauties. Ling Yu and Ling Shui became the representatives for Sunset City and all the people were drooling over these 2 twins. As the matter of my falling down to level 0 and gradually returning, there were few posts. But when the matter of my piking Fated Bloodthirsters group of assassins and when the video of me piking Bloodthirsty Worlds group came online, a level 38 player killing 9 players that had their job promotion, what kind of concept was that? Instantly, it was the talk of the town and many people called it the return of the king. I revealed a faint smile and kept reading. The rest were all different gossip. Like a cleric who had been surrounded by men when leveling, opening up a room looking for a husband. Then there was someone looking for a girlfriend online, but he was caught by other players and robbed of all his bronze equipment. After reading for half an hour, I finally found a valuable piece of news in a corner. There was a post that a noob player had sent, can the names of NPCs change? The post only had several dozen views. Everyone was interested in beauties, no one cared about questions. So I quickly opened it and found the content of the post. I went behind the weapon shop in the south of Sunset City and found an NPC named Wandering Poet Darwin, but every hour, there would be a minute where the name would become transparent. I don't know what is going on, is there something wrong with the game? Faced with the question of this noob, there was no one who could reply. I calculated in my heart. A NPC that could change names, could it be the person I was looking for? I immediately logged on and appeared at the Eastern Gate Square. After getting my supplies and fixing my equipment, I headed to the southern part of Sunset City. 10 minutes later, I rushed to the south of Sunset City. I opened the map and found the position of the weapon shop, directly heading there. On the side of the road, a couple looked at me and the girl said, "Look at how handsome that person's black armor is. Then look at you, you look like a nanny." The man was a cleric, so he said in an aggrieved voice, "You said that your chest was too small, so I chose the nanny job to make up for you and now you're blaming me." The girl flipped out and said in a spoiled voice, "Keep talking, when did I say I was small? Humph? No matter what you say, you won't get anything tonight." I broke out in a cold sweat when I heard this. What a valiant girl. Coming behind the weapon shop, I saw a furnace burning and two barebacked blacksmiths hitting their iron, as the sweat dripped down their strong muscles. At this time, there was an old man in rags and using a cane that came over. He begged one of the blacksmiths, "Master, please give me something to eat. It's already been 2 days since I've last eaten." The blacksmith raised a thick brow and said, "Go, go, go. Do you have any copper? If not, go away." The old man's face turned dark and he leaned against a tree on the side, giving a long sigh. There was a name above the old man's head that said, "Wandering Poet Darwin?" Wasn't this who I was looking for? I was filled with joy and immediately came over to say to the wandering poet, "Are you, Master Hidden Dragon?" The wandering poet was surprised. He looked at me and said in a weak voice, "Little brother, can you give me something to eat?" Eat? I was surprised. I had potions that one could drink, but I've never heard of food before, so I asked, "Where is the food? I'll get some for you." The wandering poet swallowed his saliva before saying, "The West Side's widow Wong has opened a new chicken store. Can you buy me some roasted chicken?" I nodded and immediately turned to leave. I came to the West Street and after going around a few bends, I found a store that was overflowing with fragrance. I came forward and said, "I want to buy your things." The boss lady said with a smile, "What does this customer want to buy? Please choose for yourself." After saying this, there was a list that opened in my system's interface. Wild wolf meat bun, 10 gold coins. Roasted chicken, 100 gold coins. Yellow fish soup, 200 gold coins. Damn, a roasted chicken actually cost 100 gold coins. This quest really did make me bleed. I looked at my inventory. I still had 2,200 gold coins. I earned quite a bit from killing mobs these days and now the exchange rate for gold coins was dropping as players leveled up, so now it was only 2.5 RMB per 1 gold coin, so I was too lazy to exchange them. It was better to sell equipment. Earning gold coins for money was too low level. It was hard work for a small studio. I bought a roasted chicken and spent 100 gold coins. When I gave the roasted chicken to the wandering poet, he immediately revealed a smile. "Young man, you have a good heart." I was surprised. Kindness, this was something that I already had. Although everyone called this a fool's trait, when I saw the beggars on the street, I couldn't help tossing them a few cents. When I spoke to the wandering poet again, he held his left leg and said, "Last time I was at the Adventurers Guild, I was hit by a villain. Can you help me teach him a lesson?" There was no quest prompt, so I could only go to the Adventurers Guild on his word. Sunset City's Adventurers Guild was very busy. Not only were there players waiting for quests here, it was clear that most of the quests in Sunset City had been taken. It was hard to take another quest. But the first floor of the Adventurers Guild didn't have the villain I was looking for and because I didn't have any quest prompts, there were quite a few players that looked at me in surprise. After all, I was holding a red spear and wearing a set of black armor, which made me very conspicuous. Although I hid my name, as long as there was a player that was 5 levels higher than me, they could see my name and job. It was a good thing there weren't any experts over level 45 here. I came to the second floor and I saw an NPC in front of me whose name slowly turned red. They were called Swordsman Moss. I couldn't help being surprised. The villain the wandering poet mentioned was actually this person. Moss looked at me and angrily said, "Kid, you are the goon that bastard wandering poet Darwin sent?" Ha, ha, he really is an idiot. He actually sent a brat who still stinks of breast milk. I laughed. With my star eyes, Moss stats were all revealed. Swordsman Moss, Elite NPC. Level, 50. Attack, 450 to 570. Defense, 150. HP, 15,000. Additional, high-level swordsmanship. At this time, Moss gave a roar and raised the sword in his hands to charge forward. That giant sword directly broke through my defenses. 876. This high physical attack made me take a few steps forward as I couldn't help being surprised. I quickly moved, but Moss chased after me. I turned to use an ice wind thorn, as the bloodthirsty spear released an ice blue glow to stab Moss' chest. Puchy. With a dull sound, there was an 890 that appeared about Moss' head. It's still good. I immediately swallowed a health potion before swinging with the bloodthirsty spear. After 2 sweeps, I used the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers to deal 1,300 damage to Moss. He was knocked back, but he didn't fear at all as he once again raised the sword in his hand to charge. I revealed a faint smile and swept out with my spear, creating a gust of wind. When Moss hit the ground, the bloodthirsty spear had already sent out a whirlwind slash. Pang. The spear hit Moss' armor and Moss was once again knocked back, slamming into the wall that was behind him. Moss was already affected by the ice wind thorn, so I wasn't in a rush to attack. I took 2 steps back and quickly changed to the star-chasing bow, sending out an ice arrow and an armor-piercing arrow. There were bursts of light that came from Moss' armor one by one. Moss was fighting like a beast, swinging out with the sword in his hand. Light suddenly exploded as he used the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. Kang, Kang. 721. 689. 774. With 3 consecutive attacks, my HP bar dropped empty. I was covered in cold sweat and quickly moved back to heal. Moss didn't plan on stopping as he kept approaching. There was a green light that covered the giant's sword in his hand, and when he swept out with it, I found that I couldn't move. My body was frozen and I immediately felt that I would die. Ding. System notification, Swordsman Moss has used the skill blocking edge on you, but your skill dodge has activated and negated all the damage. There was a large mist that appeared above my head. I almost fainted from fear. I nearly thought that I would drop back down to level 39. Moss was a bit slow after using his skill, so I quickly retreated. I sent out another 2 ice arrows before using a cure on myself. Very soon, my HP had returned to half, but Moss couldn't heal and was already at a third of his HP. With 2 more armor-piercing arrows, he was left with only a sliver of HP. When Moss was about to charge forward, I chose to charge forward, sending out the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and the Icewind Thorn. 2 seconds later, my cooldown finished and I released my third whirlwind/skill. With the wind and snow, Moss' final sliver of HP disappeared. Ding. System notification, congratulations, you have defeated Swordsman Moss. The powerful swordsman fell to one knee and kept panting as he said, young man, your courage really is admirable. Tell Darwin that I'll no longer bully him. I was filled with joy and immediately headed back. When I came behind the weapon store and found the wandering poet, he was gnawing on the roasted chicken. When he saw me, he ignored me. I tried talking to him several times, but I was rejected by him. Damn, could it be that he won't settle accounts after eating? I couldn't help feeling doubt in my heart. I could only wait on the side, but it was a good thing that in less than 10 minutes, the half-dead wandering poet suddenly had a light that appeared around him. His name gradually changed and turned a bright blue color, giving off the name Master Hidden Dragon. I was filled with joy. It seemed like this old man really was the one I was looking for. As expected, Master Hidden Dragon gave a laugh before saying, young man, you proved yourself with your kindness and courage. You are qualified to be a dragon whisperer. Then, please prepare yourself. I will send you to the dragon territory and let you find a teacher. I was stunned. Could it be that a hidden job instructor was also a teacher? There was the system's reminder by my ear. Ding. System notification, do you accept Master Hidden Dragon's teleport? Where was the reason to not accept? I immediately chose accept and Master Hidden Dragon began his obscure chant. There was a glowing 6-star array under my feet and golden light rained down on me, attracting the attention of all the surrounding players, who all looked shocked. Many shy girls said, "WA. So handsome, I wonder what his QQ number is." Someone on the side asked, "What do you want his QQ for?" "To talk." The girl's face turned red. "You're so bad, people want to talk in their sleeping clothes." My heart was ecstatic when I heard this. When I was about to leave my QQ number, there was a powerful force that pulled me away, like my body was being ripped apart. When I fell to the ground again, I was on a snowy mountain. Putong. My butt fell to the ground. I don't know if it was because it was Master Hidden Dragon's first time, but he was like a noob as his teleport wasn't stable at all. It was a good thing that there was a thick layer of snow on the ground. Although it was freezing, I wasn't injured. After standing up and patting my butt, there was a penetrating dragon roar that sounded. When I looked up, I couldn't help falling to the ground again. There was a giant head that was covered in silver scales and eyes as big as copper bells that looked at me. It was flying in the air, causing countless snowflakes to fly up from the flaps of its giant wings. Dragon? There was a powerful silver dragon that was in front of me. I thought that dragons would only appear in the late game, but I never thought that I would see the continent's most powerful being, the dragon, this early. I rubbed my eyes and couldn't help saying in a trembling voice, "This is it, a real dragon?" Who would have thought that this dragon would go from anger to despise? It turned its head and didn't spare a single glance as it flapped its wings, flying right into the valley. I grabbed my bloodthirsty spear and took 2 steps forward, looking down to see that I was currently standing atop a snowy cliff. Looking down, I saw the valley covered in snow, so I couldn't see the ground. Who knew just how high up I was? Opening the map, the name read Dragon Territory? Broken? I couldn't help giving a sigh. I had been teleported to the legendary Dragon Territory. Could it be that my hidden job, the Dragon Whisperer, really was related to the dragons? Looking at the snow below, I fell into thought. Riches lied with danger. It was better to get down the mountain and see what I could gain. So I took out my dagger and inserted the bloodthirsty spear into the snow. I was planning on using these 2 weapons to go down the mountain, but there was a voice that was as beautiful as nature that rang out. "Hey, what are you doing?" I was stunned. This voice was a girl's voice. Could it be there were others here? Turning around, I couldn't see a figure. There was nothing there. But when I looked up, my body couldn't help turning soft and I almost fell down the cliff. In front of me, there was a girl floating in the air. What shocked me even more was that this girl's white as snow robe danced in the wind. Her milk-white robe flapped in the wind. Her snow-like face was very smooth. There was a pair of incomparably clear eyes that seemed like they could see through people. She had a gold glowing sword in her hand that was clearly not normal. There was a powerful energy that surrounded that sword, telling none that the sword wasn't a normal degree of sharp with a single glance. I was stunned. Was this a NPC? Why was she this beautiful? The girl looked at me and couldn't help revealing a smile. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." I was stunned. Waiting for me? Why would a NPC say these words to me? Could it be that I had started a legendary saving the beauty quest by accident? But facts proved that I didn't start this quest and this girl really was waiting for me. She landed on the ground as her white cloak fluttered in the wind, looking so good. Finally I was able to see her name. Dragon Whisperer Bing Lan. Level, attack, defense, HP. It was actually a dragon whisper? I really wasn't the only dragon whisperer on the continent? I was stunned, unable to say a single word. At that time, Dragon Whisperer Bing Lan came in front of me. Her beautiful face was a bit cold as she said, "You, stand up, let me take a good look at you." I didn't know what to do and could only obediently stand up. Holding the bloodthirsty spear and with the black cloak on my back, I looked quite powerful. Bing Lan looked over me before saying with a faint smile, "You're considered not bad. Then from now on, I will be your teacher, remember that." "What? You are my teacher?" I was completely shocked before pointing at her snow-white face. "You look this young, how can you be my teacher?" Bing Lan was a bit angry as she said, "What are you saying? I can't be a teacher if I'm young." Bing Lan raised her sword and softly swung it. Kaka. There was a sword glow that came out and the cliff in front of me split, as 10 meters of ground collapsed. There was a clean-cut mark that made one stunned. I took a cold breath and couldn't say a thing. When I entered the game, the spirit of grief had a white-haired youth cut the wings of a devil, which was similar to this slash. It seemed like Dragon Whisperer Bing Lan wasn't simple. Bing Lan looked at me and asked, "Now, do you think I'm qualified to be your teacher?" My cold sweat didn't stop. She was more than qualified to be my teacher, she was even qualified to be my ancestor. So I respectfully said, "Teacher Bing Lan, am I that old?" Bing Lan raised a brow. I secretly complained, this NPC really wasn't easy to appease. So I quickly changed my statement, "Beauty Bing Lan." Bing Lan wasn't happy. "Forget it, just call me Bing Lan." I nodded. Bing Lan turned to come to the cliff and her beautiful eyes looked at the snow in the distance as she muttered, "It's been 100 years, but I never thought that Dragon Whisperer inheritance would finally begin. What does this mean?" Bing Lan revealed a faint smile, "Nothing. Listen well, on this continent, the Light Alliance of humans, elves, and beastmen are resisting the invasion of the army of darkness made of demons. We Dragon Whisperers are the messengers between humans and dragons. There are only 2 Dragon Whisperers right now, one is you and the other is me, so I will teach you all the powerful skills and dragon magic." I was filled with wild joy, so I could study the broken dragon magic. Once I learned it, our Shuiyu wouldn't need to fear the alliance between Fated and Bloodthirsty in Sunset City. But Bing Lan came in front of me and raised one hand. "You have already become an official Dragon Whisperer, but all your training will depend on yourself." Ding. System notification, you have completed your job change quest and received the Dragon Whisperer title. Under my name, there was a green glowing Dragon Whisperer title, which looked very good. However, it disappointed me since I didn't get any skills from it. At this time, Bing Lan looked at me and said, Do you have any other requests?" "Of course I do, I want broken skills." Bing Lan was already looking into the distance and ignored me. When I talked to her, there was an option that jumped out that said, "Do you want to learn job skills?" My heart was filled with wild joy and I opened it to see that there was only one skill that I could learn. Shield Break Slash, using the dragon energy, disregards magic shields to use a powerful energy to attack the enemy. Requires level 40 Dragon Whisperer. It seems like I could only learn another job skill once I reached level 80. However, the fee of the Shield Break Slash shocked me. A single skill actually cost 1,000 gold coins to learn. Dark, too dark. I never thought that the learning fee of this beautiful teacher would be this high. It was a good thing that it was me. Other people wouldn't have been able to afford it. Gritting my teeth, I went all in and learned it. This hidden job skills couldn't be freely learned and it was a skill that had to be learned from the job instructor, so it had to be very broken. When the 1,000 gold coins left me, there was another skill that appeared in my skill list. Shield Break Slash, using dragon energy, ignores magic defenses to deal 120 to 150% physical damage. There was no doubt that this Shield Break Slash was the nightmare of mages. The magic shield was a skill that mages could use to guard against close combat jobs, but with my Shield Break Slash, no matter how powerful a mage was, they wouldn't be able to take a single hit from me. After all, in battles between peak experts, battles between warriors and mages were instant kills. Once the mage was hit, they would most likely be dead. After learning this skill, Dragon Whisperer Bing Lan gave me a smile and said, "Go back first, come find me when you are promoted again. Or perhaps to understand your progress, I will come to the Spirit of Grief continent to find you. Go." I nodded and used a city return scroll. With a flash of light, I said goodbye to the beautiful teacher and appeared in the crowded Sunset City East Gate Square. There were quite a few people setting up stalls here, so I went to the warehouse to take out the bronze and dark iron items. I shouted out in the square and sold everything. When I sold all those equipment, I earned close to 1,000 gold coins, which was quite a bit of income. There was a dis sound as Ling Shui sent a message. "What are you doing? Want to level together? Shuiyu Studios members are all moving together today, do you want to come as well?" Thinking about it and weighing it all, I decided to go play with them, so I replied, "Add me." Several seconds later, I received the long-range party invite from Ling Yu and I clicked accept. When I appeared in the team, I saw that all 7 people were in the party. Opening the map, the other 6 orange dots were in the south of Sunset City. South of Sunset City, I remember that it was a coastal area. I ran over and was too lazy to take care of the mobs on the way. Now that I was level 40, which wasn't considered low, I could just run all the way there. Half an hour later, there was a deep blue coast that appeared in front of me called the Dead Wood Coast. In the jungle by the coast, there were several beautiful figures killing mobs who were the girls of Shuiyu. When I came over, I was sad to find that I was actually the lowest level member of the studio. Ling Yu was level 51, Ling Shui and Bing Cha were level 45, Quiet Rainfall was level 44, and Ziyu and Summer were level 42. I was the lowest at level 40. These girls were going all out in killing a red eyes alligator. The giant alligator kept swimming around and Ling Shui and Bing Cha faced it with their swords in hand. Rainfall was shooting at it while Ling Yu was hitting it with powerful fireballs. I immediately used my star eyes to see the stats of the alligator. Scarlet-eyed sand alligator, elite monster. Level, 60. Attack, 550 to 680. Defense, 240. HP, 40,000. Attack attribute, poison. Good fellow. It was no wonder it was this hard for them. This was actually a level 60 elite monster. Normally speaking, elite monsters were 5 times stronger than normal monsters, but they also gave 5 times more experience, so it was quite worth it. So I immediately raised my bloodthirsty spear and sent out an ice wind thorn. The ice cone flew out and a layer of frost appeared on the sand alligator's strong skin. The sand alligator immediately bit at me and I felt pain on my chest as I had lost over half my HP. God damn, it really was worthy of that 680 attack. Ling Shui and Bing Cha found it hard to deal with it. Bing Cha was the same as me, she lost half her HP when she was hit each time. Ling Shui was a bit better with her silver equipment, she could at least take 4 hits. Seeing that I joined, Ling Shui said with a faint smile, "You're here, it'll be much safer." Bing Cha also said with a smile, "With another meat shield, I have some time to heal." I laughed, but Ling Shui said, "Our studio really lacks a high-level healing cleric. If Purple Rhyme can join our Shuiyu studio, that would be great." I said, "Purple Rhyme belongs to Sword Flame and Sword Flame is under our Shuiyu, so we can call her here." Ling Yu shook her head and said, "That isn't proper. After all, she isn't with us, so we can't just take her away." It was right thinking about it, so I didn't say anything else. At this time, Yi Yu took out her dagger and looked over with a smile. I couldn't help being speechless as I said, "That beauty Ziyu, you don't need to be that far away, right?" Ziyu helplessly said, "There's no other way. We can't see the level of this elite monster, so it can instant kill me." After saying this, Ziyu took 2 steps forward and suddenly used 2 attacks before pulling back. She seemed quite skillful when she did this. I thought that Ziyu was quite good at playing, but I was wrong. The second time Ziyu came over, her shining dagger stabbed down on my arm and I lost around 100 HP with a bit of pain. I immediately turned my head and said, "What are you doing? We're fighting the mob, why are you hitting me?" Ziyu said with a wronged look, "I chose the wrong target, sorry." But less than 2 minutes later, I was hit again. Yiziyu's innocent voice came again, "Sorry bookworm, it wasn't on purpose." I wanted to cry but had no tears. "Ziyu, you dumb girl, you're still pulling back like that. Being stabbed to death by you really is too wrong for me." Summer on the side said in a pleased voice, Ziyu really is dumb. Look at how big sister does it." After saying this, Summer summoned out a little white wolf. With a command, the little wolf came to the side of the scarlet-eyed sand alligator and opened its mouth to bite the sand alligator's leg. The sand alligator called out in pain and flicked its tail, hitting the little wolf's butt. "Ayo, ayo." The wolf called out as it was actually instantly killed. I was even more speechless before I turned to say, "Summer, what do you call this?" Summer helplessly spread her hands and said, "That, the summoning skill is too hard to train. I have to log on and off to train my pet, but that makes me dizzy. Now that this mob can instant kill my summon, I can train my skill." I gritted my teeth. Ling Shui had a sweet smile as she looked at me like she found it funny. "Little fool, just say what you want to say, don't hold it in." I said word for word, "I hate 3 types of people in the world. A. People who discriminate against jobs. B. Summoners. C. People who contradict themselves. And D. People who can't count." The girls all laughed at this. Bing Cha covered her mouth and was almost instant killed by the monster. I said, "Summer, since you can't deal any damage, how about doing something else?" "What is it? How about you sing for us?" Summer happily said, "All right." After saying this, she began singing. In less than 10 seconds, Ling Shui, Ling Yu, and the other girls were speechless. I said, "You're doing great." Normally speaking, girls singing would sound beautiful and Summer's voice normally sounded good, but she really was bad when it came to singing. She just roared out at the top of her lungs and we were so stunned that we couldn't say anything. This wasn't called dealing any damage, this was just helping the monster deal damage to us. The bloodthirsty spear in my hand lit up with a gold glow and I used the first shield break slash. 1246. Although the scarlet-eyed sand alligator didn't have defenses, the shield break slash did a high 1246 points of damage. Ling Shui and Bing Cha were a bit surprised as they muttered, "Bookworm's attacks are this terrifying." I revealed a faint smile. This was still with the bloodthirsty spear. If I were to equip the dark gold roaring flame spear in my warehouse, the effects on leveling would be clear. With a blue glow, Ling Shue's water moon slash came out to drop the scarlet-eyed sand alligator with a pitiful cry. The giant body disappeared like a withered leaf as it dropped a piece of equipment and several gold coins. Ling Shui cheered. After fighting several of them, it finally dropped a piece of equipment. Ling Shui picked it up after saying this. It was actually a piece of leather armor. Ling Shui quickly sent the stats of the equipment in the team chat. Tenacious corset, silver equipment, leather armor. Defense, 55. Agility, plus 12. Vitality, plus 8. Required level, 45. Unidentified. Ling Shui looked at me and asked, how do we split it? I threw it to Ling Yu. You're the boss, you decide. Ling Yu gave a cough before seriously saying, it doesn't seem that good, so we'll just give it to Ziyu. Let's increase her defense a bit so she won't die while leveling. Everyone laughed. We all knew that the price of a piece of level 45 silver equipment wasn't low. It was at least over 1,000 gold coins, which was 2,000 RMB. Ling Yu had given a piece of equipment of this value to Ziyu. She really was generous. In the team, I had the lowest level, but my damage was among the highest in the team. After all, I had several skills that all dealt high damage, which wasn't worse than Ling Shui and Ling Yu. In the end, the experience was mainly given to me in this team. It could be imagined how high the experience from level 60 elite monsters who were 20 levels higher than me was. In short, it wasn't that much slower than gathering a bunch of mobs and using the 1,000-bladed arrows to kill them. Pa! A green light flew out and the summoner's water arrow fell onto the head of the scarlet-eyed sand alligator. 124. The only 100 points of damage made Summer complain. She held her small chest as she said in an unconvinced voice, why is the summoner's attack power so weak? I turned and asked, what did you add your points in? 4 points in agility and 1 in intelligence, what about it? Summer asked with an innocent look. I was silent for a bit before saying, Summer, you idiot, how can you add your points this wrong? The summoners depend on summoning their pets to fight, so they mainly lack the ability to keep themselves safe. The other summoners add 3 points in vitality, but you're adding this many points in agility, do you think you're an archer? Summer pursed her lips. I thought that with higher agility, I could run faster. I was speechless. Ling Yu was also helpless as she gave me a shrug and said with a smile, is there a use in saying anything? What do you want to do? I looked at Ling Shui beside me and saw her beautiful form quickly move, dodging the attack of a scarlet-eyed sand alligator. The light flow sword left a deep mark on the head of the sand alligator, dealing over 1,000 points of damage. Damn, this difference really was too much. Ling Shui looked at my level and revealed a smile, little fool, just level here today. Perhaps you can reach level 42 when it's time to log off. Once you reach level 45, we should start moving against Fated and Bloodthirsty again. Bing Cha on the side was surprised as she asked, what do we do? I knew what she meant in my heart and said with a smile, we do have to take revenge, we did all die by their hands. Ling Yu laughed before saying, Shui Yu has been quiet recently, so they must think that we've retreated. It's a good thing since we'll give them a big surprise next time we see them, humph, humph. I looked at my own equipment and said with a smile, just wait another 2 or 3 days, we'll talk after I reach level 45. Ling Yu nodded with a smile, there will definitely be a good chance to attack. At this time, Quiet Rainfall's arrow took care of a scarlet-eyed sand alligator. That elite monster fell with a roar and dropped a pile of gold coins which Ling Shui quickly picked up. I gave the golden bow to Ziyu and said, here, this is for archers. Don't just keep drawing back, fire arrows with rainfall. Ziyu was surprised, but I am an assassin, can assassins use bows? I couldn't help smiling, idiot girl, won't you know after equipping? 2 seconds later, Ziyu gave a pleasantly surprised smile, I really can equip it. I rolled my eyes at her, in the future, don't just walk around in your pajamas after logging off, read the forums more. Ziyu accepted this advice, nodding with a smile, I got it. It seemed like she was quite obedient. At this time, there was a team that appeared not far from us. This team was made up of all males that all had bald heads. We looked at each other and they saw the beauties of our Shuiyu, so they immediately came over. I looked at them, the other side had 2 level 42 berserkers, 1 level 45 mage, 1 level 40 cleric, and a level 44 archer. The rest were all players between level 38 to level 40 with equipment that were considered decent since each person had 1 piece of bronze equipment. The mage that led them came over and his small eyes looked over the beauties of Shuiyu, looking quite disgusting. Ling Shui put down her light flow sword and moved towards them. I grabbed her in surprise, what are you doing? Ling Shui said in a small voice, the way these people are looking, they really are disgusting. The mage said with a laugh at this time, I never thought that we would meet the beauties of Shuiyu here. You really are all of the highest quality. Since this place is desolate, how about we team up and level together? Ling Yu raised her roaring flame staff and coldly said, we have our own team, you can go to the West Sea coast over there. There's no need for conflict, otherwise if something does start, it wouldn't be good. The other side's archer immediately said in a dark voice, don't be unappreciative. Our boss is inviting you to level which means he admires you. What's so great about Shuiyu, aren't you suppressed by Fated in Sunset City? Ling Shui's face turned cold and she gritted her teeth, what did you say? That archer gave a laugh, humph. Is a beauty that incredible? Stop acting so proud, no matter how beautiful you are, don't you still have to serve a man? Acting like this, father really can't stand it? Today we want to see if the legendary Shui Yu is powerful or if our popular hall is powerful. Ling Shui and I looked at each other and the little beauty said in a low voice with a smile, this group, it seems like they're trying to pick a fight. Indeed, the other side's archer had turned on the recording function. It seemed like he really wanted to use PK to raise the fame of his own team. This really was a good method. If they could really defeat the popular Shui Yu studio, perhaps they might be able to bloom in Sunset City. Ling Yu was a bit nervous, but she had a happy look on her face as she asked in a soft voice, what should we do? I said in a low voice in the team chat, Ziyu, stop being in a daze, quickly move back. Ling Yu and Summer will fall back. Ling Shui and Bing Cha will break through their team with me. Rainfall will slow their berserkers with ice arrows. The girls from Shui Yu all agreed at the same time. So I raised my bloodthirsty spear and took a step back. I pointed my spear at the enemy's mage and archer as I said with a smile, a bunch of clowns, come if you have the skills. That mage was a bit surprised before saying with a laugh, so it's easily angered bookworm. I heard that you were cut down to level 0 by Fated and now you're acting up again. I didn't reply as I charged right at that mage. My actions became the spark that started the war. The other side's mage and archers all called out, as they sent ice arrows flying out at my chest. When they hit, my HP had dropped by a third? Ha, ha, only at this level. I wildly laughed as half the names of the players on the other side turned grey. Two beautiful figures flew out from beside me as Ling Shui and Bing Cha started their attack. I ran right at the level 45 mage. Although the other side's ice skills had slowed my down, my frozen heart skill had greatly reduced the debuff, so I wasn't that slow. The mage was surprised and looked up to send a fireball at me. Pa. There was a pain that came from my chest and I lost around 500 points of HP, but my bloodthirsty spear hit the other side's chest with the light of the Icewind Thorn. Pucci. I thought that I could instant kill the other side with an Icewind Thorn, but it only took around a third of the mage's HP. I saw that there was a faint barrier of light around him. It was the mage's high-grade barrier skill. Seeing this, the mage immediately broke out in a laugh. Ha, ha, I thought that you were some expert, but your attack power is this bad. I also smiled and with a step, I moved to the right. The bloodthirsty spear lit up again and there was a dazzling golden glow at the point of the spear. The mage was shocked, but he didn't have time to move as I swept out with the shield break slash. The bloodthirsty spear broke the other side's shield with an unstoppable force and at that moment, the golden light cut right through the weak body of the mage. Ding. Combat notification, you've killed player famous person, you have received 0 sin points. Ha, ha, killing grey named players didn't increase PK points. This group really underestimated us too much. On the other side Ling Shui using her sword sent the level 40 cleric back to the city before they even had a chance to blink. Bing Cha also began fighting with a berserker with her sword, but it was clear that berserker's reactions were worse than Bing Cha. When he swept out with his axe, Bing Cha had already moved behind him to sweep out with her sword, taking away the berserker's HP. Ling Yu raised her staff and sent out a fire dragon. A berserker who didn't know his own strength charged forward and was swallowed by the fire dragon, turning into white light in an instant and dropping potions on the ground. At this time, several figures appeared around us. The assassins of the other side had begun moving. Ling Yu didn't dare be negligent, immediately moving back, but the summoner Summer with her cloth armor wasn't as smart. When she was stunned, two assassins already came over and attacked her, slashing out with daggers covered in a red glow. I quickly charged over and without time to think, I pushed Summer aside. There was a pain that came from my arm as the assassins had taken close to 1000 HP from me. Summer was shocked before quickly giving me a grateful smile. I didn't have time to turn and I swallowed a HP potion. I swept out with the bloodthirsty spear at one of the assassins, using the whirlwind slash to attack. My spear released a gust of wind which not only killed the assassin that attacked me, even the other assassin was affected by the shockwave and was thrown away by the whirlwind slash. Bastard, I want your life. There was a look of hatred in the assassin's eyes. His comrade had died in front of him, he suddenly wanted to attack. I gave a cold snort and before he could even attack, I had charged to his side. My bloodthirsty spear used a sweeping away 1000 soldiers and emptied the assassin's HP bar. Pa. Summer used an ice arrow and dealt 243 damage, emptying the assassin's HP. So bold, daring to sneak attack this big sister. Summer gave an arrogant smile. I immediately said in a loud voice, dumb girl, there's still an assassin behind you. Chila. With a red glow, when the other side's skill combination was about to instant kill Summer, Quiet Rainfall used an ice arrow to decrease the speed of the assassin. Ling Yu also sent out 2 fireballs which killed the assassin. When I looked over, I found that Ling Shui had already killed 2 players, among which were 2 magicians. Bing Cha had also played with another berserker to death. Although the people of Popular Hall didn't have low levels, they really weren't organized in piking at all. There was only a single player left who was the level 44 archer, the person who really didn't know when to stop speaking. Ling Shui raised her light flow sword and looked over with a provocative smile. The people of Popular Hall really are powerful, they die so quickly, they really live up to their reputation. The archer's face was as red as pig liver as he angrily said, you just wait, Popular Hall couldn't kill you this time, but next time you won't be as lucky. Humph, don't you just have more people? Come and duel me if you have the skills. I revealed a faint smile. Duel? Alright, I'll play with you. but Ling Shui quickly pulled my sleeve and said with a faint smile, "Little fool, let me. I was naturally confident in Ling Shui's level of piking. The little beauty was very smart and she was very sharp. It could be said that Ling Shui was one of the strongest among Shuiyu. So I took a step back and said to the archer with a smile, "So you won't say that we're bullying me, do you see this beauty? We won't make a move, as long as you can beat her, you can leave." The archer was filled with joy and almost broke out in laughter, but when he was about to go all out, his expression quickly changed. "You were the one who said this?" Humph, not knowing the heights of heavens and earth. When the other side was acting arrogant, Ling Shui couldn't take it as she impatiently said, "Stop wasting words, let's begin." When she said this, Ling Shui already flew out with the dark blue cloak fluttering in the wind. The archer quickly moved back when he saw this, shooting out an ice arrow. Pa! Although this couldn't do much damage to Ling Shui was covered in a layer of frost and she slowed down. The archer did have some skills. He immediately ran around the shrubs and using the obstacles, he attacked Ling Shui from afar, but Ling Shui couldn't reach the archer at all with her speed decreased. Ling Shui was very frustrated and immediately turned to run back. She angrily shouted, "Truly shameless." The archer said with a wide smile, "It's tactics." At this time, Ling Shui suddenly looked up and said, "The sky really is blue." The archer was surprised and also looked up, "Really blue?" I gave a sigh, "You idiot, it's night right now, how could you fall for this?" When the archer realized this, he found that there was a girl in front of him and a glowing sword falling down at him. 874. 693. The sweeping away 1,000 soldiers emptied the archer's HP bar. He was instantly scared off, but when he wanted to retreat, he found that Ling Yu was already attacking him with a blue wave skill. 1674. The water moon slash's powerful damage instant killed the archer without a doubt. I couldn't help sighing. Although his archer had been very skilled in his positioning, his intelligence couldn't compare to Ling Shui, so with just a few words, he was tricked and was doomed to fall. Hua! With a sound, the leather armor bracer of the archer fell to the ground. Ling Shui immediately revealed a smile and said, "Che, I thought that he was some expert, but he's only at this level." Ling Yu snappily said, "You're talking." Ling Shui gave that leather bracer to Ziyu and said with a smile, "This is called tactics, otherwise swordsmen don't have any long-range skills. I couldn't have won at all, I could only rely on a surprise attack." I revealed a smile, right. I also think that Ling Shui used this move well. Ling Shui immediately said to me in a proud voice, these words are intelligent? Little fool, do you think that my tactics are good? Would it work if I used them on you? I was surprised. It had to be said, if these tactics were used on me, it definitely wouldn't succeed. My intelligence was a bit higher than that archer, but if Ling Shui used another method, I would have lost. There was a beautiful scene that appeared in my mind. Ling Shui came in front of me and raised her young girl's peaks as she said with a smile, "Let me cut you twice and I'll kiss you, alright." There was no doubt that facing this young beauty's figure and sweet smile, I wouldn't be able to resist that tempting scene at all. I definitely would have been instantly killed. "Hey, this fellow, what are you doing?" Ling Shui pulled my arm and pulled me back to reality. I quickly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, "That nothing, let's keep leveling." Ling Shui looked at me before whispering in my ear with a smile, "Little fool, do you think my figure's better or Ziu's?" I looked down and I couldn't help seeing the snow-white flesh under Ling Shui's armor. Those proud peaks gave off a suffocating feel and the lower part of her armor revealed a pair of snow-white legs. It really made one's mouth turn dry. I couldn't help taking a breath before hesitantly saying, "This let's talk after logging off, it isn't good if everyone can hear." Ling Shui's beautiful eyes looked around before she gave a chuckle. Also, you think that you're not allowed to look at Ziyu? Humph, if I see it again." I said, "What looking at her?" After saying this, I looked at the turbulent waves on Ziu's chest and didn't want to leave. This little girl Ziyu, she might have been a pig in her past life. So everyone continued leveling. Although our team had two kiting fellows, Ziyu and Summer, the leveling speed was quite fast. There was no other way, the Ling sisters were very powerful and adding in the attacks from my Quiet Rainfall, and Bingcha, the full HP scarlet-eyed sand alligator would be beaten down. It would die in just less than 2 minutes and our experience bars would soar. Around 9 in the evening, I reached level 41 and after another 3 hours, I reached level 41. Ling Yu also reached level 51, Ling Shui and Bingcha reached level 46, and Ziyu and Summer both gained a level. Ling Shui revealed a dazzling smile as she said, "This place really is good for leveling? If we found this earlier, I might have reached the top rankings already." I said, "If we found it earlier, we might have been killed by the elite monsters here." Ling Yu revealed a faint smile, right. Ling Shui pursed her lips in an unhappy manner, "Big sister isn't helping me at all." Ling Yu laughed before saying, "I want to formally announce to everyone that we'll be recording all of the studio's official business tomorrow. I will draw up a table and when everyone logs off, they can write their gains and experience gains in the day. If there are equipment that are sold, write down the amount and the price. We'll be taking 10% for the studio's operation funds. Does anyone have any objections to this?" Ling Shui and I looked at each other with smiles before nodding, "Of course not." Bingcha said, "This is for the best, at least there will be some order in our lives." Rainfall also said with a smile, "Approved." Ziyu and Summer were ignored. The two girls had red faces as they wanted to express their opinion, but Ling Yu stretched herself out and said, "Everyone get something to eat and prepare to sleep." At this time, Ling Shuai looked in the distance in surprise and said, "Yi, look over there, it seems like there's a large alligator." Everyone followed Ling Shuai's gaze to see a fire-red giant alligator squatting in the water. Only the top half of its body was revealed, but it was already very big. There was a red glow over its armor and its ice-cold eyes were looking around, not blinking at all. I immediately used my star eyes to look over and obtain its stats. Flame Alligator Beast, Gold Grade Boss. Level, 65. Attack, 620 to 850. Defense, 450. HP, 550,000. Attack type, Poison Attacks. Additional skills, Petrifying Attacks. I couldn't help being a bit surprised. I quickly posted the stats of the alligator boss in the team chat and Ling Yu revealed a shocked expression. Ling Shui's mouth opened wide and Bing Cha looked at me before muttering, "This we don't have a cleric, should we fight it?" Everyone knew that with an attack that reached 850, a single attack would be able to take half of mine and Bing Cha's HP. Ling Shui might be able to take an extra hit, but without a cleric healing us, there was no chance that our team would win. I immediately opened my friends list and saw that Purple Rhyme had already logged off. I suddenly missed this gentle little cleric. Ling Yu thought about it before saying with a smile, "Let's log off and rest first, we'll get up early tomorrow. We'll call a few cleric friends over, that way it'll be safer. If we die now, it would be a pity. Moreover, this place is very remote, it's quite far from Sunset City, so other than that team that we piked a few hours ago, no one else will come here. As for that team just now, there's only death if they fight this boss." The girls all agreed, so we all returned to the city to log off. When I came back, I repaired my equipment and filled up on potions before logging off, planning to finally rest at a normal time for once. After taking off the helmet, I let out a sigh. I had gained quite a bit today in the game. Not only did I finish the Dragon Whisperer promotion quest, I had also leveled with the girls of the studio, gaining 2 levels. I believed that it wouldn't be a problem to reach level 45 tomorrow, and when I get the Dark Gold Roaring Flame Spear then, humph, I'll go cause trouble for Fated Madman. When I came out of the room and came to the living room, I saw Ling Yu heading to the bathroom holding some clothes. My sweaty body felt quite awkward and I also wanted to take a shower, but I could only wait in the living room. I turned on the TV and watched a drama with Ling Shui. That drama was very silly. The female lead ran off with another man and said that it was to keep the male lead safe, but that male lead shouted, "Xiaoli, how can I live without you? Quickly come back, without you I will die." Ling Shui and Bing Cha were very moved watching this, but I was speechless. I almost spat out my iced tea. Ling Shui angrily said, "Little fool, do you not have any feelings at all? Look at how touching this is." I said, "My goosebumps are already out. It can't be that you want to be so moved that my tears come out, right?" Ling Shui angrily threw a pillow at my chest, "You idiot." Bing Cha secretly laughed on the side while covering her mouth. After a while, Ling Yu finally came out. In order to save time, Ziyu and Summer took a 20 minutes shower together. Bing Cha and Rainfall took a half an hour shower together. Finally there was only me and Ling Shui left in the living room. When I was hesitating on whether to tease her or now, who would have thought that Ling Shui would say to me with a naughty smile, "Little fool, should we shower together as well?" I was very excited. Is it appropriate? Ling Shui pursed her lips into a smile, "Idiot, of course not. Big sister will throw you downstairs to feed the mosquitoes." After saying this, Ling Shui went to shower with a smile. With the sound of the water, I fell into my imagination again. When Ling Shui came out, I had actually fallen asleep on the sofa. After leveling for several days, I was lacking sleep, so this was expected. When I was deep asleep, my drool was about to drip out. Ling Shui shook me away and said in a soft voice, "Little fool, go shower and then sleep." I looked up to find Ling Shui sitting beside me, only covered in a bath towel. The young girl's figure was suffocating. Her twin peaks could be faintly seen and her legs revealed under the bath towel had a holy glow to it, making one unable to stop their heart from jumping out. I immediately swallowed my saliva and my eyes popped out. Seeing me look at her in a daze, Ling Shui suddenly gave a laugh, "Fool. Stop looking and go shower." After saying this, Ling Shui returned to her room. Her butt was tightly wrapped in that towel, making one wish that the towel would suddenly fall off. That way, I almost had a nosebleed as I quickly headed to the bathroom. After simply washing up and feeling refreshed, it was already 2 when I returned to my room. I felt that I couldn't sleep, so I watched the stars outside my room. My thoughts went through the years. Although it had once been brilliant, now I finally had a group of companions. The girls of the Shuiyu studio were good to me, so as the only man in the studio, it would be up to me to protect them. Looking out, I had unknowingly fallen asleep. When I woke up, the sun hit my eyes, so I pulled the blinds closed before sleeping for another hour. Finally I was woken up by the sounds of the girls outside. It had to be said, these girls really were strong, they could laugh like this early in the morning. When I got up, I found that the girls outside were all looking messy, completely ignoring me as a man. The worst ones were Ziyu and Summer, not even putting on underwear and coming out to eat breakfast in their pajamas, revealing their figures under those thin pajamas. I tried my best not to look because I could feel killing intent in Ling Yu and Ling Yu's eyes. Bingcha and Rainfall were as calm as water, eating their bread. They calmly looked at us and said, "What are you looking at? Could it be that you haven't seen it already?" Ling Shui glared at me and ate her bread before saying in a voice filled with killing intent, "Ziyu, Summer, when you come out in the future, you have to wear underwear? That is the new rule for the studio." Ziyu asked in a silly voice, "Why?" Ling Shui almost exploded, but I quickly grabbed her hand and said, "That, it's for your own good. We're afraid that you'll catch a cold." Ziyu said, "Oh, it's fine, I'm very healthy." I gave a sigh into the sky, "God, Ziyu, you really are too dumb." After that tense breakfast was over, everyone returned to their own rooms. When I logged on, I appeared by the east gate. Not far away from me, Ling Yu had logged on and looked around before going to buy potions. I opened up my friends list and was happy to find that Purple Rhyme was on. I immediately called her and asked with a smile, "Beauty Rhyme, good morning." Purple Rhyme gave a soft laugh, "Handsome little brother Bookworm, are you looking for me to level or fight?" I couldn't help being secretly surprised. Beauty Rhyme is really intelligent. Purple Rhyme snappily said, "Humph. It's not that I'm intelligent, it's that why would you be looking for me other than those two things?" I gave an awkward laugh, "That, today I want to fight a boss with you and after we finish, you can level with our Shuiyu studio, it'll go very fast." Purple Rhyme said with a smile, "Alright, invite me to your team. I'll go buy some potions and set off immediately." Several minutes later, the team gathered. Purple Rhyme joining our team had greatly increased our healing power. After all, the level 44 Purple Rhyme was already considered a cleric with super heals. In the entire Sunset City, there were few clerics with the same amount of healing as her. In the game, healers were called nannies. When I looked at Purple Rhyme's chest, I secretly thought that the genius who came up with this name really was right. After Summer saw Purple Rhyme, she was shocked. She came over to me and said, "Big brother Bookworm, are there any girls that you know that aren't beauties?" I calmly said, "Of course, it's not just one." "Who?" "Of course it's your excellency." When our group passed through the woods to the south of Sunset City, there was no doubt that we released a large wave of shock in this sunset forest. The girls of Sueyo were all beauties, which was enough to instantly kill any man, and being in the same party as them made me so happy that I could die. There were several deers that passed by in front of us and I notched my bow. When I was about to kill them for experience, Ling Shui grabbed my hand and said, "Don't. These little deers are this cute, how can you bear to kill them?" I said, "The skeletons in the Hero Memorial Park are also cute, why don't I see you showing mercy?" Ling Shui angrily said, "That's a problem with your sense of beauty." I said, "If there was a problem with my sense of beauty, I wouldn't have brought you home back then." Ling Shui's face turned red. Bing Cha asked in a curious voice with a smile, "Yi, Bookworm brought Ling Shui home? Just what happened? Quickly tell us about it." I said, "Let's not. Ling Shui can't take it if I did." Ling Shui glared at me and said, "Why can't I take it?" Humph, I can just get drunk again and someone else can take me." I glared at her, "What? Then I'll get drunk and let someone take me too." Ling Shui said with a proud smile, "Idiot, no one wants you." Bing Cha heard this and understood, so she just smiled without saying anything. Purple Rhyme looked at me before looking at Ling Shui and then saying with a smile, "There's quite a few stories." Ling Shui was speechless as she said, "Can you two act properly? You can just get drunk and I'll take you both home, then no one can say anything." The girls all laughed. Ling Shui angrily glared at me before passing by me. Half an hour later, when we arrived at Deadwood Coast, we found that there was already a team leveling here. It was actually the popular hall team from yesterday that we killed. I immediately turned back and said, "Let's hide in the woods. We shouldn't act rashly, we should see what these people want to do." Purple Rhyme was surprised as she said, "Aren't they just here to level?" Ling Shui explained what happened yesterday and Purple Rhyme immediately said with a smile, "Then should I have Heavenly Punisher lead some people over? They've just been leveling without piking for several days, they are already getting sick of it." I said with a smile, "No need, we can take care of them ourselves. As for piking, in a few days, we will start some large-scale piking and bring some fun to Sunset City." Purple Rhyme nodded with a smile. At this time, the popular Halls team had already surrounded a single elite scarlet-eyed sand alligator not far away in front of us. They were taking turns attacking it. The attack of the scarlet-eyed sand alligator wasn't considered high, but it was still hard for the two level 41 berserkers of popular Hall. After spending quite a bit of effort, they were able to kill one at the price of a berserker. The level 43 archer was very confused as he said, "Shuiyu's people aren't here today. It was quite easy for them to level here yesterday, so why is it so hard for us now?" The mage leader said, "Their equipment is better and their levels are higher. Moreover, their leader is a beauty, so the alligator can't bear to bite them. How could they be like us brothers who are all so ugly? It's no wonder this alligator really wanted to swallow us all." The archer nodded before suddenly pointing forward, "Boss, look. There's a gold boss there. I can see the level, should we fight it?" The mage's face turned red, "Nonsense. Don't you know that riches come from danger? Go. Shuiyu's people aren't here today, so they must have been killed by the boss. Brothers, let's kill this boss and get some gold equipment." After saying this, popular Hall's players all charged forward. After a while, there were pitiful cries that rang out. When the close-range players reached it, the flame alligator beast released its power and bit 3 berserkers at once and swung out to kill an archer. When the mage boss wanted to escape, the flame alligator beast released a spit attack that had turned the mage completely to stone, turning him into a statue. I was secretly surprised as I said in a low voice, "Petrifying attack, how powerful." In just a few minutes, the 17 players of Popular Hall had all been routed. There was only a single cleric that ran away in fear. Seeing his petrified boss being killed with a single slash, the cleric took out a city return scroll and headed back. When the last Popular Hall player left, we came out of the trees. Summer patted her chest as she said, "This battle really was a slaughter." I knew that those Popular Hall players did cause a bit of worry. It would be bad if they had killed the boss, but now I can relax since they had been completely killed by the gold boss. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile and waved her staff. "It should be our turn to shine now." Ling Shui immediately pulled me to the front to go first and I complained, "Ling Shui, don't, you should just go yourself. My defense is much lower than yours, you can't just see me send myself to death." Ling Shui angrily said, "Stop wasting words. Didn't Big Sister Purple Rhyme give you a prepared resurrection? What are you afraid of?" The flame alligator beast had already noticed us at this time and it charged forward with a low roar. "Pa!" The bloodthirsty spear in my hand trembled as I shot out the ice wind thorn. A blue light appeared and the spear with the ice cone fell onto its head. 805. Seeing this pitiful damage, I couldn't help being speechless. With a high defense of 450, I already couldn't rip apart its defenses. Ling Shui gave a soft laugh before sweeping out with the water moon slash. There was a dull sound as she actually dealt 1402 damage. It seems like before changing to the roaring flame spear, my close range damage was still weaker than Ling Shui's. At this time, Ling Yu and Quiet Rainfall had entered the attack range, sending out a flame dragon and a fireball at the boss. Ziyu was even more pitiful. When she took a few steps forward, the flame alligator beast spat at her. Ziyu was just standing there as she had been petrified. Ding! System notification, player Ziyu had received the petrifying attack of the flame alligator beast and has been petrified. She is unable to move and her defense has been decreased by 300%. This will last for 60 seconds. I suddenly remembered something. Normally speaking, this kind of long-range debuff attack would target a player that had entered the range and didn't attack yet. This setting was a bit strange, but this gave us a chance. After all, Ziyu was someone who kite. It was better for her to waste the boss attack since being petrified wouldn't kill her. So I shouted in team chat, that Ziyu and Summer, you two can just not worry about other things, just move around Ling Yu. Summer asked why, so I told her that her life was all about moving around. Not long after, Summer was also petrified. The cooldown for the boss petrifying attack was 30 seconds, so the two girls could keep being petrified around us. Who? The flame alligator beast suddenly flew forward and raised its claw to swipe down on my chest. There was a strong pain in my chest that felt like I was being torn apart. When I looked at my HP, I was scared to the point of my soul flying out. The flame alligator beast's attack had actually dealt 2,768 damage, which had almost instantly killed me. It was a good thing that I had swept out with my spear to deal around 1,000 damage. With the effect of blood-sucking ring, I recovered 40 HP. Then Purple Rhyme's heal also fell onto me and restored over 1,200 points of HP. Such a strong healing spell really made one stunned. Ling Yu was also surprised and she couldn't help asking, "Purple Rhyme, how much healing effect does your equipment add?" I remember that high-grade heals only heal around 800 HP. Purple Rhyme revealed a smile, "I have 2 silver equipment with healing effects, the rest only add a bit." Oh, no wonder. I thought of the Mercy Plume in my warehouse with its 25% healing effect. If Purple Rhyme were to equip it, wouldn't she suddenly heal over 1,500 HP? I suddenly felt hesitant. If I were to sell this gold Mercy Plume, I could earn no less than 10,000 gold coins, which was equal to 20,000 RMB. Forget it, I shouldn't think that much now. I'll wait until Purple Rhyme is level 45. After almost being instantly killed, Ling Shui and Bing Cha became more discreet. After all, when facing this boss with high defenses, the close-range players weren't the main damage. The main damage was Ling Yu with her powerful magic attacks. Ling Yu's Flame Dragon dealt around 3,000 damage to the boss. This was not something that we could compare to. The Flame Dragon spell is split into 3 attacks which all deal around 1,000 damage. With this powerful attack, the Flame Alligator Beast couldn't take it no matter how strong it was. Although it had already killed Bing Cha once, with the prepared resurrection, she didn't lose anything. With just me and Ling Shui taking care of the boss, it was already enough. Finally, after 10 minutes of wild attacks, the Flame Alligator Beast let out a low roar before suddenly falling to the ground, dropping a pile of gold coins and several pieces of equipment. I looked at Ling Shui and said, "Girl, go and pick up the equipment and gold coins, what are you standing there in a daze for?" Ling Shui revealed a sweet smile and immediately put all the gold coins and equipment in her inventory. I could see that the Flame Alligator Beast had dropped a staff, a necklace, and coat. Ling Shui quickly shared the stats in the team chat. First was the staff. Great Earth Staff, silver equipment. Magic attack, 80 to 120. Intelligence, plus 12. Vitality, plus 10. Additional, increases healing by 60 points at most. Required level, 40. Unidentified. Ling Yu and Purple Rhyme were both stunned. Then Ling Yu said with a smile, "It adds quite a bit of healing. Give this to Purple Rhyme, it'll be her appearance fee today." Purple Rhyme hesitated a bit before saying, after this staff is appraised, the magic damage shouldn't be lacking. Ling Yu, you need it more than me. Ling Yu shook her head with a smile, don't be polite with me. Of course I don't want increased healing, otherwise I'll be despised by Bookworm and Ling Shui. Purple Rhyme couldn't help smiling before taking the Great Earth Staff from Ling Shui. The second piece of equipment was a glowing necklace. Petrifying necklace, silver equipment, necklace. Strength, plus 15. Vitality, plus 10. Additional, when attacking, has a 5% chance to petrify target. Required level, 43. Unidentified. Ling Shui hesitated before saying to me, I already have a silver necklace, so should this one be given to big sister Bingcha or you? I wanted to be generous, but the stats of the necklace made me drool over it. Ling Yu said with a smile, in order to be fair, how about Bookworm and Bingcha roll for it? The system had a roll function. 2 people in the team could roll a random number between 1 to 100 and the person with the highest number would win. Ling Yu's suggestion was very fair. Bingcha and I looked at each other with smiles before nodding. So the team leader Ling Yu opened the roll and I pressed it. The points jumped several times before the number went against my wishes, landing on 4. Damn, this was a super low number. I was basically finished. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile. It seems like little fool's luck is quite good. I revealed a bitter smile. Don't tease me. Bingcha revealed a smile and quickly pressed to roll. The number quickly changed and it gradually came to a stop as everyone excitedly looked at it. 78. 100. 2. After rolling 3 times, the final number was left on 2. I looked at Bingcha and said with a certain look, you're letting me win. Bingcha was speechless. I do want it. Forget it, you're getting off lucky today. You should treat me to lunch. Alright, I'll help you fill a bowl of rice. I took the petrifying necklace from Ling Shui. To be honest, the effect of this necklace really was good. A 5% chance to petrify, this really was good for piking? Next was the third piece of equipment, which was a glowing chest plate. Fearless chest plate, gold equipment, armor. Defense, 85. Strength, plus 15. Vitality, plus 10. Additional, increases user's defense by 20. Required level, 45. Unidentified. It was already this strong without being identified. I couldn't help being stunned. Ling Shui said, I don't want to trade out my strong Gale set, so which one of you wants it? The balance was between me and Bingcha once again. This time I firmly said, I can't equip it with my level anyway, give it to Bingcha. Bingcha opened her mouth wide in surprise before saying after a long pause, this is a piece of gold equipment, Bookworm, can you really casually give it up? Let's roll for it. I shook my head with a smile, let's roll it. I already took the petrifying necklace, if I also take this gold armor, can your mind handle it? Bingcha was very intelligent, so she said with a smile, alright, I'll take this fearless chest plate. Thanks. It's nothing. Seeing the fearless chest plate enter Bingcha's inventory, it felt like my heart was being cut. How could I not feel pained? Like this, a gold boss was killed. Purple Rhyme, Bingcha, and I received benefits, making us all feel pleased. The 300 gold coins dropped were taken by Ling Yu. Mages spent quite a bit, there's no way around this. I could kill monsters with the 1000-bladed arrows and I could use an entire inventory of MP pots for 10 hours, but a bag filled with MP pots would only last Ling Yu around 3 hours. So whenever she went to level, Ling Shui would help her big sister bring many pots, that way she could level for a long time. But it was very cost-effective killing alligators here. A single mob didn't take that many spells, which was probably one of the reasons Ling Yu came here. When noon came, I finally reached level 43. Everyone had pretty much consumed most of their potions and the girls were complaining that they were angry. So Ling Yu decided to head back to the city with everyone to stock up while also going offline to eat before coming back in the afternoon. With several flashes of light, we appeared in Sunset City's square. Purple Rhyme, Bingcha, and I all went to the appraisal shop, while the others came along to experience the stats of a piece of gold armor. When our group came in, Purple Rhyme was the first to put her equipment on the counter. The appraiser looked over the Great Earth staff and said in a deep voice, appraisal fee, 200 gold coins. Purple Rhyme was a bit surprised, so I asked, do you have enough gold coins? She gave a soft laugh, After saying this, there was a flash of light from the Great Earth staff and its stats were revealed. Great Earth staff, silver equipment. Magic attack, 120 to 160. Intelligence, plus 21. Vitality, plus 18. Additional, increases healing by 120 points at most. Required level, 40. It increased healing by at most 120. A single piece of equipment could increase healing by this much, it really was rare. If one was fully equipped with equipment like this, they could heal over 1000 HP with each spell. Purple Rhyme was very happy and changed to the Great Earth staff. Instantly, a glowing staff appeared in her hand and it made her beautiful face even more charming. Ling Yu said with a smile, like this, our team's healing will be even safer. Purple Rhyme nodded with a faint smile, thank you, Ling Yu. Ling Yu was a bit surprised, how do you know I'm called Ling Yu? Purple Rhyme blinked, it's fine to know. I know you, but you don't know me. Ling Yu saw she didn't want to speak, so she didn't ask. Ling Shui urged me, hey, quickly appraise the petrifying necklace. I immediately came forward and handed over the petrifying necklace. After being charged 150 gold coins, it immediately lit up. Petrifying necklace, silver equipment, necklace. Strength, plus 25. Vitality, plus 25. Additional, when attacking, has a 10% chance to petrify the target. Required level, 43. I was too shocked. I never thought that this necklace would actually reach a 10% petrifying change. It could be imagined that with such a high chance, I would be invincible in close combat. In my wild joy, I switched out my necklace and my stats jumped up. My attack power went up to 438 to 566, spear, and 640 to 756, bow. The damage of my bow could already surpass that of a level 50 archer. At this time, Bing Cha also put the fearless chest plate on the table. Who would have thought that the appraiser would give such a high price? Appraisal fee, 500 gold coins. Ah, it's this expensive. Bing Cha's mouth opened wide in shock. I also said, just the appraisal fee is 500 gold coins. The price of a piece of gold equipment is around there. This really is dark. Ling Shui looked at me and said, idiot, don't say these useless things. Bing Cha definitely doesn't have that many gold coins, you should pay for it. I was surprised, you're also rich, why do we need to use my money? Ling Shui said, helping a beauty like Bing Cha pay her appraisal fee is a big chance for you, others can't get it even if they wanted it. I was stunned. A chance already cost 1000 RMB, to be honest, I really didn't want to grasp this chance. But I obediently took out 500 gold coins. There was no other way, although I wasn't the richest person in the studio, I was the one with the most gold coins. Bing Cha was a bit moved as she said, bookworm this. In the future, in short. Seeing the calm Bing Cha acting shy like a little girl, I was stunned. I couldn't help saying, Bing Cha, are you really nervous? It's only 500 gold coins. You can just give me back this money when you have money. Even if you don't want to repay it, I won't want it back, so relax. Bing Cha gave a laugh and said, this will be on you then. Then there was a flash of light and the stats of the fearless chest plate appeared in the team chat. Fearless chest plate, gold equipment, armor. Defense, 155. Magic defense, 120. Strength, plus 28. Vitality, plus 20. Additional, increases user's defense by 100. Required level, 45. Required gender, male. Bing Cha was stunned and only after a while did she mutter, this, could it be fate? Woo, 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 woo. What a waste of this big sister's prayers to God. Everyone was speechless. Ling Yu said with a bitter smile, Bing Cha, don't be sad, it's just a piece of gold equipment. We'll definitely be able to get a piece of female restricted armor in the future. This abnormal system, why does it have this kind of restriction? Bing Cha pursed her lips and gave the fearless armor to me as she said, here, bookworm, it really is your lucky day today. Humph, humph, it's a good thing that you're paid the 500 gold coins yourself, otherwise this big sister really would have suffered a loss. Taking the fearless armor, I was filled with joy and a bit of guilt. I immediately took off the petrifying necklace and said to Bing Cha, this you're giving me this fearless necklace, then I'll give you this petrifying necklace to make up for it a bit. Bing Cha rejected me, I don't want this. Something that you've already worn, how can you not feel embarrassed giving it to me? There's no sincerity at all. Then again, you can make use of its might more compared to me. I was clearly feeling awkward. Then, how should I repay you? Bing Cha said with an ambiguous smile, you don't want to owe me a favor that much. I was stunned, what is this? Ling Shui on the side couldn't take this anymore, so she said in a commanding tone, little fool, give big sister Bing Cha 2,000 gold coins? You've already taken the petrifying necklace, so these 2,000 gold coins can be considered a bit of compensation. I nodded since I could accept this idea. But when I looked at the gold coins in my inventory, I felt awkward. I actually only had 1924 gold coins? Bing Cha, how about I give you 1,500 now? When I log on in the evening to get more money, I'll give you the rest, alright? I tentatively asked. Bing Cha pursed her lips into a faint smile, alright, you really are something. So I happily gave 1,500 gold coins to Bing Cha and she happily exchanged it for several thousand RMB before saying, who wants to go shopping with me tonight? I don't have that many clothes. The girls all revealed happy looks and Ling Shui said with a smile, I'll go with big sister, we haven't gone out in a long time. Ziyu, Summer, and the others also wanted to come and said in a voice with no negotiations, bookworm should go too. I firmly said, I'm not going. Who knows if I would still be alive after going. Girls going shopping had no limit to their strength, so I wouldn't be able to keep up. Summer saw that I didn't agree and threatened me, if you don't come, I'll bring Ling Shui to a bar and throw her on the street for someone else to take home. Ling Shui wasn't angry, she just looked at me with an expectant face with a bad smile on her beautiful face. I hesitated a bit before changing my mind, whoever doesn't want me to go, I'll go against them. Purple Rhyme looked at us, looking quite envious. So everyone planned on logging in another hour or two to continue leveling before logging off. I put the fearless armor in the warehouse before logging off. This gold armor had 155 defense and an additional 100, for a total of 255 defense. This defense already surpassed the stats that a piece of gold equipment should have. According to what I knew, a level 40 gold armor only had 140 defense, and this fearless armor added 100 points of defense, as well as 120 points of precious magic defense. It really was a super tank item. Before tonight came, I still had the chance to reach level 45. When I put on the fearless armor that time, I would be a full meat shield and could even surpass Ling Xue's armor set. Happily logging off, Ling Yu had already ordered a table of delicious dishes from the restaurant next door. The meal was delivered in a few minutes and everyone sat down as the scent of the food filled the room. Looking at the dishes, I asked, Ling Yu, how much did this table of dishes cost? Ling Yu said with a smile, I am a platinum member, so I got 20% off. This table costs around 400, it isn't that much. I was a bit surprised, this much money? We might not make that much from a single day of work, how will we make ends meet? Ling Yu shook her head, we won't. We got 3 pieces of equipment today and with how strong they are, we will become stronger. This is a form of investment and when our levels are high enough to swap them out, they are equipment that all players would want. We can sell them for RMB and the studio will earn a large amount. I nodded. In terms of doing business, I really wasn't that smart. Ling Xue tasted the soup before asking with a smile, Big sister, does the studio have any funds now? Ling Yu revealed a faint smile, yes, but this is my spending money. Since I entered Blue Star, Dad hasn't given me any spending money. I only have around 200,000 right now. Xue, I heard that Dad has given you quite a bit, how about you support Big sister a bit? Ling Xue said in an innocent voice, I don't have anything either. Last time Dad gave you 500,000 and a bank book with 500,000 in it, did you spend it all? Ling Yu was a bit surprised. Xue, could it be you went shopping for LV bags all day? Ling Xue pursed her lips into a smile, how could that be? It was just a few days ago, a junior of my contracted leukemia and the class president organized everyone to help her. I have the 500,000 that Dad gave me to them. As for the bank book, I'm angry when I think about it. Last time I was washing my clothes, I left the bank book in them, so I can't remember the account number or the password at all. I was just too lazy to look them up. Ling Yu was speechless, then how much do you have now? Ling Xue took a few bills from her pockets and counted it before saying, I still have $78. Big sister, you have to support me this summer vacation. Ling Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, I can't even take care of myself, have Bookworm support you. I was surprised before saying, this isn't appropriate, right? Ling Xue was also stunned as her cheeks quickly turned red, looking incredibly beautiful. Ling Yu saw this and said, then treat it as I said nothing. Don't put this in your heart, but our studio's situation is a bit serious after Xue spent all her wealth. Our team needs to gather and earn our living expenses. Everyone united as one and cleared the table. After eating and drinking some iced tea, an hour had passed and we logged in again. Purple Rhyme was already waiting in the square and beside her was Sword Flame Ghost Fire and Sword Flame Heavenly Punisher. When I appeared, Heavenly Punisher came forward and said, Boss, you're finally here. We've finished our mission. I was a bit surprised. Heavenly Punisher, what mission? Heavenly Punisher looked at the beautiful Purple Rhyme on the side before saying with a smile, Boss Dragon Soul wanted me and Ghost Fire here to protect Purple Rhyme. About that, you should know that a beauty like Purple Rhyme attracts a lot of attention and she is a cleric, so she needs someone to protect her. Since you are here, Ghost Fire and I are off to level. I said, how about you come with us? Heavenly Punisher looked at the beautiful Shui Yu girls behind me and started drooling. Really? How could I do that? Ghost Fire came forward and pulled Heavenly Punisher away by the collar as he said to me, Boss Bookworm, sorry, this fellow Heavenly Punisher's brain is burning. Dragon Soul is planning on fighting a boss this afternoon and we can't lack this berserker, so you guys have fun. I nodded, the same to you? Help me give my regards to Dragon Soul. You can just send a message to him. Purple Rhyme beside me revealed a smile. At this time, Ling Yu and Ling Xue had arrived, so after taking inventory and filling up on pots, we once again headed to Deadwood Coast. On the way, the beauties of Shuiyu attracted attention. Many players couldn't help following us and only when we entered the area around Deadwood Coast did they gradually scatter. The monsters near Deadwood Coast were around level 50, so it wasn't something that normal players could deal with. Although these beauties were enticing, their lives mattered more. Ling Xue walked alongside me, us 2 warriors were standing at the front of the party. Yi, look over there, there's a sea turtle. Ling Xue looked into the distance with an excited look. I looked over, that is a turtle shell. Ling Xue didn't believe and turned the turtle shell over with her sword. She looked all over, but she didn't find any turtle flesh at all. Summer came forward to say, look, this is where the turtle's feet would be, this is the turtle's tail, this in front is the turtle's, why is it all red? Ling Yu and Bing Cha walked past, looking at us, you guys really are bored. Everyone felt embarrassed and quickly caught up to the team. In the afternoon, we continued killing the scarlet-eyed sand alligators. These level 60 elite monsters had very good experience, so we were very vigorous as we killed them. 2 hours quickly passed and my experience reached level 43 90%. I would reach level 44 soon. At this time, Ling Xue suddenly called out from in front, little fool, quickly come and take a look. There's an NPC here, but I don't know what it's for. When everyone heard this, we all went over. Following Ling Xue's gaze, there was a small camp built in a small forest by the coast. The giant leaves were placed on the branches and became a ceiling for the camp, blocking out the wind and rain. There was a simple campfire with an iron pot on it underneath, and there were 2 human soldiers sitting there, tending the fire. Not far away, there were another 2 soldiers using a dagger to cut turtle flesh. It seemed like this was the turtle that we saw earlier, so it was these people who took care of them. At the furthest part of the camp, there was a leader covered in silver armor with a sword at his waist who kept giving sighs. I turned and said, "This might be a quest. Everyone come along, we'll try to get everyone to accept this quest." The girls were very happy and immediately followed me. I went forward and talked to the NPCs. The soldier adding firewood into the flames said, "This damn weather, we can't find any dry wood at all. Damn, this will affect the cooking of the turtle meat." He didn't say anything other than this. It seemed like he didn't have a quest. I went to the soldier cutting up the turtle meat, and this soldier said, "It's been several days since we've had a grain of rice. We caught this turtle this time. We can finally fill our stomachs after several days." There was still no result, so I could only go to the leader NPC. When I talked to him, the NPC looked at us with a surprised gaze and said, "Young warriors, you actually came to such a dangerous place. It really is shocking." I revealed a smile and he immediately introduced himself. "We are the scouting team of Sunset City's 3rd Regiment. We came here for a mission, but we never thought that this dead wood coast would have these terrifying scarlet-eyed sand alligators. These things attack humans, so we can't return to Sunset City, and our target has already been invaded by the dark energy. Young man, are you willing to help me with a favor?" Ding. System notification, "Will you accept the quest Kill Captain Hawk?" At the same time, the other girls in my party revealed surprised looks, which meant they clearly received the quest prompt. So I said with a nod, "Accept." When I clicked the accept button, there was a notification that sounded in my ear. Ding. System notification, "Your party has accepted Kill Captain Hawk. Current quest difficulty, 575. Quest details, help the Sunset City find a boat on an island not far west off the coast. The humans on that boat have already been corrupted by dark energy, so please kill these dark beings. Moreover, please go to the 3rd floor to find Captain Hawk and kill him. Bring the head of Captain Hawk back to the scout team leader." Ling Shui said with a smile, "It's our first party quest." I revealed a smile, "It's the same? Come, let's go to the west coast." So I led the way with the bloodthirsty spear. We didn't go far before I felt a pain come over my body. When I looked up, I saw that there was a red monster by the water that had thrown a harpoon at me. Fishman Hunter, normal monster. Level, 55. Attack, 380 to 450. Defense, 120. HP, 7500. Attack method, throw, damage against heavy armor is reduced by 25%. I revealed a faint smile. I went forward to send out a combination of sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and the Icewind Thorn, cutting this level 55 mob's HP in half. Ling Shui also came forward and swept her light flow sword out a few times, releasing a water moon slash. The Fishman Hunter let out a grunt before falling dead, dropping several silver coins. When I picked up the silver coins, Ling Yu looked around and said, "Look, there really is an island in front. According to the quest details, the boat we're looking for is on the island." Ling Shui nodded before saying in a difficult voice, "But how will we get over there? There isn't even a small boat here or a bridge. It would be good if we had a motorboat." Ling Yu said in a speechless voice, "What do we do then?" I dug the silver coins out of the sand before saying while letting out a sigh, "It's very simple, we swim over." Summer was shocked, "But, I don't know how to swim." I looked at her and said, "Will you drown to death? It's a game, your body won't sink and you can freely control your movement. Let's go, there's no other choice." Ling Yu said with a smile, "All right, let's go." I went first. I went into the water and the water gradually reached my waist before I started floating. You really could freely float in the water. Taking a few steps forward, I entered the depths and my feet kept moving without sinking. Turning around, I saw Ling Yu and Bing Cha with the water at their shoulders. Purple Rhyme hesitated a bit before following. Summer, Ziyu, and Rainfall all curled their lips before coming into the water. Summer asked, "Do we need to take off our clothes to swim?" I said, "If you want to, no one will stop you." Summer laughed, "Forget it, it's too cheap for you if I take it off now." I couldn't help being speechless. I turned around again, but I couldn't find Ling Shui. I couldn't help being a bit worried, so I said in a loud voice, "Ling Shui, Ling Shui, where are you?" Putong. The water exploded in front of me and I saw Ling Shui's face appear in the water. She revealed a faint smile, "Fool, why are you so slow?" I gave a laugh and immediately followed. Ling Shui had the lunar shadow cloak which increased her move speed by 10%, so I couldn't catch up no matter what. I could only look at this mermaid-like girl while my saliva flowed. When we reached the island, we found that there was a giant ship in front of us. It seemed like a carrier ship, but the deck was completely made of wood. 10 seconds later, Ling Shui and I arrived first. After going around the ship, we found a small ladder hanging off the side and climbed up. Bada. When my wet boots fell onto the deck, I immediately created a puddle. Ling Shui came up after me and when I turned around, I was stunned. Ling Shui was completely soaked and with water drops all over her. She really looked tempting. Ling Shui saw my burning gaze and immediately said in an angry voice, "You're still looking." I turned around, "I won't look then." But when I turned around, I immediately regretted it since the next person to come up was Ling Yu. Ling Yu's mage robe was soaked by the water and it was tightly wrapped around her, making her twin peaks more prominent. When she saw me looking, her face turned red and she said in a low voice, "Not allowed to look." I felt very awkward as the girls came onto the ship, especially Ling Yu and Purple Rhyme in mage robes. Those two girls really had good figures, it really was mesmerizing to look at. I forced myself to turn around and looking around the deck, I found several human mobs with green bandanas walking around. They had dagger in their hands and a strange red glow in their eyes, clearly showing that they weren't normal humans. Evil assassins, enhanced monsters. Level, 60. Attack, 440 to 550. Defense, 180. HP, 15,000. Additional information, assassins used to working in the dark, have really strong attacks. I immediately shared the stats of the mobs in the team chat. Ling Yu thought for a bit before saying, "Should we start?" I changed to the star-chasing bow and sent out an ice arrow. The assassin was covered in a layer of frost and slowly came over. Ling Yu also began attacking, sending powerful fireballs one after the other. Purple Rhyme also wielded the Great Earth Staff to attack, dealing 400 damage with just a single punishment skill. Ling Shui and Bing Cha waited for an opportunity to attack, attacking midway. This level 60 enhanced monster could only reach halfway before it lost its HP, falling down and dropping 2 gold coins. Our team was just too strong, easily dealing with a level 60 monster. We took care of all the assassins on deck in just 10 minutes. I went forward and found a cabin that had a foul smell which was very familiar. It was the smell of a chicken coop. Ling Shui immediately covered her nose and asked, "What is this smell? It really smells bad." I cut down the door in front and saw several hens flying out at us. Ling Yu was happy seeing this from behind. Did we enter a chicken coop? Bookworm, go check it out. I went forward and felt a pain from my chest as I was sent flying from a strong force. Putong. I fell to the ground. When I looked at my HP, I found I lost a third of it. In front of me, there was a fatty in a white apron who was a boss covered in killing intent with a red face. He had a ladle in his left hand and a pot in his left. It was actually a chef. Dark Cook, Silver Grade Boss. Level, 60. Attack, 550 to 750. Defense, 400. HP, 200,000. Attack type, strong hits, there's a chance of stunning the enemy. Seeing this boss covered in killing intent, Ling Yu and Ling Shui looked at each other with a smile. This is a chef from a 5-star restaurant. I couldn't smile at all since I almost lost my life to this fellow's pot. Shua. Purple Rhyme filled my HP with a heal while she said with a smile, "Work hard, Bookworm." I charged forward with the bloodthirsty spear, releasing a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. I only dealt 543 and 621 damage to him. This defense wasn't low. Ling Shui also came forward and the light flow sword attacked while covered in blue light, with the water moon slash dealing over 1,000 points of damage. Quiet Rainfall and Ling Yu attacked from afar while Purple Rhyme placed a curse on the boss, reducing its defense greatly, causing its HP to keep falling. No matter what, this was only a silver grade boss. We now had Purple Rhyme with her abnormal healing and her revive spell, so there was no need to worry at all. In less than 10 minutes, the powerful chef gave a pitiful cry before it turned into a pile of gold coins, 2 pieces of equipment, and experience. Ling Shui went forward to take the spoils of war, quickly sending out the 2 pieces of equipment. Phosphorescent mage robe, bronze equipment, cloth armor. Defense, 45. Intelligence, plus 10. Vitality, plus 5. Required level, 45. Phosphorescent wristbands, bronze equipment, cloth armor. Defense, 38. Intelligence, plus 9. Vitality, plus 5. Required level, 45. Ling Yu and Purple Rhyme clearly weren't interested in these trash items, so Ling Shui generously gave them both to Summer, who was filled with joy. Next we went to check the second floor of this ship. Kicking the wooden door open, I found a large hall in front of me. I never thought that the ship would actually be this big. Shiu. There was a cold glow that hit the shoulder of Ling Shui behind me. She was stunned as she looked at me. "Don't just stand there in a daze, go and take care of the monster." I went forward and found that the one that attacked Ling Shui was a human monster with leather armor. He had a throwing spear in his hand and his blood-red eyes were filled with hatred as he looked around. Dark Thrower, Elite Monster. Level, 61. Attack, 450 to 600. Defense, 200. HP, 40,000. Attack method, throw, damage against heavy armor is reduced by 25%. I couldn't help laughing. This was good, I didn't need to fear this throwing attack with my heavy armor. In front of us, there were a bunch of elite monsters who were all gathered together. When Ling Yu entered the second floor, she immediately suggested, "Bookworm, let's use our AoE skills to quickly kill them. Shui and Bing Cha can block the attacks of the monsters." Ling Shui and Bing Cha happily nodded. The 2 girls separated, one right and one left with Purple Rhyme standing in the right position, wielding the Great Earth Staff, prepared to use her heal at any time. I changed to the star-chasing bow and sent out the 1,000-bladed arrows. With my 756 attack with the bow, I didn't care about the 200 defense of the Dark Throwers at all. With a round of arrows raining down, there were damage figures that appeared above the head of the monsters which were all over 1,000. Purple Rhyme couldn't help being surprised. Bookworm's attack is so strong. Ling Yu's mouth also dropped. Good fellow, you deal even more damage than my Scarlet Flame. See? Bookworm, you really are abnormal. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ling Yu, are you praising me or insulting me? Ling Yu revealed a faint smile. Nonsense, of course I'm praising you. Quiet Rainfall on the side didn't have AoE skill, so she could only focus the group of mobs with her fire arrow. Ziyu kept running away, but there was no other choice since if the assassin went in, she might be instantly killed. As for Summer, she summoned out her little wolf who after being killed several times, she was too lazy to summon again and ran away with Ziyu. Ling Shui was at the front of the party, already charging into the mobs. She swept out with her light flow sword, sending out the water moon slash to take a chunk of HP from the surrounding monsters. This high damage without a doubt gave her the most aggro, so the dark throwers all threw their iron spears at her, almost turning this little beauty into a porcupine. It was a good thing that Ling Shui's defense could be considered an iron wall and she had a very high attack. With Purple Rhyme's focus, Ling Shui easily killed the mobs. 5 minutes later, the first batch of mobs fell to the ground and my experience bar flew up, as it kept jumping. Killing a bunch of elite monsters was so good for leveling that normal players could never imagine it. On the second floor, we spent half an hour to clear out the dark throwers. During this short period of time, I went up a level, going from level 43 98% to level 44 45%. It was so fast that it made one unable to believe it. When we cleared the field, the 14 pieces of bronze equipment were taken by Ling Yu. She said with a smile, "We'll sell all of these and they'll be used as operating expenses for the studio. Does anyone have any objections?" Of course the girls of the studio didn't object, but Purple Rhyme awkwardly stood on the side. Ziyu was the one to say, "How about big sister?" Purple Rhyme also joined Shuiyu. Purple Rhyme was surprised and a trace of hope flashed in her eyes, but she shook her head with a smile. Forget it. I'm more used to living alone and if I went there, I might disturb you." Ling Yu said, "Since it's like this, we'll talk about this in the future? Yi, where's the boss for this floor? Is there not one?" When Ling Yu's voice fell, the wooden cabin door in front of us exploded. There was a wolf fang club that came out and the owner of this was a tall savage with muscles all over, with only a piece of fur covering him. That wolf fang club created gusts of wind as it was swung around. Warhammer Ripper, Silver Boss. Level, 62. Attack, 650 to 780. Defense, 240. HP, 250,000. Additional skill, Rend. When I shared the stats of the boss in the team chat, Ling Yu's expression couldn't help freezing as she said, "Everyone, be careful. This boss attack is quite high." Ling Shui nodded before charging over. The light flow sword slashed out 3 times, but Ling Shui's petite figure was small in front of the base, only being able to reach the boss knee and cut at its calves. The boss swung its club around, hitting Ling Shui in the shoulder. The little beauty was sent flying and her HP dropped by over 1,000 points. I immediately came forward and swung out with the bloodthirsty spear. With the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers, there was the petrifying effect that was triggered. Ding. Combat notification, your attack has caused a petrifying effect. The target Warhammer Ripper has been petrified and is unable to attack or move, with defense increasing by 300%. This will last 30 seconds. I was filled with joy as I sent out an Icewind Thorn, but I was disappointed to find that the Icewind Thorn only dealt 300 points of damage. It couldn't break its defenses at all. Damn, although the petrified state made them unable to move, it also greatly increased their defenses. This Ripper's defense right now was already close to 1,000. But, not matter how high their defense was, they couldn't block magic attacks. When Ling Yu sent out her fire dragon, she dealt close to 4,000 points of damage. If it wasn't for the fire dragon's long 15-second cooldown, Ling Yu would have been invincible. Half a minute later, Ling Shui and my HP had returned to full and Bing Cha also came forward. Everyone desperately attacked and I hoped for the petrifying effect to appear again. Once it did appear, we could surround it and attack for half a minute. However, although the 10% chance wasn't considered low, my luck was quite bad. In an entire half an hour, the petrifying effect only appeared 4 times. But that was already enough. With our combined attacks, the boss holding the Wolf Fang Club gave a low roar before its mountain-like body fell down, dropping the Wolf Fang Club it had been holding. I immediately went forward and picked it up. Hurricane Warhammer, Silver Equipment. Attack, 120 to 200. Strength, plus 12. Additional, increases the user's attack power by 1%. Required level, 45. Required job, Berserker. Required attack, 450. Unidentified. Ling Shui said with a smile, "The attack isn't that good and there are quite a few requirements." Ling Yu said with a smile, "The attack isn't that bad, it will be close to the light flow sword after it is appraised. This item isn't bad, but it's for berserkers, so do any of you want it? If not, I'll go and sell it." Everyone shook their heads since we were all living off Ling Yu right now. If we didn't give her some income, we really couldn't keep going. So I threw the warhammer to Ling Yu. She took it and her hand sank as her face turned red. It was already quite good that a small mage like her could hold it. After throwing the warhammer in her bag, Ling Yu gave a clap of her hands and said, "Go. To the 3rd floor, we should be able to challenge the final captain boss." The third floor. When I came out of the stairs, the surrounding area gradually became bright because of other players entering. There were two soft mounds from behind me. When I turned, I saw Ling Xue missing a step on the stairs who had fallen against me. How are you this careless? I took Ling Xue's hand and she looked up at me as she pursed her lips. You aren't worried about this, right? Not speaking your real intentions. Then Ling Xue looked around. Where's the boss? I pointed in front of us. There. There's only this large space. Where do you think the boss can be? In the direction I was pointing, there was lamb meat hanging out to dry. Under the wool was a dried corpse, lying on an iron box without moving. Ling Xue said, is the boss the skewers of lamb meat? I nodded as I imagined a lamb skewer with the name Deep Red Lamb Skewer attacking us. At this time, Ling Yu and the rest also came down. Seeing Ling Xue and I watching the dried lamb meat, Ling Yu couldn't help saying, you too. Ling Xue said, big sister, how long has it been since we've gone to that roast meat store for lamb meat? Ling Yu was surprised, half a month. You want to go? But seeing the dried corpse on the box, I wasn't in any mood to eat, so I said, you can chat slowly, I'll go and trigger the boss. After saying this, I pulled out the star-chasing bow, sending out an ice arrow. Who would have thought that the corpse wouldn't move at all? There was no other choice, it seemed like players had to approach. As I approached with the bloodthirsty spear in hand, there was a chill that suddenly came from my heart. The corpse in front of me suddenly stood up and the captain that had been deep asleep woke up. Its face was covered in blood and its was completely dried up, like a withered corpse. With a cold glow, the dried corpse brandished its hand. Its right hand was completely gone, being replaced with a shining bloody hook, like the hook that butchers used to hang slaughtered pigs. The girls all had pale faces from being scared and Bing Cha softly said, Bookworm, be careful. My legs almost gave out under me in fright, but I quickly looked over the boss stats with my star eyes. Undead Captain Hawk, Dark Gold Boss. Level, 70. Attack, 750 to 920. Defense, 450. HP, 850,000. Additional skill, Bloodthirst Berserk. When I shared the boss stats, Ling Yu was shocked. God, it's actually a Dark Gold Boss. This 920 attack is too terrifying. Everyone be careful or you might be instant killed. Schwer, Bookworm, go. Ling Xue had a difficult look on her face. This is too disgusting. Can I not go? Ling Yu was speechless. If you are cruel enough to let Bookworm be punished alone, you cannot go. During this, I really was beaten down by the boss. Kang, Ca. With these two sounds, the boss started left and right, hitting me across the chest from left and right. The iron hook on his right hand didn't forget to stab me, creating a burning pain. 1204. 1176. These two large damage numbers appeared above my head and Purple Rhyme couldn't help calling out in surprise, quickly giving me a heal. She brought me back up to half HP, but the boss kept coming, clearly not wanting to give me a chance to breathe. I gritted my teeth and sent out a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and an ice wind thorn together. What I never would have imagined was that these two skills would only deal less than 2,000 damage. The 450 defense really was too high for my close range attack. I changed my skills to give it a test. There was a flash of golden light that gathered at the head of the spear, stabbing into the boss chest with the shield break slash. A part of the armor broke and a 1347 appeared above the boss head. I couldn't help being surprised. Could it be that the shield break slash decreased defense? Being filled with joy, I didn't pull back the spear as I seized this chance to use a whirlwind slash. Wind gathered around me and the bloodthirsty spear slashed out with white wind, also hitting the chest plate of the boss. Only the flesh of the undead captain was already withered, so this attack from me exposed its bones to everyone. Woo, woo, woo. Ling Xue who charged forward covered her mouth and retreated in fear. I couldn't help smiling. Che, you're actually afraid. Ling Xue was incited by me and immediately stuck out her chest with pride. I am not afraid. After saying this, Ling Xue closed her eyes and sent out a water moon slash. I was shocked. Little miss, hit the boss, not me. It was a good thing that Ling Xue had team mode on, so she couldn't hurt me. If it was that idiot Ziyu, I would have already been sent back to the city. Looking at the withered flesh and bone on the chest of the boss, I explained to Ling Xue, don't be afraid, the boss is actually quite handsome. As for the pieces of meat falling off, just treat it as meat floss. Ah, meat floss. Ling Xue looked at me, this really is disgusting. But Ling Xue still decided to fight because she knew that my defense wasn't enough to fight the boss. I was also depressed since if I could use the fearless chestplate at level 45, I definitely wouldn't be in such a bad situation. Bing Cha came forward and used a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. Then she lost half her HP from a single slash from the boat, causing her to retreat in fear. Purple Rhyme kept using her heal, but she couldn't control this situation at all. It was like this undead captain was going crazy and with his powerful attack, our team only had Ling Xue who could be considered a meat shield. Kang, Kang. The undead captain swept out twice with his sword and Ling Xue was pushed back. When I went forward to help, I found that the boss already expected this. The bloody hook dug into my chest and being dragged by my armor, I was thrown to the right. Kuang. With this loud sound, wood scattered all around. I found that I had broken through the back of the cabin and had found myself in another bright cabin. Bookworm, are you alright? Bing Cha came forward to push back the broken wooden boards and leaned over to ask me this. As long as you didn't die in the game, there were no other problems at all. The boss charged forward with a fierce look, trying to kill me with his sword, but he couldn't approach because Bing Cha had blocked up the hole that I had gone through. In the end, it could only look at me as it tried to move forward, but it couldn't come in. Bing Cha looked at this terrifying boss that was close to it and she was so scared that she couldn't say a word, as she stood there in a daze. I suddenly woke up. Wasn't this our chance? A dark gold boss was not something that we could handle, but there was now a bug that wasn't considered a bug, so I could use this heavenly advantage to take care of this boss unharmed. I quickly stood up and changed to my star-chasing bow, directly sending out an armor-piercing arrow. Zhang. The white glowing arrow went over Bing Cha's head and hit the boss in the chest. 1279. When they saw this number, Ling Yu and Quiet Rainfall stopped attacking. Ling Shui blinked before saying with a laugh, "An opportunity is here." Ling Shui was very smart, so she could see through my intentions. She shouted, "Bing Cha, don't move." Bing Cha helplessly said, "My leg is soft from fear, I can't move even if I wanted to." At this time, all the aggro of the boss was on me, but that meant that only I could attack it, so our damage output was low. Seeing this, Ling Yu immediately sent out a fire dragon to hit its shoulder while ordering, "Bing Cha, move aside. I will pull it away." Ling Shui, prepare to block the entrance. Ling Yu had a high magic damage, so she pulled the boss aggro with one attack. The undead captain immediately turned around and flew out at Ling Yu with its sword brandished. Bing Cha was still stunned, but I quickly came forward to push her aside. Purple Rhyme quickly ran in with Quiet Rainfall before Ling Yu being chased by the boss also came in. When these long-range damage dealers were inside this space, Ling Shui immediately came forward and with AZ movement, she blocked the entrance. The boss could only stare at Ling Yu, not being able to do a thing. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile, "Time to work. Time to work." So Purple Rhyme, who didn't need to heal, could finally attack. She sent a curse on the boss as Ling Yu and I used a flame dragon spell and an armor-piercing arrow respectively to attack. The situation was clearly much better, and with everyone working together, the undead captain wasn't able to get in at all, as he was being kept out. He was twice as tall as Ling Shui and we could clearly see him, so we didn't need to worry about missing. Ziyu and Summer were left in the cabin that the boss were, and the two were worried, will the boss turn around and cut us down with 1/ each? I said in the team channel with a smile, "There's no need to worry, at most you'll lose a level. Just stand a bit further, you shouldn't get any aggro." After hearing this, Ziyu and Summer went 10 meters away to watch, wishing they could stand in Sunset City's safe area. Ling Yu and I were the main attackers. Ling Shui was there to block, so she chatted with Ling Yu since she was bored. "Big sister, I seem to have gotten thinner lately. Work has been hard. Shui, you've become fatter lately. School is very comfortable, it's just eating and playing." I attacked White, looking at Ling Shui before turning to Ling Yu and saying, "Why can't I see which one of you is fatter?" Ling Shui said with a smile, "Nonsense. There's only a 0.5 kilogram difference between me and Big Sister, it would be strange if you could see it." I immediately asked, "Ling Shui, how heavy are you?" Ling Shui said, "I'm not telling you." "How heavy are you?" 65 kilograms. Ling Shui went all out, "Then your 3 measurements." I glared at her and said, "I should be asking you, why are you asking me?" Ling Shui revealed a faint smile, "That's because you never ask me." I immediately followed along, "All right. Then I'll ask now, what are your 3 measurements?" "Not telling you." As we talked, time passed quickly and soon half an hour was gone by. There was only a sliver of this dark gold boss HP left. Bing Cha happily said, "It's almost done." But there were setbacks before good things. When everyone was feeling happy, the dark gold boss undead captain suddenly raised his sword and roared, "Damn humans, all of you should go to hell." Ding. System notification, the dark gold boss undead captain has changed. Its stats have increased by 40% and it has comprehended the skill sword energy / Pang. With a sword glow, Ling Shui was instantly killed. Ding. Combat notification, undead Captain Hawk has used the skill sword energy / to deal 5,402 points of damage to player Cool Breeze Flying Snow. Player Cool Breeze Flying Snow has died. Ling Shui appeared again from the prepared resurrection, but in just a short second, the sly boss had passed through Ling Shui and had charged at us. Ling Yu and I looked at each other. There was only one result, the boss was going to slaughter us. Who? I quickly retreated and reached out to pull Ling Yu into a corner. Bing Cha took the brunt of the attack, and when the sword slashed across her chest, the number that flew up was 10724. Damn, it was over 10,000 damage. This change really was terrifying. Purple Rhyme quickly used a curse, but this didn't influence the boss speed, so Ling Yu and I were overtaken. Puchi. The sword suddenly swept out and I was actually instantly killed with Ling Yu. 7562. 18907. These exaggerated damage numbers were shocking. It was a good thing that Purple Rhyme has used her prepared resurrection, so we all had one chance to revive. But there was no second chance. Ling Shui called out in an anxious voice, "Little fool, big sister, over here." I quickly pulled Ling Yu over and turning around, we saw that Purple Rhyme was in range of the boss. "It's over?" The worst thing was that she was in a daze at this time. I quickly gave Ling Yu to Ling Shui and ran back, but the undead captain was in front of me. He already slashed Purple Rhyme, but Purple Rhyme gave me a smile before she fell down dead. The current undead captain was invincible. Bingcha, who was revived, didn't have time to guard and was killed again. This time she really died, her level had dropped by 1. Purple Rhyme's form gradually appeared. It took 3 seconds to revive, but the petty boss was waiting for her to revive, standing there waiting. I couldn't help secretly complaining before charging forward, sending out a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers with the bloodthirsty spear. Pang, pang, there were 2 damage figures that appeared. 543, 576. At the same time, the sword fell in the air. My legs turned soft and I fell on my butt. Ding. Combat notification, your attack has caused a petrifying effect. The target undead Captain Hawk has been petrified and is unable to attack or move, with defense increasing by 300%. This will last 30 seconds. Seeing the undead captain gradually being covered in stone, I let out a long sigh of relief. At the critical moment, the 10% petrification chance had appeared. My good morals were finally showing their results. It could be seen what the effects of having good character is. Purple Rhyme's face was red, clearly looking anxious. She reached her white hand out to me and said with a smile, "You're still not running." I was surprised. Ling Shui in the back was looking at me and I felt a trace of killing intent. So I took that hand and let Purple Rhyme pull me in my full armor out, which clearly didn't look weird. Purple Rhyme could see through my thoughts, but she just revealed a smile without exposing me. After a few seconds, we returned to the first cabin and Ling Yu attacked the boss. This time the boss made us lose Bingcha, but it was a good thing that Ling Yu didn't die since Ling Yu was the #1 in the Chinese rankings. She had kept this position and been the golden sign of our Shui Yu studio. The undead captain's HP bar was already empty, but this dark gold boss had over 850,000 HP, so who knew how much there was still left. As expected, Ling Yu and I attacked for close to 2 minutes before the undead captain finally dropped down with a wail, dropping a bunch of gold coins and several pieces of equipment. Ling Shui was beside it, so she naturally picked up everything. When she put everything in her inventory, Ling Shui said with a smile, "How about we go back to the city and go over the drops in front of Bingcha?" Ling Shui was very sensible, only this would help Bingcha calm down, but there was another problem, which was that we had to finish the quest. Bingcha's voice came from the team voice call, "I'm heading over now, give me half an hour." "That boss corpse, will it despawn in half an hour?" I said, "I hope not, we'll wait here for you." So everyone guarded the body. We all obtained the same quest item, Captain Hawk's head. The strange thing was that we all had a head. This Captain Hawk had so many heads, like a 9-headed monster. Half an hour later, Bingcha was finally back. In less than 2 minutes after she picked up the quest item, the boss corpse quickly despawned. Patting her chest that she could be proud of, Bingcha let out a sigh of relief. "It's a good thing I made it in time. I ran all the way here." Ling Yu couldn't help smiling. All right, let's look at the loot." Ling Shui nodded and immediately sent out the 3 items the dark gold boss dropped. They were a staff, boots, and a ring, as well as a blue skill book. First was the staff that was covered in an azure glow. At the tip of the staff was a pearl that shone brightly with light. Ice Goddess staff, dark gold equipment. Magic attack, 220 to 350. Intelligence, +20. Vitality, +12. Additional, increases damage of ice spells by 20%. Slots, 1. Required level, 48. Unidentified. Everyone was stunned by this. This was definitely Spirit of Grief's first dark gold staff. It had 350 magic attack even when it was unidentified, so how incredible would it be after it was identified? There was no doubt that this staff's stats were amazing, and if this wasn't given to the #1 female mage, it would be a waste. Ling Shui asked everyone with a smile, "This will be given to my big sister Ling Yu. Does everyone agree?" Everyone nodded with a smile, so the Ice Goddess staff appeared in Ling Yu's hand. Getting the dark gold staff, Ling Yu was filled with joy. The second item was a set of gold boots. Glory boots, gold equipment. Defense, 85. Strength, +15. Vitality, +10. Additional, increases physical attack damage by 3%. Required level, 45. Unidentified. It was another gold item. Ling Shui looked at me and I suddenly received a message from her. "Little fool, I want to give this item to you. What to do? Do you have some good method?" I looked at Ling Shui looking at me and I couldn't help smiling. This little girl was playing secret tricks. This really was Ling Shui's style. So I replied, "No need, give it to Bingcha. We'll just get more broken items by ourselves in the future." Bingcha was staring at the stats of the glory boots without saying a word. I saw it and said with a smile, "I already took the petrifying necklace and the fearless chest plate, then how about Bingcha and Ling Shui roll for this?" Ling Shui immediately shook her head. "Unless it's level 50 gold equipment, I don't want to change my strong gale silver set." Like this, it was clear that these gold glory boots belonged to Bingcha. Bingcha looked at me and said, "Bingcha, your boots are only bronze equipment. We should roll for it or I don't feel good about it." I said with a smile, "No need, I already took advantage of you today and the fearless chest plate is stronger than these boots." I also spent 1,500 gold coins to buy the fearless chest plate, so Bingcha, if you feel like it doesn't work, you can just give me back the gold coins. Bingcha immediately revealed a smile, "I can't, I changed those gold coins into RMB. I want to buy some clothes, so just treat it as treating me to some clothes." I couldn't help complaining, "Why do I have to pay for your clothes? Ling Shui glared at me. Stop complaining, these boots will go to big sister Bingcha and she'll use some other pieces of equipment to repay you. I could only nod. This time, Ling Shui shared the stats of the third piece of equipment. Gust ring, gold equipment, ring. Strength, plus 17. Vitality, plus 9. Additional, increases attack speed by 2%. Required level, 45. Unidentified. It was actually a ring that increased attack speed. This equipment was quite rare. No matter which job it was, an increase in attack speed meant an increase in damage. This gust ring had a 2% increase in attack speed before it was appraised, so if it was appraised, the attack speed might increase again. Ling Shui hesitated a bit. Isn't this ring for warriors? Ling Yu said, it increases strength by 17 before it is appraised, or course strength is for warriors. Do you even need to still ask? So Ling Shui tossed the ring to me. We already said it, this ring will be considered compensation. Bingcha didn't have any objections, she just asked, Ling Shui, you're a swordsman, do you not want this ring? There was a dazzling smile that appeared on Ling Shui's lips as she looked at me and said, I don't want it because I have something better. There was a purple gold ring that was glowing on Ling Shui's finger. It was clear that Ling Shui had just equipped the dark gold purple wind ring that I gave me. Bingcha was a bit confused and Ling Yu who knew only smiled, not revealing this. I quickly put the ring in my inventory. It was a good thing, I had to put it away first. Like this, the 3 pieces of equipment were sorted out and now there was only that blue skill book. 1000-mile ice seal, with powerful magical ice, deal large damage to targets in a set range, which will also decrease their attack speed and their move speed. Required, level 50 magician. It was actually a book for a magician? There was no doubt that Ling Yu had become the biggest winner. She had suddenly changed from a fire mage to an ice mage. With this 1000-mile ice seal and the 20% increase to ice spells from the ice goddess staff, Ling Yu's magic attack was terrifying. Ling Shui gave the skill book to Ling Yu without another word and spread her hands. We've divided the look, let's turn in the mission. The girls nodded. When I wanted to leave, Ling Shui pulled me aside and secretly gave me 2 flame red gems, saying in a low voice, little fool, these are for you. The others can't use them. I was a bit surprised as I looked at the 2 gems. Roaring Flame Gem. Grade, 1. Effect, increase weapon attack by 20. Takes 1 slot. Roaring Flame Gem. Grade, 2. Effect, increase weapon attack by 20. Takes 1 slot. It was a grade 1 gem and a grade 2 gem, moreover, they were weapon attack increased gems. I was instantly stunned, damn. Aren't these the gems that have been uploaded to the forums? I heard that a single grade 1 gem could be auctioned for 5,000 gold coins. Ling Shui said with a smile, in my eyes, they are just 2 good-looking stones. Only you and Big Sister have dark gold weapons with slots, so we can only give them to you. That I'm afraid that their minds aren't as calm, so I didn't announce it. I was a bit worried, this isn't right. It's like we're doing this secretly. How about we tell everyone? Ling Shui looked at me in surprise and said, it really isn't wrong to call you little fool. After saying this, Ling Shui revealed a smile, forget it, since you are feeling restless, you can tell Big Sister, but she is the only one you can tell. Oh, got it. So I told Ling Yu about the gem. Ling Yu didn't have any objections and said with a smile, Bingcha is also a warrior and has the right to know, I'll help you tell her. Then after Bingcha learned about this, she felt that Purple Rhyme wasn't part of the studio and had a right to know, so she told Purple Rhyme. Purple Rhyme told Quiet Rainfall told Ziyu and Ziyu directly talked about it in the team chat. In just a few minutes, this secret that couldn't be said was revealed. With the Gust Ring and the 2 Roaring Flame Gems in hand, I happily went with everyone to report in on the quest. The girls handed in the quest and when I handed in the quest, there was a notification that rang in my ear. Ding. System notification, congratulations, your team has completed the quest Kill Captain Hawk. You have received 550,000 experience, 500 gold coins, 1,200 prestige, and the reward Profound Ice Sword Energy? Profound Ice Sword Energy? I was surprised as I quickly opened my inventory and I found that there was a skill book inside. Profound Ice Sword Energy, release sword energy to deal a fatal blow to enemies in a certain range. There is a large chance to inflict the enemy with a frozen status. Required, level 45 swordsman. I directly chose to learn it and I received the notification, your job can't learn this skill? There was no other way. I looked over at Ling Shui who was looking at me with a smile. Just now, whether it was the glory boots, the gust ring, or the roaring flame gems, Ling Shui kept favoring me. I should give her something since winning together was the right way, so I said to Ling Shui, did you get some equipment from the quest? Ling Shui shook her head, only some experience and gold, there was nothing else. I directly traded the Profound Ice Sword energy to her with a smile, here, this is for you. Ling Shui was stunned as she muttered, such a powerful skill. After saying this, Ling Shui declined the trade, I can't take it. This skill book is just too strong, you can sell it for quite a bit of money. I said, this is a swordsman group attack skill and it has a stunning effect, of course it's very strong, so you need it very much. But Ling Shui hesitated a bit, unable to make up her mind. I saw the little beauty acting cute, so I said with a smile, it seems like you still haven't treated me as one of your own. Hearing this, Ling Shui immediately pouted her lips and quickly grabbed the Profound Ice Sword energy skill. Who says that? I want it. Why wouldn't I want it? I said with a smile. Don't forget, if you get any close combat skill books, don't be in a rush to sell them. Let me see if I can learn them first. Ling Shui nodded with a smile. All the girls had turned in the quest, but I was the only one who received the skill book as a reward. Ling Yu said, alright, our leveling will stop here today, everyone prepare to log off and eat. Let's first head back to the city and appraise our items. So in just a few seconds, everyone returned to the city and gathered at the appraisers. Ling Yu put the ice goddess staff on the table and the appraiser was surprised before saying, truly a good treasure. 1,000 gold coins. Ling Yu was frozen on the spot. I said, the higher the appraisal fee, the better the item. It's a good thing. Ling Yu helplessly said, but I only have 700 gold coins, that is including the 500 from the quest just now. So I quickly handed over 300 gold coins and said, come, I'll support you. Ling Yu said with a difficult look, but I still need items for leveling tonight, there are also expenses. I gave her another 200 gold coins. Ling Yu revealed a dazzling smile and hesitantly said, but other than fixing my equipment, what I really worry about is buying potions. I was speechless as I gave her another 300 gold coins. Who told her to be my boss? Ling Yu laughed and wanted to say something else, but I spread my hands. I only have 500 gold coins, you wouldn't be cruel enough to let me be poor while leveling. Ling Yu still had a conscience and didn't want more. Purple Rhyme and Bing Cha on the side were already smiling at each other. With a flash of light, the stats of the Ice Goddess staff appeared. Ice Goddess staff, dark gold equipment. Magic attack, 355 to 485. Intelligence, plus 32. Vitality, plus 25. Agility, plus 18. Additional, increases damage of ice spells by 40%. Slots, 1. Required level, 48. Seeing the powerful stats of this dark gold staff, everyone was stunned. We never thought that after being appraised, the staff would actually increase the power of ice spells by 40%. Ling Shui and I both cursed at it and Ling Yu happily equipped it, while also learning the 1,000-mile ice seal. She said with a smile, you should all appraise first, I'll go find some mobs to test out my new skill. After saying this, Ling Yu happily ran out. Everyone was speechless, but I looked at Ling Shui with a smile. It was rare for Ling Yu to happily smile in the game, so everyone should feel happy about this. Bing Cha appraised the glory boots, using 200 gold coins. Glory boots, gold equipment. Defense, 124. Strength, plus 25. Vitality, plus 15. Additional, increases physical attack damage by 4%. Required level, 45. These stats were considered not bad, they were in the upper ranks of gold equipment. Next was my gold gust ring. I put the ring on the counter and the appraiser looked at it before saying, 200 gold coins. I looked at my inventory and saw the 500 gold coins. It seemed like I had to find some time to earn some money. I handed over the 200 gold coins and with a flash of light, the gust ring revealed their true appearance. Gust ring, gold equipment, ring. Strength, plus 27. Vitality, plus 18. Additional, increases attack speed by 5%. Required level, 45. I was filled with joy. It was actually a 5% increase in attack speed. This ring definitely was an item of the highest class. I put it on now that I was a level 45 expert. I believed that it wouldn't take long before I reached the level rankings again. The reason I had this confidence was that because I could equip the roaring flame spear. The girls all congratulated me and I said with a smile, everyone prepare to log off to eat, I'll go to the warehouse first. So the girls all logged off. I went to the warehouse and took out the fearless chest plate and the roaring flame spear. Seeing the flames on the spear, the power seemed to make one's blood boil. Roaring flame spear, dark gold equipment. Attack, 525 to 650. Strength, plus 35. Vitality, plus 25. Agility, plus 22. Additional, increases the user's attack by 25%. Special skill, increased EXP gain. Slots, 3. Required level, 55. There were 2 roaring flame gems in my bag that I could use. I went right to the blacksmith and it cost me 50 gold coins to put each of the gems in. With 2 ding sounds, the 2 roaring flame gems were inserted into the roaring flame spear. According to the rules, the first gem had to be grade 1, the second had to be grade 2, and so on. This also gave players quite a bit of trouble since it wasn't easy to get gems from grade 1 to grade 10. However, there were few equipments that could have 10 slots, so only a super divine grade equipment would have those slots. After putting in the 2 roaring flame gems, the attack power of the roaring flame spear increased by 40 and 2 slots were used. Roaring flame spear, dark gold equipment. Attack, 565 to 690. Strength, plus 35. Vitality, plus 25. Agility, plus 22. Additional, increases the user's attack by 25%. Special skill, increased EXP gain. Slots, 3. Required level, 55. When I equipped the roaring flame staff, my hand was filled with the burning energy and I was filled with energy. It was like an endless power had filled my body. My states had greatly increased because of the roaring flame staff, the fearless chest plate, and the gust ring. Easily angered bookworm, dragon whisperer. Level, 45. HP, 3590. Attack, 980-1195. Spear, 780 to 896, Bow. Defense, 695. Magic Defense, 120. Prestige, 17,890. Luck, 0. With my full set, a dark gold weapon, 3 pieces of gold equipment, 2 pieces of silver equipment, and 5 pieces of bronze equipment, my stats really were something. Looking at my stats, I only had one word, broken. My close range attack reached 1,195 and my roaring flame spear had an increase of 25% for physical attacks, so it would reach 1,434. What kind of a concept was this? It wasn't that powerful. This attack was only twice what Ling Shui had. With the roaring flame spear in hand, I was filled with excitement. I immediately headed out of the city and met a level 40 skeleton, sending out a shield break slash. Pasha. The skeleton was scattered and the bones fell down, as it was instantly killed. 70-21. This super high damage figure shocked me. 2 noobs who were leveling nearby saw this and one said in a shocked voice, "Damn, did you see that? That brat just instant killed a level 40 skeleton." Che? Nonsense, do you think he's a transformer? It must have been on a sliver of HP. That's right. I revealed a faint smile. It seems like my stats were already strong enough, I just needed to solve my level problem. I'll go kill level 55 skeletons tonight. Those skeletons dropped repeating quest items, so I could use them. Ling Yu sent me a message, bookworm, log off. After eating dinner, come shopping with us. I couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. It seemed like I would be tired tonight. Thinking about it, since I was a part of the studio, I had to log off, so I did. I would come back tonight to get experience points. After coming out of the room, the girls were already gathered around the dining table. Dinner was as good as before. It was clear that Ling Yu was in a good mood today. It wasn't strange since she had obtained a dark gold staff. It would be strange if she wasn't happy. On the current equipment rankings, my roaring flame spear was first and Ling Yu's ice goddess staff was second. Other than these, the other 8 were gold equipment and 7 of them were in other countries. The 8th ranked gold sword was in China and the master of the weapon revealed his name. It was actually Hell Flames who had the hidden job, Gale Warrior. But I wasn't worried since this person was in the distant second main city. He didn't pose any threat to our Shuiyu. Even if he did become our enemy, why would I be afraid with the roaring flame spear? When facing a formidable enemy, to let Shuiyu reach the top stage in China, I will cut down all the players in our way. Who cares if they are a noob or a peerless master? Ling Yu took a sip of the soup before saying with a smile, "Today, we killed a level 65 dark gold boss. I believe that it won't take long before we can fight a level 80 boss and get a guild establishment token. Shuiyu's name will really reach the world then." Ling Shui said with a smile, "It won't take that long. Our equipment are all good right now, aren't they?" Bing Cha said, The first and second ranked equipment are in Bookworm and Ling Yu's hands. The first ones to kill a level 80 boss will definitely be our Shuiyu studios." Summer tilted her head and said with a smile, "What if the fated and bloodthirsty people send 1,000 people to smother a boss for a guild establishment token? What do we do then?" I gave a snort, "Then we'll look down on them." Ling Yu gave a laugh before saying, "It shouldn't happen. I've already contacted Old Wang at the company. If fated or bloodthirsty make such a big move, I'll know about it immediately. When that time comes, we'll just bring people over to kick their butt and make them understand a fate worse than death." I said while laughing, "That suits me." Ling Shui asked, "Big sister, how is it progressing over at Blue Star?" Ling Yu said, "It's not that good. Those young masters don't work properly. You expect them to go all out in the game? I've heard that there are production players in Sunset City who've gotten their second job change, but our company doesn't even have that many first job change players. I don't know what they are doing all day." Ling Shui asked, "What is Wang Junji doing? Didn't he promise Dad that he would create an industry in the game? If this keeps going, Blue Star will become useless." "Humph, Dad is even giving him several tens of millions. I don't even know where he is spending it all." "Big sister, it can't be that bastard is embezzling the money, right?" Ling Yu revealed a bitter smile. "Dad trusts him that much, how would I know? Forget it, don't mention that person and keep eating." Ling Shui immediately stopped mentioning this. After eating dinner, Ling Yu decided to give the people of the studio half a day off and we went shopping. Summer and I went in Ling Shui's BMW and the other 3 girls went in Ling Yu's Audi. They parked the cars in the Jasmine Hotel parking lot before we walked the rest of the way. Rock Road was a good place because it had shops for the rich and poor. Brand names of up to millions of dollars to some snacks that were only worth $1. Of course, the studio's budget was already very tight, so even Ling Shui and Ling Yu didn't have that much to spend. Everyone just walked around in the common shops. After being stuck in the studio leveling for so many days, Summer and Ziyu were both already bored out of their minds. They kept running and chatting in front of us, while Ling Shui, Ling Yu, and Bing Cha kept walking and talking. They all just threw me to the side. After a while, Ling Shui finally looked at me and said with a smile, "Since you're this bored, then you can go buy some drinks for us? We need 7 of them." I nodded and went forward to buy 7 drinks for $21 while muttering, "With these many people, it really is hard to support. Just some drinks cost $21, it really is a waste." When I came back, the girls all surrounded me. It was summer, so it was very hot and although the girls we 4 were all wearing thin clothes, their faces were still covered in sweat. Ling Yu and Ling Shui had short pink dresses, which looked very cute. Ziyu and Summer were wearing a combination of a t-shirt and hot pants, especially Ziyu, who created waves with her chest, making all the men around us unable to stop themselves from gulping. When the eyes of those men fell onto the twin beauties, they immediately knew what was surpassing the best and gulped again. After all, Ling Shui and Ling Yu's figures all surpassed Ziyu. Not to mention that these two beauties were dressed in cute and sexy clothes, with figures that didn't lose to Ziyu, so naturally they attracted everyone's attention. Ling Yu took a sip of the cold drink before licking her lips. So sweet, I don't know if I'll get fat. Ling Shui accidentally got some white cream on the side of her mouth. Looking down, she immediately licked it off. In my eyes, I couldn't help almost dying from happiness. Looking at the girl on the side, I couldn't help saying, Summer, can you bite it and not lick? Summer was very arrogant. I like it, what does it matter to you? After saying this, she used her tongue to lick all around, which was a bit inappropriate for children. I said with a smile, your technique isn't bad. Summer's face turned red. I don't have any experience, bookworm, don't you think that I'm that kind of person? I said, do I believe you? I would rather believe that pigs can fly. Ziyu pointed in front, yeah, when there's a pig flying. There was a store that was holding an event and there was an inflatable pig flying through the air. Our group continued their shopping, and in a female clothing shop, Ling Yu gave everyone a set of clothes. It was a second-grade name brand that was worth around 5,000, but it already filled the girls of the studio with joy. Ling Shui was wearing a pink jumper as she turned in front of me, excitedly saying, does this look good? I nodded, it does. Ling Shui looks good in anything. Ling Shui immediately glared at me, you're not allowed to just be polite. I changed my tone, these clothes have a unique concept that creates a nice contrast with you. Bing Cha was speechless on the side, so romantic. Ling Shui said with a smile, since these clothes suit me, then how about you buy them for me? I was surprised, you're so rich, why do you need me to buy it? Ling Shui immediately revealed an aggrieved look, I don't even have money to buy food, are you buying it or not? I said, that, you should give me a reason to buy these clothes for you. Ling Shui pursed her lips into a smile as she said, it's very simple. If you don't buy these for me, I'll keep drinking and have someone else take me away. I was instantly killed, alright, how much is it? I'll buy it. Not expensive, 15,000. What? 15,000. I glared at Ling Shui, but she acted in an innocent and cute manner. Ling Yu and Bing Cha were watching the fun before Ling Yu said, go buy it. The things that Shui likes she definitely won't let go. I wiped my sweat away, it's a good thing it's only one set of clothes. If she likes Sunoing, I would have to buy an entire store. Ling Shui said with a smile, it's just Sunoing, just work a few more years. I glared at her, a few more years? Do you know how high my income is? With my income, I would have to work from the age of the Neanderthals until now just to earn enough. Ling Yu gave a laugh, alright, I'll return the money for the clothes to you later. Since Shui likes it, just buy it. I couldn't help being surprised before saying with a smile, no need. After saying this, I swiped the card. After using 15,000, there was still around 30,000 in the card. It seems like I had to keep earning more money. After I bought these clothes, Summer immediately said, Bookworm is so biased, why won't you buy us some clothes too? I said with a calm smile, who says that? I've always been fair. Come, let's go buy you a set as well. Summer said in an excited voice, alright, where are we going? The Gene West around the corner. I said with a smile. What a joke, it's a few hundred for a set of clothes. I didn't care if I had to buy everyone a set. Summer curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Why can only Ling Shui buy clothes here? I explained, Ling Shui is different. What is different? This. I was stunned and stuttered for a while as my face turned red. Ling Shui looked at me and there was a teasing smile on her beautiful face. She looked at me with a hopeful look, so what is it? Seeing her evil appearance, I was speechless. How would I know? Let's go. After mentioning clothes, we went out. In the end, I bought Summer and Ziyu a set of purple jumpers for 500. It was like buying 2 pieces of bronze equipment, so I wasn't hurt by it at all. Anyway, I can earn all that back by farming the skeletons in the Hero Memorial Park for an hour. Our group walked around for a while until 9 at night. Ling Shui brought me to watch a movie and the entire studio went along. They watched a movie about a person sacrificing a life for the country and they went home crying. It was already 11 when we got back to the studio. The girls went to wash up and sleep and I went back to my room. I wanted to level all night and with my broken equipment, it would be a waste if I didn't go. After logging in, I appeared on the edge of Hero Memorial Park. It was the weekend, so there were many players and teams leveling around here. It seems like they were people who were prepared to stay all night. When I logged on, the golden light of the Fearless chest plate was released and there was a dark gold glow around the roaring flame spear, looking quite dazzling. I quickly got rid of the glowing effect. I almost forgot that every time I logged in, the effects setting would return to normal. I had logged in alone and if people wanted to cause me trouble, it wasn't that I was afraid of piking, rather I loved to PK. It was just that the penalty for piking in Spirit of Grief was too strong and I wouldn't be able to relax and level all night. Although it was only a flash of light, quite a few of the surrounding players noticed me. They all looked at me with looks of greed. I didn't say a word and directly entered the forest in front of me, leaving their field of vision. My level was 45 right now, so I opened the level rankings. 1 gentle breeze embracing the moon. Level 52. Magician. 2 sword flame ghost fire. Level 52. Dark magician. 3 delicate rice fragrance. Level 51. Soul magician. 4 hell flames. Level 51. Gale warrior. 5 battle soul defying heaven. Level 50. Berserker. 6 battle soul drifting wind. Level 49. Magician. 7 battle soul iron wing. Level 48. Magician. 8 wind cloud decision. Level 48. Magician. 9 lone grave. Level 48. Berserker. 10 gentle breeze flying snow. Level 47. Swordswoman. There wasn't that much change, only Ghost Fire's level was already about to catch up to Ling Yu, and Ling Shui was able to climb to the bottom of China's level rankings in just 2 days of leveling. The top 5 had 3 people with hidden jobs. This showed just how strong they were. Seeing my own skills, I couldn't help being a bit confused. I had only learned the Star Eyes and the Shield Break Slash for the Dragon Whisperer job. I've never even heard of dragon magic before or even where to learn them. After several minutes, I arrived in the depths of the Hero Memorial Park where there weren't any players around. There were only some high-level skeletons wandering around, with monstrous red glows coming out of their dark eyes. Yee, this place seems very familiar. Looking around, I recognized this. This place filled with corpses and rot. Wasn't it the treasure ground that I used when I rushed to level 50? Looking at it, up on the cliff, there were several guards in armor watching over the fire. If I remembered correctly, this was a repeatable quest that gave a lot of experience from collecting mob drops. Ayo, ayo. There was a skeleton that roared out as it rushed over with its rusted iron sword. I wasn't in a rush to attack, I looked at its stats first. Corroded armor skeleton, enhanced monster. Level, 60. Attack, 550 to 789. Defense, 400. HP, 14,000. Attack type, armor piercing. I couldn't help being surprised. I couldn't see the monster's stats when I didn't have the Star Eyes, but I never thought that this skeleton would be at level 60. It was no wonder I leveled up so quickly, so I went forward with the Roaring Flame Spear and sent out a Shield Break Slash, 2601. Seeing this damage number, I couldn't help being surprised. My close to 1200 physical attack was just too peerless. I could even easily kill a monster that was 15 levels higher than me. Kaka. The sword of the corroded armor skeleton hit my shoulder and only 157 damage. The defense of the golden fearless chestplate really was amazing. Pa, pa, pa. The high-level sweeping away 1,000 soldiers hit the corroded armor skeleton 3 times to blow them away. 1784, 1892, 1901. With this incredible damage, I sent out an Icewind Thorn and directly pierced the armor of the corroded armor skeleton. After piercing through it, the corroded armor skeleton turned into bones and dropped 2 gold coins, as well as a rusty old iron sword. Corroded rusty sword, trash tier. Additional, quest item. Can't be dropped, can't be traded, can be stacked. It really was the quest item. I could get it even without accepting the quest first, so I didn't rush to take the quest and continued to kill the mobs. With the power of the Roaring Flame Spear, I could take the life of a corroded armor skeleton with a round of skills. With the increased experience from an enhanced monster, my experience bar also quickly increased. Even so, I wasn't satisfied with the speed I was killing the mobs at, so I pulled in a bunch of corroded armor skeletons and led them to the edge of the valley, letting them form a line. I quickly pulled out the star-chasing bow and the 1,000-bladed arrows instantly wreaked havoc. My bow's attack had already reached 900, so it was quite different from the attack of a noob level 46 archer. With a round of the 1,000-bladed arrows, there was a large bunch of damage figures that appeared above me as almost all the skeletons received over 1,000 damage. Like this, although my supply of MP pots quickly decreased, my leveling speed increased greatly. In just half an hour, a large pile of monsters had turned into experience, as well as a bunch of potions, and even some sparkling pieces of equipment. I immediately went forward and put everything in my inventory. Over 100 corroded armor skeletons dropped close to 300 gold coins, 54 of the quest items, as well bronze equipment that was also a part of a set. It was a helmet and a chest plate. Bloodthirsty helmet, bronze equipment, armor. Defense, 60. Strength, plus 12. Vitality, plus 8. Set effect, required level, 45. Unidentified. Bloodthirsty chestplate, bronze equipment, armor. Defense, 65. Strength, plus 14. Vitality, plus 10. Set effect, required level, 45. Unidentified. I was filled with joy. This set equipment's stats really were quite good. There was defense and there was attack. Although I only got 2 pieces, I was confident in getting the rest. Moreover, the name was the Bloodthirsty set, so it must be related to thirsting for blood, which would definitely help warriors with piking. I happily threw the pieces of bronze equipment into my inventory and continued killing mobs. Time quickly passed and it was already 5 in the morning in the blink of an eye. My inventory was already quite full since there were 21 pieces of the Bloodthirsty set that dropped, for a total of 3 sets. There were also 3,000 gold coins that dropped, so the harvest was quite good. In my inventory, there were over 600 corroded rusty swords, so I should go turn in the quest. Looking around, after I wildly killed mobs, there were over 98% of the corroded armor skeletons who were dead. There were only a few who continued to exist in the corners. It seems like if I wanted to keep leveling, I had to find another place. It was a good thing that in these 6 hours, I had already leveled up twice, so I was now already level 47. I believe that I would be able to return to the level rankings in just a few hours. Coming to the small hill, I talked to the leader of the Memorial Park guards. Ding. System notification, you have received the task cleaning the corroded armor skeleton, can be repeated. Quest difficulty, 180. Quest content, help the Memorial Park guardsmen kill corroded armor skeletons and collect the rusted swords from them. When you have collected 50 rusted swords, you can hand them over to the Memorial Park guardsmen. Without a word, I accepted the quest and began handing over the quest items. It would be once for every 50 swords. Ding. System notification, you have completed the quest cleaning the corroded armor skeleton. You have received 180,000 experience, 200 gold coins, and 150 prestige. With the dings from the system notifications, my experience quickly rose. A section of my experience bar increased with each quest I turned in. After turning it in 13 times, I was pleasantly surprised to find that I already reached level 48. I quickly opened the level rankings. 1 gentle breeze embracing the moon. Level 52. Magician. 2 sword flame ghost fire. Level 52. Dark magician. 3 delicate rice fragrance. Level 51. Soul magician. 4 hell flames. Level 51. Gale warrior. 5 battle soul defying heaven. Level 50. Berserker. 6 battle soul drifting wind. Level 49. Magician. 7 battle soul iron wing. Level 48. Magician. 8 easily angered bookworm. Level 48. Dragon whisperer. 9 wind cloud decision. Level 48. Magician. 10 lone grave. Level 48. Berserker. Ha, ha, father is back. I broke out in laughter as the anger in my chest was all gone. Humph. Faded and bloodthirsty, just you wait, I will get back what is owed. But when I entered the level rankings again, I pushed out Ling Shui at the tail. If she were to know this, I don't know what she would think. I tidied up my inventory. I only had a third of my potions left, so I couldn't keep killing mobs at all. Moreover, I was level 48 now, so to kill those level 50 skeletons was something I wasn't willing to do. So I looked forward and saw that the deeper place in front of me was covered in thick mist. I couldn't see what was ahead at all. At this time, the leader of the Memorial Park guards looked at me before saying with a sigh, the forces of darkness are gathered further away. Although our Sunset City is the core of the forces of light, the powers of darkness will take every chance they can get, and they have established a temporary sentry in front. Young man, are you willing to help the Sunset Kingdom complete a difficult quest? Ding. System notification, will you accept the quest destroy the forces of darkness sentry? I was a bit surprised. I didn't want to sleep yet, I could still play for a few hours. Accept. Ding. System notification, you have accepted the quest destroy the forces of darkness sentry. Quest difficulty, 480. Quest content, find the forces of darkness sentry in front and kill all the dark soldiers there. As well, kill the leader of the sentry post and bring it back to the Memorial Park guards. It was another killing quest, I liked it. So I organized everything and bid farewell to the Memorial Park guards before heading off into the night. The ground in front was much more muddy, so it was very uncomfortable to take each step. It was a good thing that in less than half an hour, I stepped on dry black ground again. In the night, I could see a few lights, which was actually the camp of the creatures of darkness. There were several glassy-eyed soldiers with spears gathered around a fire. They used to be humans, but they degenerated into slaves of the armies of hell, so they had already lost their humanity. Not far away, there were several tents among the trees, and by the sides of the tents, there was a demon beast tamer at the entrance with a fierce-looking gust wolf sitting beside it. I counted them, and there were a total of 3 fires with around 7 to 8 spear soldiers by each fire. The stats of the spear soldiers were quite high, perhaps I might not be able to fight back if they ganged up on me. Dark Spear Soldier, Elite Monster. Level, 65. Attack, 720 to 850. Defense, 400. HP, 45,000. Attack, piercing attacks, deals extra damage to cloth armor. It's actually a level 65 elite monster. This was trying to take my life. Although I knew that they were hard to handle, I still steeled myself. There was no choice. If I didn't take out these spear soldiers, I couldn't finish this quest. The 480 difficulty of the quest should come from this. Changing to the star-chasing bow, I sent an ice arrow to hit the outermost dark speak soldier. Ayo, ayo. There was a strong chain reaction as 7 dark spear soldiers all raised the spears in their hands to chase me. I secretly complained, these spear soldiers really were too fast. They were already in front of me in the blink of an eye. It was impossible to kite them and use the 1,000-bladed arrows. It was fine with the slow monsters of the Hero Memorial Park, but to dream about it here, it was seeking death. So I changed to the roaring flame spear and sent an ice wind thorn at the frontmost spear soldier. Pang. With a blue light, there was snow that appeared around me before a damage figure appeared above the head of the dark spear soldier. 2,547. This damage figure wasn't bad, but the ones behind had already charged over and their spears were slashing down at my armor. 427. 534. These 2 damage numbers made me complain. I already had over 700 defense, but I was still so vulnerable in front of these high-level monsters. The 4 dark spear soldiers came forward and I gritted my teeth. The roaring flame spear turned into a red crescent as I released the whirlwind slash and pushed those 4 spear soldiers back. Moreover, there was one that was petrified and couldn't move for 60 seconds. The pressure on me was still very big even like this as I lost half my 3,720 points of HP. If this continued, I might die in just a few minutes. At this time, I suddenly thought of Purple Rhyme. If she was here, I could forcefully kill these mobs, but it was too bad she wasn't. So I could only use my heal to add around 100 points of HP before using HP pots to make up the difference. Ka, ka. With this sound, I found that these dark spear soldiers held their spears at their chests, but that also blocked the spear soldiers who wanted to come forward. I had an idea and quickly moved back several steps to the right. There were 2 dark spear soldiers that chased me and sweeping out their spears, they blocked the ones from behind that wanted to come forward. Hucky, hucky. Although the spear soldiers behind had blood-red eyes, they couldn't do anything. When they tried to pass by their companions, I moved at a 45-degree angle to change the direction of the attack, so the 1 or 2 spear soldiers in front blocked the rest. Like this, all the other spear soldiers could only stand there helplessly. I cleared my mind and didn't dare let my focus break since if it did, I might lose a level here which I definitely wouldn't allow. I was still counting on this quest to reach level 49. Shua, shua. With a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers, the first spear soldier fell down and dropped several gold coins. Damn, it really took quite a bit of energy to kill this elite monster. Just like this, it took me close to 5 minutes to kill each dark spear soldier. When I carefully killed these 7 dark spear soldiers, close to an hour had already passed. There was a pile of gold coins, as each spear soldier gave quite a bit. There were a total of around 200 gold coins. Moreover, the experience bar went from level 48 7% to level 48 15%. Each spear soldier was 1% of my experience bar, so I would reach level 49 if there were 100 of them. It was a pity that this camp only had around 20 dark spear soldiers. When I spent an hour and a half finishing the other 2 groups of spear soldiers, the sun had already risen. It was 7:30 in the morning and the girls in the studio hadn't woken up yet. They were playing all day yesterday, so they probably didn't want to wake up yet. The sky in the game also gradually lit up. There was a pile of dark spear soldier corpses in front of me and my experience bar had reached level 48 32%. However, what made me frustrated was that there wasn't a single piece of equipment that dropped. It really was a bit too much. Next it was the demon monster trainer that was guarding the tents in the camp. Before starting, I first looked at their stats to know if I could win against them. Giant demon beast trainer, elite monster. Level, 65. Magic attack, 550 to 720. Defense, 180. HP, 15,000. Additional, summoning spell, Gale Wolf. Gale Wolf, elite monster. Level, 65. Attack, 650 to 800. Defense, 280. HP, 60,000. Additional, Bloodthirsty, increases personal attack speed by 25%. I secretly took a cold breath, it really was abnormal. It was a good thing that my star eyes let me say the stats of these mobs. If it was anyone else, they would choose to kill the Gale Wolf first since the pet was usually the strongest attack, so instant killing this high damage dealer was the best way. But this tactic didn't work here since this fierce gust wolf had 60,000 HP. It really was unknown how long it would take and the master only had 15,000 HP, as well as having the cloth armor of a mage, so they didn't have any defense at all. Kill the king before the pawns? If the giant demon beast tamer was killed, the gust wolf would be dismissed and there would be no need to waste time on it. After making my decision, I immediately silently went forward. However, when I was 10 yards away from the demon beast tamer, the gust wolf on the ground with closed eyes suddenly peeked its ears as it had actually noticed my approach. Shua, shua, shua. I charged forward and used a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers on the giant demon beast tamer. 2203, 2471, 2368. Against the cloth armor, my super high attack power was even more powerful. Just a single sweeping away 1,000 soldiers was enough to take away half their HP. With a wild dance of the roaring flame spear, the next 2 skills came out which was a combination of the whirlwind slash and the shield break slash. With 2 pa sounds and a golden glow, the roaring flame spear with a powerful strength landed on the giant demon beast tamer's weak body. 3491, 4278. The giant demon beast tamer gave a wail as he fell down and the Gale Wolf that was about to attack me with a claw gradually faded before the 2 experience piles from them were obtained by me. I rubbed my eyes before believing it, it really was true. 1,213 attack against 180 defense was simply like cutting vegetables. Moreover, the roaring flame spear increased physical attack by 25%, which made it even easier. If this giant demon beast tamer had around 500 defense, my attacks wouldn't have been more than 2,000. With this difference in attack and defense, I was able to deal a terrifying 4,278 damage. Opening the quest list, I found that all the dark spear soldiers were dead, but there were still 3 giant demon beast tamers left. With a smile, I quietly approached another giant demon beast tamer. Just like before, I rushed forward and after using my attacks, the cloth armor mob and its pet turned into experience for me with a pitiful scream in just 5 seconds. In less than 2 minutes, I was in front of the final giant demon beast tamer. When I was about to attack, the giant demon beast tamer noticed me and began using magic. When I was in front of it, there was a dark and white ball of light that flew out. Pucci. I felt pain all over my body as my HP dropped by 894. Damn, magic attacks were always painful for warriors. After sweeping out with my spear to kill that giant demon beast tamer, the Gale Wolf also quickly disappeared before a staff dropped to the ground. Dark Light Staff, Silver Equipment. Magic Attack, 120 to 185. Intelligence, plus 12. Vitality, plus 5. Additional, increases the user's spell damage by 1%. Required level, 45. Unidentified. The magic attack was considered good. I threw it into my inventory and planned on hawking it when I got back to Sunset City. At this time, I looked at the tents. If everything was normal, the commanding officer of the Dark Forces sentry post should be in one of the tents. Brandishing the roaring flame spear, I pushed aside the tent flap to see an empty tent. There was only a broken straw mat and a worn-out box inside. A box? I went in and found that there was a lock, so I couldn't open it. I wasn't a thief, I couldn't pick this lock. So with a sweep of the roaring flame spear, the sharp tip fell down and shattered the lock. I excitedly opened the box and found that there was a blue flowing gem that was inside. Exquisite gem. Grade 1. Effect, adds 20 defense to armor, takes 1 slot. Damn, it was a gem that added 20 defense, this was something good. Everyone knew that the defenses of mages were bad, even the high-level mage robes didn't add that much defense. Like this, gems were more important since 20 defense was quite a lot. Looking down at my fearless chest plate, this gold armor didn't have any slots and it wasn't practical to add slots myself. So I threw the exquisite gem into my inventory, saving it for later. When I have higher level equipment, I could definitely use this for that then. So I walked out of the tent and went to the second tent. It was as empty as before, having the same worn out box, but I also wanted this box. Pang. The roaring flame spear broke the lock again and there was a black gem inside the box. Flying feather gem. Grade 1. Effect, adds 2% move speed to shoes, takes 1 slot. I broke out in laughter, it was another good thing. It actually increased move speed by 2%, this was a great gem for piking. It was fine to use it myself, but it was also good for selling. So I happily put the gem away and continued looking for treasures. The third tent didn't disappoint. It was clear that I was the first player to come here as the box was complete. After opening, there was a snow white gem that was inside. Thawing gem. Grade 1. Effect, adds 10 magic attack to staff, takes 1 slot. It was finally a staff gem. Gems that increased magic attack were definitely in demand because mages depended on this to play. I remembered that Ling Yu's Dark God Snow Goddess staff had a slot, so I could give this thawing gem to her. 10 points of magic attack was considered good. This time, I wouldn't sell the gem to Ling Yu because I believed that if Ling Yu got a gem that I needed, she would give it to me. That way, our Shui Yu studio was a team. We could also do right to the words Shui Yu forever, conquering the world in our living room. I had 3 gems in my inventory now. Although they were only grade 1 gems, these rare things were enough to fill me with excitement. I quickly went to the 4th tent and if nothing unexpected happened, there should be a physical attack roaring flame gem inside this tent. Although my weapon already had a grade 1 and 2 gem, I could always use it to sell for money. The roaring flame gem was a high grade item, so as long as an expert was willing to pay a lot for it, it would definitely sell. I was grinning from ear to ear, but I never expected a sneak attack when I opened the tent flap. Pang. There was a sharp sword that cut across my chest, sending me flying into the distance. 984. This close to 1000 damage surprised me. My defense was already 700 and I lost this much HP. The enemy's attack power was just this terrifying? Looking up, I saw a boss in black armor standing in the entrance of the tent. It was a commander of the Dark Forces with a sinister look, holding a glowing sword with a fire-red cape dancing behind him. Dark Commander, Gold Grade Boss. Level, 65. Attack, 750 to 900. Defense, 500. HP, 250,000. Additional, a Dark Forces elder demonized a human commander, turning him into a dark slave. This Dark Commander became a low-level commander of the Dark Forces. He has terrifying strength and is even more terrifying with the Dark Sword. I was stunned before revealing a smile. A good level 65 gold boss. It had 900 attack and 500 defense, but that wasn't anything. My attack and defense were higher than it was only his HP that was much higher. I probably only had 1/67th of his HP. I quickly drank a HP pot and immediately stood up. The roaring flame spear had a much longer range compared to the other side's sword, so I immediately sent out an Icewind Thorn. The Dark Commander was covered in a layer of frost before I used the sweeping away 1000 soldiers and the shield break slash. 1492, 1547, 2803. There was no doubt that the shield break slash was my strongest attack. Whether it was against the defense of a mage or the high defense of a warrior, the shield break slash had incredible effect. The only problem was that it had a high CD, taking 10 seconds between each use, but it would become shorter as it leveled up. I used another whirlwind slash to deal another 2000 damage before running away. The freezing effect of the Icewind Thorn only lasted 15 seconds. After my cooldowns were finished, I went forward again. I quickly used all the skills that I could use before running away again, taking out the star-chasing bow to send out an ice arrow and an armor-piercing arrow, dealing as much damage as possible. The Dark Commander was furious after all this and swept out with his sword, sending a black glow that hit me in the chest and filling me with pain. Ding! Combat notification, you have been hit by the Dark Commander's Dark Glow spell. You have lost 1784 HP. Damn, it was both a mage and warrior? I was shocked. If this continued, I would definitely be killed. It was a good thing that the cooldown of the Dark Glow spell wasn't short either. It took quite a while before the Dark Commander used it again, which was also good. I slowly topped up my HP with my potions and continued to use my skills to destroy this gold boss. With the Dark Gold Roaring Flame Spear and the other gold equipment, it wasn't a problem for me to destroy this boss. After around 20 minutes, this aggrieved gold boss finally lost the last sliver of HP and fell down with a pitiful wail, dropping a pile of gold coins and a piece of equipment. I quickly came forward and picked up the quest item, the boss head. Then I picked up the gold coins, which were 325 pieces in total, which was considered quite a bit, so it wasn't a waste of time fighting him. Then there was the piece of equipment, which was a fire red cape that the boss had been wearing. Scarlet cape, gold equipment, armor, defense, 100, strength, plus 15, vitality, plus 10, additional, low-level bloodthirst, required level, 48, unidentified. I was filled with joy. It was actually a gold cape which had a required level of 48, so I could equip it. Moreover, this cape had a bloodthirst skill which made it even more amazing. So I immediately put away this good thing and carefully entered the last 10. As expected, after breaking the box, I got a grade 1 Roaring Flame gem. It seems like I now had a full set of grade 1 gems. After throwing everything in my inventory, I brought the Dark Commander's head back. When I handed over the bloody head, the leader said in an excited voice, "Brave warrior, you really killed that evil commander. This is great. Come, this is your reward." Ding! System notification, you have completed the quest Destroy the Forces of Darkness Sentry. You have obtained 450,000 experience, 500 gold coins, and 1,200 prestige. Shua. With a beam of gold light, I reached level 49. When I opened the rankings again, I had reached 6th place. At this time, there was a dis-sound as I received a system notification, your friend Gentle Breeze Embracing the Moon has logged on. In less than a few seconds, Ling Yu called me and said in a shocked voice, "Bookworm, you're already level 49. So abnormal." I said with a laugh, "It's alright." Ling Yu gave a laugh, "Remember to rest? Don't be too tired, sleep earlier." I thought about it before saying, "Ling Yu, come to Sunset City's East Gate, I have something for you." Ling Yu was a bit confused, but she replied, "Oh, I'll be there soon." I took out a city return scroll and appeared in Sunset City. In the distance, there was a beautiful female mage coming over. I took out the grade 1 thawing gem and traded it to Ling Yu. "Here, you can use this. Go to the blacksmith and use 50 gold coins to put it in your slot." Ling Yu was surprised before revealing a smile, "Thank you Bookworm, but I don't have that many gold coins, can you give me some?" I was surprised, "Good fellow, you really are a wolf." "What? I really am in need of money right now." Ling Yu revealed a smile, looking like a spoiled brat. It went to my head and I immediately gave her 2,000 gold coins. "Save a bit, remember to pick up the money when you kill mobs." Got it. Ling Yu happily accepted the gold coins. "Then, I'll go repair my equipment, you do your things." Alright. After repairing my equipment, I went off to the appraiser. Putting the scarlet cloak on the counter, the appraiser excitedly said, "Good treasure? The appraisal fee is 600. Although I gave Ling Yu 2,000 gold coins, I still had 2,000 left, so I quickly handed over the fee. With a flash of light, the scarlet cloak was covered in a red glow that hung over it like a blood mist. Scarlet cape, gold equipment, armor, defense, 150, magic defense, 100, strength, plus 25, vitality, plus 20, agility, plus 18, additional skills, intermediate bloodthirst, required level, 48. It actually increased to intermediate bloodthirst. I immediately equipped it and the blood red cloak replaced my black cloak, looking much more powerful compared to before. Now that I was level 49, I was considered a high-level player. With the dark gold roaring flame spear, there was no need to hide anymore, so I released the effects of my equipment. Then I looked at the bloodthirst skill. Intermediate bloodthirst increases the user's attack speed and move speed by 20% after using. Lasts for 30 seconds. Has a cooldown of 30 minutes. After putting on that broken cape, I was filled with joy. I immediately took out another piece of equipment. It was that dark light staff that the giant demon beast tamer had dropped. After putting it on the table, the appraiser looked at it and stated, 80 gold coins. I happily took out the money and the stats of the staff appeared in front of my eyes. Dark light staff, silver equipment. Magic attack, 150 to 225. Intelligence, plus 20. Vitality, plus 9. Additional, increases the user's spell damage by 4%. Required level, 45. It could be said that this was a weapon that an expert magician should have, especially the magic attack. It reached 225, which was even greater than the roaring flame staff that Ling Yu had before. I would sell it for money. I took out the bronze bloodthirsty set and spread them across the table. The appraiser was filled with excitement. It seemed that business would be good today. Each piece cost 20 gold coins and it cost me 420 for a total of 21 pieces of bronze equipment. I casually took one out. Bloodthirsty helmet, bronze equipment, armor, defense, 75, strength, plus 18, vitality, plus 9. Additional, low-level bloodthirst. After activation, increase the user's attack speed and move speed by 15%. Lasts for 30 seconds. Has a cooldown of 30 minutes. Required level, 45. It was actually low-level bloodthirst. It was a good thing for piking among high-level players. So I quickly went to the warehouse and stored the 3 gems before going to Sunset City's Eastgate Square. It was currently 8 in the morning and there were quite a few people wandering around. I released the golden glow of my high-level equipment and the dark gold roaring flame spear in my hand attracted even more attention, not to mention the scarlet cloak on my back. In an instant, everyone's attention was attracted and they all looked over. A warrior was shocked as he said, "Damn. An expert, he actually has several pieces of gold equipment. Look at that, that spear is actually a dark gold equipment. God, is this still a person? Idiot? Don't you see his name?" Another warrior looked down at this warrior, that is easily angered bookworm. He's one of the core members of Shuiyu, wouldn't he have broken items? Several girls had looks of admiration, easily angered bookworm, so handsome? Look at those eyes, look at that beard, look at that spear, look at that cloak, too handsome. I revealed a faint smile. What was handsome was the equipment. What did it matter if people were handsome in the game? Could they feed themselves like this? They couldn't just use a handsome face as a shield when piking others, could they? Wang Junji was a handsome fellow, but didn't he get suppressed by Bloodthirsty World in the end? At this time, I took out the Dark Light Staff and the 3 Bloodthirsty sets before shouting out, selling highest quality equipment. Classmates that are over level 40 can come take a look even if you aren't buying. I was instantly surrounded by a large crowd. Everyone's eyes popped out. That Dark Light Staff's magic attack is so broken. Damn, bloodthirsty set, how can the stats of bronze equipment be this strong? Very soon, several high-level magicians asked, how much is the Dark Light Staff? Brother, let's be friends, make it a bit cheaper. To be honest, I had quite a few friends. The girls at Shuiyu Studios, the brothers in Sword Flame, as well as Flying Fire and his group at Flying Fire Link City, so I didn't need to rely on selling equipment to make friends. After all, having a few more friends couldn't compare to having $20,000. So I raised my voice to say, it'll go to the highest offer, so give your prices and I'll choose the best one. I'm only here for 10 minutes, so every classmate that wants to buy the bloodthirsty set line up. Immediately, a level 44 magician said with a red face, I'll bid 2,000 gold coins. Che. With this hiss, there was another level 43 magician that said, 5,000 gold coins. My heart was a bit moved, that was 10,000 RMB. However, the crowd didn't disappoint me as very soon another level 45 magician shouted, 8,000 gold coins. That level 43 magician's eyes turned red, your dad? I'll immediately exchange for gold coins, I'll bid 12,000 gold coins. The level 45 magician was stunned as he said, you might as well pay 20,000, your head must be kicked in. I don't have that much. The level 43 magician raised his middle finger, Che, you played for this long without any money, you caused father to spend even more money. After saying this, he opened the trade window with me and put in the 12,000 gold coins. I happily traded the Dark Light Staff and a second later, I got the 12,000 gold coins and immediately exchanged for 26,456 RMB for my bank card. There was no other way, the exchange rate would fall again, so it was better to exchange while it was still high. After selling the Dark Light Staff, the magicians quickly scattered and warriors charged forward. The swordsmen, berserkers, and knights all had red eyes as they reached out their necks. Save your lungs? Leave a bloodthirsty set for father, father has the money. I faced those red eyes and said, give your price, the highest will win. As soon as my voice fell, a middle-aged player quickly shouted, 20,000 for a set, I want them all. As soon as this was said, no one dared to say anything else. Taking out 60,000 gold coins at once, which was equal to 120,000 RMB, this was definitely a rich person. I was filled with joy. I would be earning 120,000 in one night. I had stepped into the realms of people with a high income. Who would dare say that only a black-hearted boss could become broken? So I turned to that person. This middle-aged man who wanted to buy the 3 sets of bloodthirsty equipment. He had a serious expression and a righteous look. His IGN was actually Lone Grave. Little brother, what are you in a daze for? Look at your bloodshot eyes, you must have stayed up all night. Quickly trade me the items and go rest. Lone Grave kindly reminded me. I couldn't help smiling as I opened the trade window, putting the 3 bloodthirsty sets in one by one before Lone Grave took out 90,000 gold coins. TL note, I don't know how it became 90,000 either. Confirm? I got 90,000 gold coins? I was filled with joy. I really did earn quite a bit of money today. I directly changed it for close to 170,000 RMB. Like this, I had earned over 180,000 RMB in just a single night. Thank the heavens that I had this broken dragon whisperer job. Thank the star chasing bow. Without all these different reasons, I couldn't have gotten the bloodthirsty set. Everything was decided and I logged off. Taking off the helmet, I let out a long breath and my body was void of energy. When I came out, Ling Shui had left breakfast on the table with a note that read, "Go to sleep after you finish eating." There was a cute smile at the end of the note with curved moons for eyes, just like how Ling Shui would smile at me. I revealed a smile and couldn't help ripples from appearing in my heart. I bit into the bread and went over to the desk, looking at the log that recorded everyone's action in the game. Bing Cha's log, fearless chestplate gold equipment, but handed it over to Bookworm. Then obtained the glory boots gold equipment. Summer's log, went from level 44 to level 46, kite all day. Ziu's log, same as above. Quiet Rainfall's log, went from level 45 to level 47, didn't kite. Ling Shui's log, learned profound ice sword energy, leveled with everyone and didn't gain a thing. Ling Yu's own log was, dark gold ice goddess staff. Woo, woo, so happy. I couldn't help smiling. I took a marker and wrote on the Bookworm line, obtained several pieces of equipment, reached level 49. Sold silver staff and 3 bronze bloodthirsty sets to earn a total of 180,000 RMB, transaction fee of 20,000. Ling Yu had said that everyone would be paying 10% of their in-game gains to the studio. This was pretty good, so I wouldn't go against this. After settling it, I finished the bread and drank the milk before taking a shower to go to sleep relaxed. I didn't know how long passed, but it was already the afternoon when I woke up. When I came out, Ling Shui, Ling Yu, and the other girls were still in their rooms. I took out some dishes from the fridge and ate something simple before logging in. With a flash of light, I appeared in Sunset City's square. The surrounding players were walking around talking to each other, sounding quite lively. In less than a few minutes, Ling Yu sent a message, "Bookworm, come to the forest to the west of Sunset City, all the employees of the company are there. You should come too." I didn't know what was happening, so I directly went over. Ling Yu pulled me into her team which had all the girls in Shuiyu Studio there. The scenery was beautiful outside Sunset City, looking like a painting. Opening the minimap, I went to where the small green dots were. It didn't take long when I found Ling Yu and the others standing in a field in these forests. When I went over, I found that it wasn't just the people of Shuiyu Studio, but also the people from the Blue Star Group. There was Wang Junji in his silver armor standing in the front, looking like he was teaching them a lesson. I came over and found that Ling Shui wasn't paying attention at all, not listening to Wang Junji at all. It wasn't just Ling Shui, Ziyu, Summer, and the other girls were chatting in a private channel, not caring about Wang Junji at all. Ling Yu looked at me and said, "Come over here, just stand and don't say anything." I went over and stood between Ling Yu and Ling Shui. At this time, Wang Junji cleared his throat and said, "Right now the present situation is very clear. The competition in Sunset City is heating up and after several clashes, we have won and lost against Fated and Bloodthirsty respectively. Of course, our goal is to control the industrial chain of this game, so everyone please prepare yourselves. When the first level 60 players enter one of China's 2 main cities, our Shuiyu will be in charge of entering the new main city." Wang Junji looked over at me. "The Shuiyu studios with high prestige will be buying the store and our production players will provide the resources, keeping the industry turning. We must grab a piece of the world in the new main city." Wang Junji paused before saying, "Also, I will organize a team to attack the level 80 bosses and get the guild establishment token as soon as possible. That way, our Shuiyu can become the first guild in Spirit of Grief." Ling Yu casually said, "After Shuiyu forms a guild, who will be the guild master?" Wang Junji had an awkward look before saying, "Properly speaking, the guild master is decided on strength, but our guild is based on authority and production power, so I think that the guild master should be me. Do you have anything against this?" Ling Yu casually said again, "As you wish, I don't care." Ling Shui said in a small voice, "Humph, this Wang Junji, how can he be our Shuiyu's guild master?" Ling Yu gave a helpless smile, "Endure it, he was chosen by Dad. Dad's heart has never been good, so don't make him angry." Ling Shui gave a nod and didn't say anything else. Wang Junji's expression didn't change as he said, "Since that's the case, let's settle it here. Everyone can do what you all need to do. The production players should continue upgrading their production skills." Everyone scattered and the Shuiyu group followed Ling Yu out of the forest. After a while, Bing Cha said, "He brought all those people here away from their leveling just to talk about this nonsense." Ling Yu revealed a bitter smile, "I don't want to do this either, but Wang Junji." Ziyu directly said, "Director Ling, even I can see that this Wang Junji is a blowhard, he can only be a strategist on paper. Should we let him control Shuiyu like this and he just said that you were his girlfriend?" Ling Yu's face turned cold as she said, "I'm not. You don't speak nonsense." Ling Shui suddenly said, "Big sister, I'm sorry." Ling Yu said in a soft voice, "This is my choice, you can't blame anyone, but I won't accept Wang Junji, this is something certain." Ling Shui blinked before saying, "When Dad comes back from Suzhou, let's go home and discuss this. There must be some change." Ling Yu took a deep look at me, but she didn't say anything. Ziyu pulled at my sleeve and said, "How about Bookworm Chase Director Ling? With the blade of love, when the raw rice becomes cooked rice, that Wang Junji won't have anything to say." I was stunned. "This little girl, don't speak nonsense." In my panic, I secretly looked at Ling Yu. I found that her eyes were secretly looking at me with a bit of hope in them, or perhaps that was my misunderstanding. Ling Shui also looked at me and said, "There must be another way." Bing Cha covered her mouth as she laughed. Ling Shui said, "Big sister Bing Cha, what are you laughing about?" Bing Cha acted serious and did her best not to laugh as she said, "I'm laughing because our little beauty Ling Shui couldn't help being jealous." A blush came over Ling Shui's face and she angrily said, "I am not." In the afternoon, Ling Yu brought Bing Cha to kill mobs while Ling Shui went leveling with me. Thinking about it, I've decided to bring Ling Shui to the repeatable corroded armor skeleton quest since Ling Shui was level 47, so the experience she got from this quest was quite good. Ling Shui was a peerless beauty in her silver armor and with the blue cape and the golden light flow sword, she attracted even more attention. In my black armor and my scarlet cape, with one light and one dark, it was quite the contrast. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Ling Shui and I were like a couple because there were many girls that had looks of admiration while many men had looks of jealousy, wishing they could kick me aside. Ling Shui asked, "Little fool, where should we go to level?" "Come to my speed of light leveling place." I replied in a simple message. Ling Shui happily said, "Great. Swordsman level just too slowly? You have to carry me in the future, alright." I gave a laugh, "It isn't good, there are times where you have to rely on yourself." Ling Shui was surprised as she said, Of course I know that." Not long after, we already came to the basin. In the basin, the corroded armor skeletons that I killed had all respawned and were walking all around. I said with a smile, "Ling Shui, let's get a war roar. Give me some attack and then let's kill the monsters." Ling Shui nodded. The war roar was a skill that swordsmen and berserkers had that could increase attack by a certain amount. With a flash of red light, my stats suddenly had an extra war roar. War roar increases attack by 24, lasts 60 minutes. I remembered that when male swordsmen let out the war roar, they roared with everything they had. However, Ling Shui didn't cry out when she used the war roar, her face just turned red. Looking at her flushed face, I asked, "Is this considered a roar?" Ling Shui's face was red as she angrily said, "What else do you want?" Seeing the little beauty like this, my heart couldn't help rippling as I said while laughing, "Very good, very good." Ling Shui looked up at me and suddenly asked, "Little fool, do you have any girls that you like?" I was surprised, "What are you asking this for?" "Just asking, do you or not?" I have one." I calmly said. Ling Shui immediately became hopeful. Who? I gave a secret laugh as I said, "It's whoever you want it to be." Ling Shui's face turned red, "You fool, you can't be like this." Actually, I really wanted to say it, but I was worried about what Ling Shui was thinking. If she didn't see me like that, perhaps we couldn't even be friends in the future. So at least I could be satisfied with being together for now. While talking, I had already flown out and got a bunch of monsters, directly using the 1,000-bladed arrows to attack. Ling Shui suddenly came to my side wielding the time flow sword high up before bringing it down, creating countless sharp glows to fly out from it, hitting all the monsters that couldn't block it. Hong. A bunch of damage numbers over 2,000 appeared and what was even more surprising was that quite a few of the monsters had been stunned. I was stunned seeing this, what skill is this? Ling Shui said with a smile, "Fool, isn't this the profound ice sword energy you gave me?" I revealed a faint smile, I never thought it would be this powerful. We can't lack Ling Shui when we're piking in the future. Ling Shui said with a happy smile, "Of course." Not long after, the group of corroded armor skeletons in front of us dropped. With the dual attacks of the 1,000-bladed arrows and the profound ice sword energy, the two of us had a terrifying damage output. It was only that the cooldown for the profound ice sword energy was a bit long, or we would have been invincible. Pucci. With a golden glow from the roaring flame spear, the shield break/pierced through the chest of the last skeleton. When it slowly fell down, Ling Shui started cleaning up the battlefield. Seeing the rusted swords, the little beauty was a bit surprised. "What is this thing? Is it useful?" I looked at her. "Of course it's useful. If you gather them, you can use them to reach level 48 today." "Ah, really?" Ling Shui's eyes opened wide. I nodded, "Of course, what would I lie to you for? There are no benefits." So Ling Shui happily picked up the quest items. Just like this, the two of us spent less than 3 hours clearing out these corroded armor skeletons. I only took 200 quest items and the other close to 500 was given to Ling Shui. Like this, when I turned in the quest 4 times, there was a flash of golden light as I reached level 50, as well as hearing a delightful ringing in my ear. System notification, "Congratulations, you have reached level 50. You have comprehended the special dragon whisper skill, Roaring Flame Soaring Dragon." I was pleasantly surprised. I comprehended a skill at level 25 last time and I got another one this time at level 50. It seems like I would get a skill every 25 levels. Roaring Flame Soaring Dragon. I knew that this was one of the dragon spells as soon as I saw it. So I immediately opened my skill window and there was an extra one. Roaring Flame Soaring Dragon. Low level summons a flame dragon to deal a large amount of damage to the target. Costs 50 MP and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. There was no doubt that this was a single target spell, but I didn't know how strong it was. Beside me, Ling Shui kept turning in the quest and reached level 48. But it didn't stop there as she excitedly said to me, "Little fool, I've reached level 47 87%. I can level with just another quest turn in." I spread my hand with a smile, but the monsters have all been killed by us and it'll take several hours for them to come back. Moreover, your big sister is calling us to log off to eat. Ling Shui revealed a faint smile. Alright, we'll return to the city to log off and eat. I took her little hand and said, Ling Shui, let's go compare notes behind the weapon store first before going to eat. Alright. Ling Shui was surprised before she said with a snappy smile, could it be that you think you're very powerful and want to bully me? I quickly explained, no, I just want to test how strong my skill is. Alright, then wait behind the weapon store for me. So the two of us immediately headed back to the city and Ling Shui traded several pieces of the bronze bloodthirsty set to me, saying that she didn't need it. Ling Shui probably didn't know that these pieces of equipment had the bloodthirsty effect, so they were worth quite a bit. Forget it, I'll appraise them and sell them before sharing the proceeds with her. Without another word, I arrived behind the weapon shop and found the little beauty waiting there with the light flow sword. There weren't any players here, so it was very safe to compare notes. Moreover, it didn't matter when you compared notes because there were no losses and you would gain full health after the duel. Ding. System notification, player Gentle Breeze Flying Snow has challenged you, do you accept? I immediately pressed accept and the system started counting down while Ling Shui's green name had turned red. 3, 2, 1. The duel began? Ling Shui's beautiful form already flew out, but I took several steps back, quickly changing to the star-chasing bow. I sent out an ice arrow that decreased Ling Shui's speed while also dealing 542 points of damage. But in that moment, Ling Shui took the momentary pause that I took to release my skill to swing out with the light flow sword, releasing a profound ice sword energy at me. My body was covered in pain as I fell into a stunned state. Ding. Combat notification. You have been attacked by player Gentle Breeze Flying Snow's profound ice sword energy attack. You have lost 1374 HP and will be stunned for 3 seconds. Seeing the 3-second stun, I couldn't help secretly complaining. This little girl Ling Shui was very smart, how could she not grasp this good chance? When I looked up, the beautiful was already nearby and Ling Shui said with a smile, I won't be polite. After saying this, she really wasn't polite as she sent out a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and a water moon slash. 453, 379, 472, 1204. The 4 damage numbers appeared above my head. With this series of attacks, my HP was without a doubt close to empty, but at that moment, I was freed from my stunned state and quickly moved back as I released a Icewind Thorn with the roaring flame spear. With the dancing of the ice and snow, Ling Shui was covered in a layer of frost as she lost close to 1,000 HP. It seems like Ling Shui didn't have much HP, so I quickly moved far away. I activated the Roaring Flame Soaring Dragon and lifted the Roaring Flame Spear, quickly condensing a blazing energy. With a dragon's roar, a giant flame dragon broke through the ground under Ling Shui, swallowing the little beauty while also dealing a giant damage figure. 1879. Ding. System notification, you have defeated player Gentle Breeze Flying Snow in your duel? Ling Shui looked at me in surprise as she muttered, that move, just what was it? I went over with a smile and showed my skill list to her. Ling Shui's mouth opened wide in surprise and only after a while did she say, such an abnormal spell, it can deal close to 2,000 points of damage to me at low level. If it were to become high level, wouldn't it be able to instantly kill me? I nodded, pretty much, but Ling Shui, you have to note that it takes 3 seconds to cast. It's too long, it's gone as soon as you hit me. Ling Shui nodded, that's more like it. How about it, do you want to go again? I immediately shook my head, no need, this thing is too hurtful. Once a day is enough. The little beauty's face turned red, idiot, what are you saying? I'm logging off to eat. Seeing her slowly fade away, I revealed a faint smile before opening the system panel and logged off. In the living room, the girls of Shuiyu were discussing with each other. Summer held her chest out as she said, the 3-legged frogs are hard to look at, there are 2-legged men all over the street. Not to mention Wang Junji, even if Tom Cruise came to me, it wouldn't move my heart. Ling Yu and the other girls all had smiles. I came out and said, don't hate on men, there's a man living here as well. Summer gave a laugh and didn't say anything else. Ling Yu went to the balcony to take a look and when she came back, she said with a smile, it's raining, I like the feeling of rain the most, especially the autumn rain. Walking around in the rain with an umbrella, it really is too poetic. After saying this, Ling Yu looked at me. I said in a nervous voice, boss, it can't be that you want me to walk outside with you in this rain, right? Ling Yu said with a smile, of course not, we'll talk again in autumn. Ling Shui then said, I like winter, the snow falling down is the best. Little fool, you have hold the umbrella for me when the time comes. I said, alright, I'll accompany Ling Yu in the autumn rain and Ling Shui in the winter snow, but those days really are far away. Summer immediately came onto the sofa I was on and asked, what about me? I said, I'll go watch the hail with you in summer. After that small face has been hit by the hail, I don't know how it'll change. Forget it, it'll be neater if it's distorted. Summer angrily said, Bookworm is so biased. I openly said, that's right, I am biased towards Ling Yu and Ling Shui. The studio fell silent and Ling Yu and Ling Shui stood there in a daze before their faces turned red. Bing Cha took a sip of tea before saying with a teasing smile, our studio is becoming more and more interesting. So everyone had a meal together. Although it wasn't clear, there were some subtle relationships between us, but I couldn't tell what kind of relationships they were. After dinner, everyone went back to leveling. I looked at my friends list after logging on. Purple Rhyme was already level 46 and I've held the Mercy Plume long enough. In the battle when I became a Dragon Whisperer, Purple Rhyme had also lost levels and she was a part of Sword Flame, so I should compensate her? So I sent her a message, do you have time? Come to Sunset City Square. In just a few minutes, Purple Rhyme replied, I'll be there in 2 minutes. I went to take out the Mercy Plume and when I came back to the square, I found the beautiful cleric girl walking over. Purple Rhyme looked at me and asked with a smile, did you need me for something? I opened the trade window with a smile and threw the Mercy Plume in. Mercy Plume, gold equipment, cloth armor, defense, 80, vitality, plus 18, intelligence, plus 25. Additional, increases users healing by 25%. Required level, 45. Required gender, female. After seeing the stats of this gold equipment, Purple Rhyme immediately revealed a stunned look. After a while, she looked at me and said, Bookworm, where did you get this? Such powerful healing ability. I immediately pressed the confirm trade button as I said with a smile, it's yours from now on. Purple Rhyme looked over and said with a smile, no need, this is worth too much. I'll buy it. Alright, give me a price, I'll accept it. 40,000 RMB, we'll trade offline. Offline, I said in a surprised voice. Purple Rhyme revealed a faint smile, that's right. Come find me. I'm logged in from the company. This is the company's address and remember my name, I am Qin Yun. In the message window, Purple Rhyme sent an address that was in Suzhou, it was for an advertising company called Water Bamboo. Purple Rhyme accepted the Mercy Plume and said with a faint smile, I'm logging off, I'll wait for you at the office. I didn't have time to say anything as she had really logged off. I hesitated a bit before thinking, forget it, let's go, she won't eat me. So after talking to Ling Yu, I logged off. I called a taxi after going downstairs and went to the advertising company at the address, an office with 10 floors. It was raining, very hard, so I rushed right into the building. It was the evening, but everyone seemed to be working overtime since the company had some project. The girl at the front desk saw me and asked with a sweet smile, this mister, may I ask if you need something? I'm looking for someone. May I ask who you're looking for? Qin Yun. The girl was immediately a bit surprised. Ah, so you're looking for manager Qin Yun? Qin Yun was a manager? No wonder she was a female expert. As I was a bit surprised, the girl said, please come with me. Going along the corridor, we went to the final room at the end. The girl knocked on the door before saying, manager, there's a mister here looking for you. Let him come in. A delightful female voice rang out. The girl smiled at me, you can go in yourself. I nodded and opened the door, finding a beautiful girl who was going through documents at the desk. On the sofa on the side, there was gaming equipment. Hua. Seeing that I was here, she threw the documents on the side and looked at me with a smile, you really are similar to your avatar in-game. I hesitated a bit. This girl was such a beauty, who else would it be if not Purple Rhyme? Should I call you Purple Rhyme or Qin Yun? Since we're meeting in real life, just call me Qin Yun from now on since Purple Rhyme is only a name in a game. I nodded, Qin Yun, this name really isn't bad, it's quite tasteful. Thanks. Qin Yun revealed a faint smile and took several envelopes from the side before saying, come, let's go to the cafe downstairs for a bit. People need to have a little chat first when talking about business. I revealed a smile, what, it's not leaving after getting the money. Qin Yun gave a laugh, how could it be that easy? I was surprised. Qin Yun was around 24 years old, instantly revealing that mature bearing that Ling Yu and Ling Shui didn't have. If I had to evaluate it, Qin Yun would be a big sister kind of character? After saying this, Qin Yu picked up her purse and took some money, as well as gaming helmet which she put under her arm before saying with a smile, since you're here, then I'll get off early today. I revealed a faint smile. She was this company's boss, so she made the decisions. What made one pay attention was that Qin Yun in her business suit was wearing some white silk stockings. It really filled one's mind with fantasy. It was no wonder when the designers of the company saw Qin Yun, they were all staring. Downstairs at the cafe, Qin Yun fixed her hair and said, Dragon Soul and Ghost Fire are filled with praise for you, but seeing you today, it turns out that I am just a normal person. I asked with a smile. Qin Yun pursed her lips into a smile, neither confirming or denying this. I am Qin Yun, what are you called? Call me Bookworm. Then, what about the other people of Shuiyu? I thought about it before saying, Gentle Breeze embracing the moon is called Ling Yu, Gentle Breeze flying snow is called Ling Shui, they're a pair of twins. As for the names of the other beauties, I'm not too clear. Qin Yun couldn't help smiling, youth really is good. I was a bit surprised, aren't you also very young? Qin Yun's eyes dimmed, no, I'm different from you all. At this time, I found that there was a bruise on Qin Yun's neck. When I wanted to say something, I found that Qin Yun quickly blocked it with her hair as if she didn't want me to see it, so I couldn't say anything first. Suddenly, there was an argument that came from the distance before a drunken man came over. He sat down beside us and looked at Qin Yun as he angrily scolded, you slut. You're secretly meeting a gigolo behind my back? I knew that you didn't have any loyalty to me at all, you can't bear it at all, right? Qin Yun's face turned pale. Why are you here? That man was covered in the scent of alcohol as he said in a dark voice, I came here and you were caught by me, weren't you? I couldn't take it and said, hey, who the hell are you? That man turned and said, I am her man, what about it? I was shocked. What? A eunuch like you can be Qin Yun's husband? Is there a mistake? That man gave a cold laugh before saying to Qin Yun, stop wasting words, I don't have money this month, give me several tens of thousands. Qin Yun shook her head, I won't give you money. Damn, you're still going against me. Seeing that person was about to make a move, I immediately stood up and grabbed his hand as I angrily said, did you hurt Qin Yun? Trash, is hitting women something incredible? The other side revealed a grin, I'm hitting my own wife, what does it matter to you? I gave a cold laugh and suddenly pushed out. That man fell to the ground and held his arm as he said with a bitter voice, you just wait. After that, he quickly left the cafe. Qin Yun was softly crying on the table in front of me. Is he, really your husband? I asked in a small voice. Qin Yun looked up and said in a sad voice, my father was very sick back then and he gave me money to help him, so I could only repay him like this. I gritted my teeth and said, just for this bit of money, you're willing to let him do all this? And he even hits you. Qin Yu said with a bitter smile, you could see it, he's not a normal man. I said in a low voice, glass. Qin Yun nodded before looking at me and saying in a low voice, would you believe that in the 2 years that we've been married, we've never slept in the same room and he's never touched me? I didn't say anything since I naturally didn't believe it in my heart. Such a delicate beauty, any man would be moved. Even if it couldn't be eaten, one would take a nibble. So I said, even if you owe him a favor, now that you have your own company, can't you just return this money? Qin Yun said in a low voice, I know, but he saved my father's life. Although we've never been together after getting married, I have to give his family some money each month because his father is addicted to gambling. It's another piece of trash, I said in a low voice. Qin Yun, you're too kind, how can you keep going like this? If Dragon Soul and the others knew about this, they would definitely come to Suzhou to chop up their entire family. So I never dared to tell them. I gave a sigh and said, since I met you today, you will cut off all relations with them? It's best if they can't find you at all and if it doesn't work, just report them to the police. Qin Yun's eyes were tearful, as she muttered, but my dad is abroad being treated and I'm alone. I hesitated a bit. I couldn't say anything since I couldn't even take care of myself. I didn't even have my own house since I was staying at the studio. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big stomach came over and sat down right in front of us before saying to Qin Yun, daughter-in-law, you really are here. Qin Yun was surprised, why are you here? The middle-aged fatty revealed a lewd smile and said, I know that my child is a good for nothing and his actions aren't good. Qin Yun knitted her brows, just what are you trying to say? The middle-aged fatty stood up and said with a lewd smile, I can't keep watching you like this, our family can't be like this, so you should live in the same place as this old man actually, it's like this, we're all a part of the same family, don't you think so? Qin Yun's face turned pale, you're shameless. The middle-aged fatty scolded, nonsense. Father is thinking about this couple. This matter, you have to do it whether you want to or not. After saying this, the fatty went to grab Qin Yun's hand. I was filled with rage and went forward to block him. Today has really opened my eyes, there is actually trash like you in this world. The fatty was filled with rage, you brat, are you having an affair with her? Scram, this is our family's matter. Being filled with rage, I sent a fist into his stomach that was like a sandbag. He was forced back several steps and his face was covered in cold sweat, not daring to say a thing. I coldly said, if I see you bothering Qin Yun again, father will chop you up. The fatty made several excuses before scolding, you little slut, just you wait. You're spoiled goods and you think people will want you? You are my son's woman already, no one will believe that you're still pure. Damn, you don't even want the face father is giving you, I want to see who dares to want you. Qin Yun was filled with sadness and tears came down her face, how can people be like this, how can people be like this? The fatty had a cold smile, what? No one wants you? Come with father then, ha, ha, ha. Seeing Qin Yun's helpless look, I made a decision. I reached out to take Qin Yun in my arms and said to the fatty word for word, from this day forth, Qin Yun is my woman. If you dare lay a single hand on her, I will kill your entire family. The fatty didn't believe this and said with a cold smile, good, good, you're very good. Seeing that he still wanted to threaten me, I raised my fist and roared, scram. The fatty's face turned pale and the pale from earlier wasn't gone yet, so he quickly left. In the dim street, Qin Yun was still in my arms as I leaned against the lamp post. What do we do now? Qin Yun looked up and asked me. That's right, didn't you just say that I was your woman? Qin Yun cautiously looked at me, as if I would regret it. I couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. What was this? There was an extra girl in 2 hours and although this girl was a beauty, how could I explain it to Ling Yu and Ling Shui? That Qin Yun, we've only met for a few hours, shouldn't we take some time to get to know each other? I started looking for an excuse. Qin Yun said, it's fine, I have a house in this city, so we can move in together and slowly get to know each other. I wanted to cry, but had no tears, living together is a bit too fast, we've only known each other for a few hours. Qin Yun said, what are you thinking? I just said live together and not get in bed together. Qin Yun looked at me with a sparkle in her beautiful eyes. She seemed like she could see what I was thinking, so she gave a chuckle. Bookworm, you are a good person, but you're too impulsive. I said, kindness is generally impulsive. Qin Yun revealed a smile and put her face in my arms again. No matter what, I will be with you in the future. I was helpless. You're bullying a good person like this. Qin Yun said, kindness will always be bullied. You taught me this. I thought about it before having an idea. Qin Yun, how about you come back to Shuiyu Studio with me and join us? What do you think? Qin Yun had a look of joy on her face before saying, is this alright? Ling Yu and Ling Shui, would they agree to an unexpected visitor like me joining? I said with a smile, of course. Then again, you aren't an unexpected visitor, you are my that. Qin Yun revealed an ambiguous smile, I am your what? I said, you are the person I saved and that's it, let's go. The summer rain came fast and left fast. This sudden downpour can turn into a drizzle, so there were times that there were puddles in the street where the drainage was a bit poor. There was a young man and woman who were happily splashing through the puddles. Qin Yun's hair was a bit wet and her face was moist, but it was unknown if they were tears or drops of rain. I gave a sigh and used my sleeve to wipe the water on her face. This small action stunned Qin Yun and her beautiful eyes had a moving sparkle. After a while, she softly said, Bookworm, do you know? After my dad left me 2 years ago, no one has cared about me. I was stunned, that's because that father and son aren't people. I really don't know how you endured them for so long. Qin Yun gave a laugh before saying in a soft voice, Bookworm, I've never been with that man before, we were only married in name. We haven't had a wedding ceremony, or gotten a marriage certificate. I said, you don't need to explain this to me. Qin Yun muttered, I want to explain to you. I couldn't help revealing a bitter smile, as you wish, let's go. After saying this, I pulled Qin Yun along, but she stopped me and said with a smile, you don't need to walk like this. My car is in the underground parking lot, come with me. I complained bitterly. Why do all the beauties that I know drive and I can't even afford a bicycle? Qin Yun's car was a brand new red Audi TT. Looking at it, I said, it's quite high-end. Qin Yun said with a smile, it's just a low-grade item worth 800,000. Get in and tell me the studio's address. I was a bit perturbed bringing Qin Yun back to the studio and I was very nervous because I didn't know what Ling Shui and Ling Yu would think about this. But I was also confident when thinking about it. This kind girl Qin Yun was being oppressed by that B***starred husband and father-in-law, so I could have no scruples about doing this and asking them. When I opened the door to the studio, I found that the girls were waiting in the living room for me. Seeing that I had a gaming helmet, Ling Yu asked in a surprised voice, Bookworm, where did you get that gaming helmet? I awkwardly moved to the side and said, come in. The beautiful cleric Qin Yun appeared in front of everyone and Ling Shui said in a surprised voice, purple rhyme. Ling Yu said with a surprised voice as well, yes, Qin Yun. I was also surprised, Ling Yu, how do you know Qin Yun's name? Ling Yu said, this, Bookworm, you don't know this, but Qin Yun's Bamboo River Advertising Company is currently working with our Blue Star Group. I've met manager Qin before, it was 2 years ago. Although I felt that she looked familiar in the game, I didn't think too much about it. Manager Qin Yun, do you still remember Ling Yu? Qin Yun said with a smile, of course, a beauty like Ling Yu, I would remember you for a lifetime with just a single look. Qin Yun was someone who knew how to talk after being in the business world for several years and made Ling Yu satisfied with herself with just a single sentence. But then Ling Shui said, little fool, what did you bring Purple Rhyme here for, as a guest? We haven't prepared any dishes, let's go to the restaurant across the street. My voice was stuck, but Qin Yun looked at me and said in a whisper, say it. So I awkwardly scratched my head and said, I brought Qin Yun back this time in hopes that she can join our Shuiyu studio. This way, our studio would have a high healing output cleric. Who would have thought that Summer would cut in at this time? Bookworm, did you fall in love with her beauty? I glared at Summer. Damn, she really knows how to kick people when they're down? Ling Yu immediately stood up and skillfully poured a cup of tea for Qin Yun before saying to the others with a smile, come to my room, we're holding a short meeting. Qin Yun turned to the side, but she could tell that they were discussing whether she could stay or not. I had Qin Yun sit on the sofa before being pulled into the room by Ling Shui. Ling Yu and Ling Shui's room had a faint fragrance in it. I sat down on Ling Shui's bed and it gave a squeaking sound, so I said to Ling Shui in a small voice, this bed really isn't good. It calls out when you need to use it, that really spoils the fun. Ling Shui's face turned red as she glared at me, stop speaking nonsense. What do you mean by when it's needed? Bing Cha sitting beside me revealed a faint smile and said in a low voice, Bookworm, Ling Shui is only 20 years old, you shouldn't talk about things that kids shouldn't know about. Ling Shui said in an unconvinced voice, what not suited for kids? Don't think that I don't know, this bed isn't used for that. Summer leaned in and asked, Ling Shui, what is that? Ling Shui's face turned red. I immediately came in front of her and said to Summer, go, go, go. Summer, what's the coldest part of this room? Summer was confused as she said, under the air conditioner. Then go stay under the air conditioner. Oh, Ling Yu said in a helpless voice, all right, stop arguing and let's discuss business. Bookworm, what is going on? With your personality, you wouldn't bring Qin Yun back that easily. Bing Cha also nodded, right, at least you would let everyone know first. Did something happen while you were outside? Ling Shui also looked at me with a sparkle in those big beautiful eyes and my heart skipped 2 beats. so I told them about what happened at Qin Yun's company, only leaving out the part where I confessed while saving Qin Yun. The girls were filled with indignation when they finished hearing this, and Ling Yu gritted her teeth. That father and son really are trash. Bookworm, you were right, I fully support you. Ling Shui also said, this damn father and son, Qing Yun was been bullied by them for so long, she really is pitiful. I said with a smile, then that means you agree to Qin Yun staying. Ling Yu nodded, of course, a level 46 cleric joining Shui Yu Studios, I couldn't ask for more. While I was secretly laughing to myself, Ling Shui said something that made me break out in a cold sweat. But why do I feel that Qin Yun looks at you strangely and listens to you very much? Is there something strange there? There was a secret killing intent in Ling Shui's words that made my cold sweat come out. In the end, Ling Shui reached out her hand to help me wipe my sweat while saying in a valiant voice, don't be afraid, say it slowly. At least come up with something that we'll believe. I wanted to die as my heart filled with anxiety. How could I lie my way out of this? So I told the truth. When the fatty said that no one wanted Qin Yun, he acted so arrogantly that Ling Shui looked right at me, you what? I awkwardly said, so I stood out and embodied the essence of Lei Feng to tell the fatty that Qin Yun will follow me from now on. TL note, Lei Feng was a hero in China, so his name is used as an idiom for being a hero. What? The mouths of the girls all dropped open. After a while, Ling Shui gritted her teeth to say, you, good. You actually dare to take this kind of rebound, you're dead. Ling Yu also glared at me, bookworm, this is too inappropriate, how did you get yourself into this? I couldn't help revealing a bitter smile, you didn't know what was happening. The fatty was just too cruel and Qin Yun was crying, so I couldn't do anything else. Ling Shui angrily said, then you still can't. Bing Cha looked at me and looked at Ling Shui before saying with a smile, Yi, why is Ling Shui this angry? Properly speaking, this is bookworm's matter. For you to be this angry, could it be? My heart skipped a beat as I looked right at Ling Shui. The little beauty never thought that Bing Cha would say this, so she panicked. She immediately acted like she was tidying her clothes as she sat there and acted calm as she said, I'm not, I just feel that this fellow isn't being serious. What are you looking at me for? If you keep looking, I'll deduct your entire month's wages. Bing Cha said with a smile, all right, our beauty Shui is this anxious, so we won't talk about it? Let's talk about how to settle Qin Yun. Ling Shui's face was red and I quickly said in a low voice, don't be angry, I'm also very anxious. Ling Shui glared at me, you're still talking? I don't care, you can do whatever you want, humph. After saying this, Ling Shui ignored me. Ling Yu saw this and said with a smile, it's a small matter, I'll find some time to talk to Qin Yun about this. Anyway, Bookworm hasn't signed a contract to sell himself, right? I think that we should talk about which room to put Qin Yun in, right? Bing Cha said, we're all living with 2 people in each room, only Bookworm has his own room. What do you think? Summer added oil to the flame by saying, that is good. It seems like Bookworm hasn't tasted a woman before, the opportunity has come. I glared at her and said, stop speaking nonsense. Qin Yun will live in your room. Summer and Ziyu can get in one bed. The beds aren't small, so it's not a problem for 2 people to sleep in them. Summer's eyes popped out and reached out to point at the turbulent waves on Ziyu's chest. Bookworm, do you see this? This girl Ziyu is this big, how can 2 people sleep in one bed? I calmly said, Ziyu is big and you're small, so it works together. Woo, you're bullying me. So with my proposal, Qin Yun's residence was decided. When we came out, Qin Yun was already standing up and she said, my matter won't bring you any troubles, right? Ling Yu shook her head and said with a smile, how could it? Right now Suyu Studios is planning on expanding, so we're going from 7 people to 8 people. Welcome to our beauty purple rhyme. Qin Yun was pleasantly surprised as her voice trembled, is this really alright? I said, what isn't alright with it? Ling Yu is the boss, it's all good if she agrees. Qin Yun looked at Ling Shui, but the little beauty was in a daze. I secretly pulled on Ling Shui's arm and said in a low voice, Ling Shui, quickly say something. I didn't know what Ling Shui was thinking, she was completely lost in her thoughts. When I called her, she came back to her senses and nodded before saying with a smile, welcome to Shuiyu, big sister Qin Yun. Ling Yu said, then, how about everyone introduce ourselves? Bing Cha said with a wide smile, I am Bing Cha, a level 47 swordsman and I'm 22 this year. Rainfall said, quiet Rainfall, level 48 archer and I'm 20 years old this year. Ziyu's twin peaks trembled before leaning on the couch and saying in a shy voice, I am Ziyu, a level 46 assassin and I'm 20 years old this year. Everyone says that I'm very dumb, but everyone else is very smart. Don't bother with something that everyone can see. Summer really knew how to kick someone when they were down. She stretched out her small chest and said, I am last year's Summer, the youngest member of the studio. I'm a level 46 summoner and I'm 19 this year. I said, easily angered bookworm, level 49 dragon whisperer and I'm 23 this year. Ling Yu said, gentle breeze embracing the moon, level 53 magician and I'm 20 this year. Ling Shui said, gentle breeze flying snow, level 48 swordsman and I'm the same as big sister, I'm 20 this year. Qin Yun saw everyone introducing themselves, so she said with a wide smile, purple rhyme, level 46 cleric. I used to be a member of Sword Flame, but I'm officially joining Shuiyu Studios today. I'm 24 this year. So Ling Yu sweetly called her big sister Qin Yun and Ling Shui followed along. Summer secretly asked me if she should call her big sister Qin Yun or Auntie Qin Yun. I really wanted to slap her, so I said, if you don't want to die, call her big sister. People were afraid of death, so Summer could only call her big sister Qin Yun. After that, we arranged Qin Yun's living quarters. After putting Summer onto Ziyu's bed and pulling out some new blankets from the closet, Qin Yun was all set up. Ling Yu said with an apologetic look, big sister Qin Yun is the manager of a big company and you have to live in a small room in our small studio. I'm really sorry. Qin Yun couldn't help smiling as she said, how could that be? I've always been playing games alone and now I have so many companies, I'm already happy enough. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile, this is good. Right, how are you going to take care of Bamboo River? It's impossible to keep going back to work after you move into the studio. Qin Yun said, it's fine, I don't go to the company that often anyway. The managers of each department are good and the director is my university classmate, it's all good with them there. I just need to wait for money to come as the boss. I asked on the side, then do you need to go back to where you were living to pack up some stuff? Qin Yun shook her head, no need, there isn't anything valuable there and my card is in my car, so I can just buy everything that I need. I can just leave my house there and I can go back when I'm feeling good. Ling Shui said, then quickly set up your gaming equipment, we have an extra outlet over there. Our Shuiyu Studios 8 members will log on now to level together. Qin Yun said with a smile, alright. So I helped set it up while Ziyu and Summer got in bed together, which could be considered quite the scene. Half an hour later, everything was settled. I couldn't stay in their room and watch several beauties in pajamas lying in bed, so I went back to my room. After getting some water, I logged on at the agreed time. With a flash of light, I appeared in Sunset City's square. Looking at my friends list, the several core members of Sword Flame were on. I pulled them into a party and told them about what happened today, including the matter in the cafe and how Purple Rhyme was joining Shuiyu Studios. Dragon Soul gritted his teeth and said, I was always worried that a good girl like Purple Rhyme was being bullied and sure enough it was true. It was a good thing that Boss Bookworm noticed. Damn, what is the name of the father and son? Father will bring some brothers to take care of them over the next 2 days. I couldn't help feeling a chill as I asked, Dragon Soul, what do you do in real life? Dragon Soul revealed an awkward smile, I work in the hospital. I couldn't help being shocked, good fellow, so you're an angel in white. Heavenly Punisher gave a laugh and cut in, bullshit angel, Dragon Soul is famous in Dongbei. From selling guns and drugs to selling people and cutting them up, he offers all services. Actually he does do some work for the hospital, but it's sending people to the hospital. I couldn't help being speechless, just let me handle Qin Yun's matter, I have some discretion at least, but if you do it, people might lose lives. Ghostfire said with a smile, let's do it like this. We brothers will leave Purple Rhyme to Boss Bookworm, you mustn't let her be bullied by others. I nodded and said in a deep voice, relax, I definitely would let the girls of Shuiyu be bullied. But at this time, I received a message from Ling Yu, gather the troops. I just received news that Fated Madman and Bloodthirsty World are working together to head to the Forgotten Valley. It's said that there's a level 80 boss that RES Beyond's there, they must be trying to get a guild establishment token. I revealed a faint smile, the chance for revenge was here. I immediately gave an order in the party chat, Dragon Soul, immediately gather your people and come to the Forgotten Valley to earn a bargain. Dragon Soul said in a pleasantly surprised voice, Bookworm, has there been some noise from Bloodthirsty World and Fated Madman? Bloodthirsty and Fated are bringing a group of players to the Forgotten Valley. Their goal is a level 80 boss, so we're going there to kick their butts. Dragon Soul nodded, alright. I'll do it immediately. Heavenly Punisher laughed as he said, great. Since Boss Bookworm was sent back to level 0 last time until now, I've always suppressed my anger. Now we finally have a chance to vent it on those dogs from Fated and Bloodthirsty. Ghostfire said, then, we'll prepare immediately. Bookworm should meet up with the people from Shuiyu. I nodded and left this team before asking to join Ling Yu's team. In that team, the girls were already chatting. Bing Cha said, Qin Yun has joined us today, so we'll definitely win today. We have to knock the heads of that Fated Madman and Bloodthirsty World, those two villains. Summer said, right. Last time they even killed me. This time I will definitely cut them to pieces along with their cucumbers. I want to see them act arrogant again. Ling Shui asked in a confused voice, even their cucumbers? That what cucumbers? Would these people bring cucumbers with them to level? Summer said, Ling Shui really is well raised, she doesn't even know this. Ling Shui then sent a message to me asking, little fool, what is the cucumber? I was stunned. Damn, she's actually asking me this? So I quickly replied, it's planted each year in spring and harvested in summer, so it's called the yellow melon. It even has a flower, so it's very fresh and it has an effect on improving the skin. Ling Shui was a bit angry, humph. You're not willing right, I'll go ask big sister Qin Yun then. Then 2 minutes later, Ling Shui's face turned red and she said in the party channel, woo, 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 so you're talking about that thing. At this time, I had already arrived at Hero Memorial Park and the girls from Shuiyu were there. I came to Ling Shui's side and said with a smile, actually, I didn't know either. It would be strange if I believed you. Ling Shui glared at me before revealing a smile. Hey, tell me, do you think those two B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** anything. Ling Shui was speechless. You really are vulgar. I revealed a faint smile and said, Ling Shui, do you think that me bringing Qin Yun to the studio is a good thing or a bad thing? Ling Shui was surprised before pursing her lips. You have to ask yourself this. How would I know? It's like Summer said, will you be biased after Qin Yun joins us? I couldn't help smiling. How could that be? It's like I said that day, I will always be biased towards you and Ling Yu. When I said this, I suddenly felt a bit of regret because it was a bit too forward. Ling Shui's lips curled and she revealed a smile that moved people's hearts. She looked up at me and teased, oh, why didn't you say this to big sister? Perhaps she might be very happy. I broke out in a cold sweat. It's enough to say it to you, it's not the same with her. Ling Shui didn't want to embarrass me, so she said with a smile, just remember this in your heart, remember it forever. If you dare go back on it, you're definitely dead. Looking at her cute fierce appearance, I couldn't help smiling. At this time, Ling Yu in front of us seemed to have received a message and immediately turned around. Everyone, be careful, we've been exposed. The spies that we sent in have already told us that a third of Bloodthirsty and Fated are waiting at the entrance of the Forgotten Valley to ambush us, the rest of them went to fight the boss. I immediately asked, how many people do they have? Ling Yu paused before saying, Bloodthirsty has a total of 2,000 people and Fated has over 1,000 people, they have over 2,000 people added together. It's hard to form connections in such a large organization, so they are in a rush to gather all their high-level members. I revealed a faint smile, our Shuiyu also needs the guild establishment token very much. Only if we get it can we really have the unity of a studio, otherwise the real power of Shuiyu is still in Wang Junji's hands. Bing Cha said on the side with a smile, Bookworm, are you trying to seize power from Wang Junji? This topic is a bit sensitive, so I didn't say anything. I looked at Ling Shui who gave me a smile and sent me a message. Actually, I also thought about it. We should organize our own forces, so we won't fall under that idiot Wang Junji again. However, the Blue Star Group has invested that much resources into the game which makes my heart hurt a bit. I hesitated a bit before replying, for the Blue Star Group's investment, we can only endure for now. Ling Yu gave a nod to me before saying with a faint smile, it's good that you can understand. Ling Shui was confused as she looked at me before looking at her big sister and asked, understand what? I revealed a smile, it's nothing. We're almost at the Forgotten Valley, everyone should be careful and wait for Sword Flame's people at the entrance. So everyone stopped moving. Ziyu entered a stealth state to investigate and Sword Flame's group appeared in the distance. It wasn't just Sword Flame, Shuiyu's combat players also appeared, being led by the level 46 Night-favored Son of the Heavens. Wang Junji really didn't mess around, he was this arrogant even with his in-game name. He used the name Favored Son of the Heavens, he wasn't afraid that someone would beat him up. Sword Flame Dragon Soul and Sword Flame Heavenly Punisher came up together while Ghost Fire was hidden in the group of players. Wang Junji came in front of us and gave a proper smile to Ling Yu and Ling Shui. Did you have a good few days? You, where are you living now? Why can't find you? You also changed your phone number. Ling Yu calmly said, my phone broke, I bought a new one. Oh, then I'll give you a new Sony phone. Ling Yu said, I never used Japanese goods. Wang Junji had been ignored, so he awkwardly touched his nose. He turned to us and said, it seems like Shuiyu's group members have increased. Then the matter of layoffs from last time. Shut up. Ling Yu was a bit angry as she said, I've already said, I manage the Shuiyu studios, you can't interfere. Remember in the future, no matter how you control the forces of the Blue Star Group, you can't manage Shuiyu. Shuiyu Studios doesn't belong to Blue Star, you can't interfere in Shuiyu's matters. You Wang Junji was stunned. At this time, Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher came forward and Dragon Soul said to me, boss, when do we start the attack? Before I said anything, Wang Junju said with a taunting smile on the side, boss? A brat that doesn't have a single cent actually has such a swelled head. My face turned cold. Wang Junji, you shut up. Wang Junji was filled with rage. Based on what? I am the real boss of Shuiyu. Easily angered Bookworm, you are secretly training your own force. What plans do you have? Sword Flame belongs to our Shuiyu, so they should listen to my arrangements. I took a deep breath and forced down all my anger. If it wasn't for Ling Yu and Ling Shui, as well as the Blue Star players watching, I might really have destroyed Wang Junji. After seeing how arrogant Wang Junji was acting, Dragon Soul gave a laugh before saying to Wang Junji, our Sword Flame does belong to Shuiyu, but we belong to the team of the two beauties Ling Shui and Ling Yu. Shuiyu is famous because of them, so in the game, we listen to their orders and easily angered Bookworm. As for you, what are you? Stop acting out in front of father, when I was playing online games, you were still drinking your milk. I couldn't help smiling. Dragon Soul, this hospital worker didn't care about Wang Junji's status. Seeing that Dragon Soul didn't give Wang Junji face, Ling Shui and Ling Yu were secretly pleased. Bing Cha and the other girls did all they could to hold in their laughter. Wang Junji couldn't take this insult and raised his sword to angrily say, humph. Just wait and see, father can also raise his own forces? Brothers, follow me? Even without Sword Flame, we can kill the pieces of trash from Fated. Wang Junji waved his arm and the 200 members from Blue Star charged forward. Not only that, the around 1,000 players that Wang Junji bossed around in the game also charged forward. Kill, take revenge and blow up Fated. Their group charged into the Forgotten Valley, but there was an ambush from the woods at the entrance. Shua, shua, shua. With the sounds of bowstrings, there were white lights that rained down on them. There were 100 bloodthirsty archers in the forest, and with just a single round of arrows, Wang Juju had lost quite a few people. The white lights continued flying out and the sharp arrows took every chance they could, quickly turning the players in front into hedgehogs. Wang Junji was filled with rage as he ordered, "Charge into the forest, I want to destroy those dog archers." Instantly, there were a bunch of players that charged into the forest, but the bloodthirsty archers were very agile. After another 2 rounds of arrows, they immediately picked up their bows and ran back into the forest. Seeing Wang Junji pointing in direction, I couldn't help being speechless. I said with a sigh, he really is someone with a master's from both Cambridge and Harvard. Doesn't he even know the diversionary tactics passed down by the ancestors? Bloodthirsty World isn't an idiot, how could he let go of such a good chance? Ling Yu revealed a smile on the side. "Bookworm, what do you think we should do?" I thought for a bit before saying, "Bloodthirsty and Fated currently need to focus on killing the level 80 boss, they don't care about other things. We should hit them where it hurts, so if it was me, I would definitely attack their group fighting the boss." Ling Yu looked over with a smile. "Then should we start?" "Wait a bit more, there's movement from Bloodthirsty and Fated." As soon as my voice fell, there was the sound of fighting in front. There was a bunch of Fated players that rushed down the right mountain, charging into the rear of Wang Junji's players. Wang Junji, who was chasing the archers in a rage, never thought that with how agile those archers are, how could the heavy barbarians catch up? Then Wang Junji's team suffered a large loss. The 100 clerics in the back were swallowed by the enemy, and then the magicians that didn't have any healing couldn't fight against the enemies. Moreover, the ones from Bloodthirsty were very sly as the archers had turned around, attacking Wang Junji's group with the other team. How could it be like this? Those villains, they actually laid an ambush. Wang Junji cut down a bloodthirsty archer as he spat out and cursed. In less than 10 minutes, the Blue Star players led by Wang Junji suffered heavy losses, losing half their members. The battle was completely being controlled by the other side. Heavenly Punisher was already holding his axe and impatiently asked, "Bookworm, isn't it about time? We should go." I nodded with a smile. "Go, we'll go help Wang Junji." But Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher were smart. What help? For them, Wang Junji was a meat shield that would take the aggro for them. His existence would lower their own losses. CA. I went first, sending out 3 attacks with the Roaring Flame Spear along with the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers, immediately cutting a Fated Knight in front of me to pieces. Sword Flames players charged over the mountains and the Fated players in the rear shouted, "Bloodthirsty brothers, be careful." Easily angered Bookworm has brought Shuiyu's people. The bloodthirsty players turned around in a panic to attack. There were many fireballs and ice blades that flew past, hitting the bloodthirsty group. Facing this large group of mages and clerics, I couldn't help changing to the star-chasing bow. With 2,000 bladed arrows, the mighty attack power had emptied the space in front of me. Heavenly Punisher beside me was stunned. Isn't this attack power too abnormal? I revealed a faint smile. There was another level 45 berserker that charged forward, swinging down an axe at me. Pang. The powerful attack made me tremble a bit as a 435 appeared above my head. The berserker clearly never thought that an archer would have such high defense. Then in front of his surprised eyes, I changed back to the Roaring Flame Spear and sent out a whirlwind slash. 1478. The berserker who took this attack was pushed back by the tip of the spear, and several bloodthirsty players nearby were also affected, as around 400 points of damage appeared above their heads. There were even some knights that were at a sliver of health that were instantly killed. In the distance, a level 45 knight named Fated Wild shouted, "All of you charge for me? Bloodthirsty people, don't retreat. As long as we can hold on for half an hour, we will be able to kill the level 80 boss and the boss will give us rich rewards. Brothers, charge." It was clear that this person was a group leader. Dragon Soul raised his sword and said with a smile, "Clear the pawns by killing the king? We'll talk after taking care of this person. Mages, charge." It was a pity that Sword Flame's mages were in the back and no one could reach them. I gave a laugh and charged forward with the Roaring Flame Spear. With a golden flow, there was a shield break slash that had instantly killed a high-level swordsman. While the surrounding Fated and bloodthirsty players were in a daze, I raised the Roaring Flame Spear as flames surrounded me. 3 seconds later, my dragon spell appeared. Roaring Flame Soaring Dragon. The blazing giant red dragon appeared, flying right at Fated Wild, and a large figure appeared above his head. 3247. With a flash of white light, this level 45 knight had been instantly killed. The Fated players in the backlines panicked and an assassin shouted, "Damn, easily angered Bookworm is too strong. We can't block him here." As soon as his voice fell, I was already charging forward. Wielding the dark gold Roaring Flame Spear, there were 3 paw sounds as I released the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers with a normal attack to kill a full HP knight. Damn. The surrounding bloodthirsty berserkers had red eyes, they were about to use their job skills, Berserk. In an instant, the bodies of the berserkers swelled by half and they were blood red as their strength increased. Ding. Combat notification, player XXX has used the skill Berserk. Attack power has increased by 25%, attack speed has increased by 25%, move speed has increased by 25%, and defense has decreased by 50%. This skill will last 300 seconds and has a cooldown of 24 hours. I couldn't help being surprised. Their various offensive stats had increased by this much and only the defense dropped. It really seemed like going all out without caring for one's life. Seeing that the enemy berserkers were powering up, the sword flame players in front were stunned as they said, "Damn, these people are crazy. Should we retreat a bit and come back after 5 minutes?" I looked over and roared, "What retreat? Follow me." After saying this, I had already charged out like a knife as I cut through Bloodthirsty's defenses. Shua. A berserker used the sweeping away 1,000 soldiers on me and covered in a blood-red glow, the giant axe came down. I could even see the proud smile of the berserker holding that axe. Hey, hey. I also laughed as flames came over the roaring flame staff and a golden glow appeared on the tip of the spear. Then with a putchy sound, the dark gold spear pierced right through the berserker's chest and sent blood flying, as a 4,579 damage figure appeared above his head. With a white glow, this berserker whose defense had dropped by half had been instantly killed by my shield break slash. The surrounding berserkers were all stunned and they couldn't say a thing. Damn, isn't this too abnormal? A level 44 berserker was instantly killed. A berserker with an extravagant sword gritted his teeth and charged forward, sweeping out the sword with a red glow. Ding. Combat notification, player XXX has used the roaring flame slash on you, dealing 572 points of damage. There was a bit of pain in my chest, but I endured it without taking a step back. While the other side was stunned, the roaring flame spear was covered in a white glow as a whirlwind slash came out. With several CA sounds, the berserker charging at me received 2,463 points of damage and the others were sent flying by the effect of the whirlwind slash. I quickly went forward and hit that berserker who only had a sliver of health. With a pang sound, he disappeared. A berserker on the side who had been sent flying by me had a shocked look before he wielded his axe and charged at me. Pang. The large axe fell onto the pole of the roaring flame spear and I twisted the spear before stabbing out. Putchy. Blood scattered as the roaring flame spear had without a doubt instantly killed the berserker with only a sliver of HP. At this time, blue light came out as several ice arrows hit me on the chest. Pang, pang, pang. 246. 375. 178. 3 numbers jumped out. Although my defense wasn't considered very strong, it was still enough to stop these archers from breaking through it. I quickly came forward and sent out an Icewind Thorn to deal with a level 46 archer. The other archers were all shocked as they said, "This person's attack is too abnormal. Who can block him?" Magicians? Magicians, use the fireball spell to hit him. As soon as this voice fell, the several dozen magicians around received this order and magic blotted out the sky as they fell down. My body was covered in pain as various spells exploded around me. Fireballs, wind blades, stones, and icicles, all kinds of magic were found. A sword flame player that was rather close to me received collateral damage and returned to the city without any hesitation. My situation wasn't that much better. Figures over 300 kept appearing above my head and the more powerful magicians could deal over 800 points of damage to me. My HP was almost sent to 0 in an instant. Shua. With a holy light, my HP was pulled back to 1,568. I was secretly grateful, there was someone reliable on our side at this critical moment. Such powerful heals, it was without a doubt Qin Yun's healing. Looking over, as expected, Qin Yun was looking at me with a sweet smile. But my position was in the center of the enemy's camp and the situation wasn't good. The magicians could freely hit me with their spells and most of the sword flame players were behind. The only one who could help me was Qin Yun. Damn, I'll definitely die like this. I quickly focused my mind and used a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers to kill an assassin before turning to run. The bloodthirsty people were unhappy to see this and several magicians shouted, "Damn. Easily angered bookworm killed so many of our brothers, we can't let him leave. Stop him for me." Who? A large patch of fireballs flew over. Several dozen magicians moved to different positions, like they had to kill me. I secretly complained, but at this time, I found that the surrounding area had turned cold. Looking again, I found that Ling Yu was in front of me with a faint smile. The ice goddess staff glowed and a bunch of snow appeared in front of Ling Yu. Ling Shuel looked over and said with a smile, "So beautiful, it's actually snowing." But Ling Yu's snow was very powerful and then there was a bunch of ice and snow that exploded among the bloodthirsty players. Ding. Combat notification, player Gentle Breeze embracing the moon has used the magic spell, 1,000-mile ice seal. The ice and snow in the area of several yards condensed and the bloodthirsty players were terrified. The magicians that had chased after me lost HP, with each one of them losing around 1,000 HP, scaring them until their faces turned pale. I was a bit surprised. Wasn't Ling Yu's new AoE spell just too much? But it seemed right when I thought about it. The 1,000-mile ice seal didn't instantly kill them, which proved that its attack power was limited. After all, Ling Yu had the dark gold staff that increased ice magic attack by 40% and she could only deal this much damage. If it was a magician with a normal magic attack, the damage would be much less. But the 1,000-mile ice seal had a pleasantly surprising effect. The bloodthirsty players in front of us all had their move speed decreased and there was a layer of frost over them which meant that their move speed had been decreased. At this time, a beautiful figure flew past me, which was Ling Xue. She had an excited look on her face as she said with a smile, "Let them see how strong I am." I was surprised when I found this little beauty raising the light flow sword. Then there were countless glows that came out that fell among the bloodthirsty players. Pa, pa, pa. Under the powerful attacks of the profound ice sword energy, the bloodthirsty players all found their HPs dropping, as white light appeared. Of the ones that had been baptized by the 1,000-mile ice seal, after experiencing Ling Xue's profound ice sword energy, the magicians and assassins were helpless. The only ones that could remain standing were the tanky knights and berserkers. Ling Yu came forward and her magic shield sparkled. With how strong her magic shield was, she wasn't in much danger. Moreover, there was a faint blue glow around Ling Xue, which was the ice armor skill. At this time, the head of Shuiyu Studios, the two beauties Ling Xue and Ling Yu were by my side, looking quite rampant, which made everyone secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. While going all out with people with her weapon, Ling Xue revealed a mesmerizing smile as she provoked the bloodthirsty players. "Come, aren't you all powerful?" Those bloodthirsty players wanted to die of shame. After they saw the combination skills of these twin beauties, who wanted to come forward to die? Not to mention that I wasn't useless. I was back at full HP after a few heals from Qin Yun, so I quickly charged forward again. In the end, before I could make a move, the bloodthirsty and fated defense had already crumbled. Sword Flame was just too strong. Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher were in front, and with their levels and equipment, they became the heaviest hitting DPS for Sword Flame, with each attack making the other side suffer. Ghost Fire, who was hidden in the darkness as like a messenger of death. The black dragon wave he sent hit the other side and killed many of them, making the other side panic at the news of the hidden dark magician job. I couldn't help smiling. Ghost Fire was a level 52 dark magician. He could be considered a trump card for Shuiyu. Seeing the bloodthirsty and fated defense crumbling, Sword Flame Dragon Soul said with a smile, "Brothers, those at level 40 and higher will keep chasing with me. Those at level 40 and lower will stay here to sweep the battlefield. Don't let any of them hide." So a bunch of people went forward to beat them while they were down, scaring the retreating bloodthirsty and fated players. There were quite a few players who used the city return scroll after leaving battle conditions. In less than 10 minutes, the over 1,000 players of the other side had been defeated by Shuiyu, and the forces that we sent out only had the 2,000 players from Sword Flame. Dragon Soul looked at the other side retreating in contempt as he laughed. "They want to dominate Sunset City with these people. This is simply a fool's dream." After saying this, Dragon Soul looked at me. "Bookworm, what do we do now?" I had already received the news that Fated and Bloodthirsty's main forces were fighting a boss in the depths of the Forgotten Valley, so they couldn't care about what was happening outside. Moreover, they had thought that the 2,000 players outside could delay us for an hour, but they never thought that Shuiyu would be this strong. So I gave the order, "Don't waste time here, we'll go one thread sky to kick their butts." After the target had been set, everyone quickly headed off. Wang Junji came in front of Ling Yu and said, "Ah, you, just now, I." Ling Yu superficially said, "You did quite well, very strong." Wang Junji's face turned red. Even a deaf person could hear the dissatisfaction in Ling Yu's voice, so Wang Junji said, "Ah, you, believe me, I will definitely lead Shuiyu well." Ling Yu revealed a faint smile, "Lead your several hundred people well first." After saying this, Ling Yu already caught up and poked my arm before saying with a smile, "Bookworm, bring me along." Magicians had low agility and low move speed, so they couldn't compare to a past archer like me with 10-star growth in agility. So I reached out to take her white hand, so like this, my move speed decreased a bit while Ling Yu's move speed greatly increased. Ling Xue looked at me, but she didn't reveal a strange look. She just said with a faint simple, "Quickly, quickly, otherwise when we get there, they might have already finished killing the boss." I confidently said, "It's not possible. Even if Fated has delicate rice fragrance who has a hidden job helping them, they definitely can't kill it that fast. That is a level 80 boss, normal players won't have a way to break through its defenses." Ling Xue nodded with a smile. Wang Junji looked at me with a resentful look and angrily said in a low voice, "It's you again." I revealed a faint smile and raised the roaring flame staff as I suddenly said, "Good evening, Director Wang." The Shuiyu studio girls around me all started laughing at this. Wang Junji's face turned green at this. He couldn't hear any respect in my voice, and in reality, I didn't have any respect for this petty person. Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher saw this and came over. The two of them all looked at Wang Junji and said, "Hey, what do you want to do?" Wang Junji was even more embarrassed, but he couldn't deal with Sword Flame's people. He was only the director of Blue Star, he couldn't deal with Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher. Even if he could, with Dragon Soul's fearless personality, if he angered Dragon Soul might actually do his job as a hospital worker. In less than 20 minutes, we arrived at a narrow valley. The two sides were high up and there was only a small tunnel of less than 20 yards, so only around 20 people could walk in together. Who? There was a black figure that appeared out of thin air. It was the assassin from Dragonflame in charge of scouting. He said in a low voice, "The boss is already only at 20% HP, their hidden job player really is powerful, it's their secret weapon for killing the boss. Although the boss is powerful, it has spent over half the time sealed." Ling Yu was in a bit of a panic as she said to me, "Bookworm, what do we do? If Fated or Bloodthirsty get the guild establishment token first, our Shuiyu will be forced under them." I wielded the roaring flame spear and said with a smile, let's not waste words, we'll charge in as fast as we can and disrupt their boss fighting as much as possible. Brothers, with me. I immediately charged right in and most of the Shuiyu players followed me in with red eyes. The plants on this small path were all trampled, but the Shuiyu players didn't care that much. No one wanted to see bloodthirsty or fated get an edge. If they were the first to establish a guild and recruit people in Sunset City, Shuiyu might be suppressed not long after. Several minutes later, it slowly opened up in front of us and revealed a valley that wasn't that big where the sounds of fierce fighting came from. When I looked up, I couldn't help being surprised. There was a giant cyclops covered in red fur in the valley and it was like a small mountain. It was around 5 meters tall and it angrily roared out, throwing the giant stones that it picked up from the ground. Pang! The giant rock that was like a cannonball hit one of the fated berserkers to turn him into a meat patty. The valley was filled with fated and bloodthirsty players. The mages snet out their fireballs to attack the giant cyclops, but the funny thing was that the mages that were over level 40 could only deal less than 10 points of damage to the giant cyclops with each attack. The close combat players were even worse off. Every time the giant cyclops stomped down with its feet, it would kill 1 or 2 of them, causing white light to fly off in all directions. It was unknown how these people judged that this giant cyclops was over level 80. If it wasn't over level 80, that would be a joke. Thinking of this, I immediately used my star eyes to check the stats of the giant cyclops. Cyclops Giant King, Dark Gold Boss. Level, 85. Attack, 1150 to 1300. Defense, 1200. HP, 240,000. Skills, War Trample. Seeing these stats, I couldn't help taking a cold breath. It was a level 85 Dark Gold Boss with a terrifying 1300 attack power. It was no wonder it killed a player with every stone it threw. Moreover, there was a skill called War Trample that I didn't know the use of. At this time, the Cyclops Giant King noticed me and it roared into the sky. It jumped up before falling down covered in roaring flames, as its 2 arms like steel bars slammed down in the same place as its feet. The world started to shake and cracks formed in the earth around the Cyclops Giant King, going for several dozen yards. As they grew thicker, there was white light that also appeared. In just an instant, there was a bunch of players that were instantly killed, all the players that were surrounding the Cyclops Giant King without exception. Pang! There was a soft body that bumped into me. When I turned to look, I saw Ling Shui standing there in a daze and she couldn't help bumping into me. I quickly turned to grab Ling Shui who was falling. She blinked in a daze and said, "This is too terrifying. Do we have to fight it?" I said, "Of course we do. Don't you see the boss HP? The people from Fated and Bloodthirsty are about to finish it off." I pointed out and as expected, behind some bushes, there was a beautiful young girl standing there. It was the soul magician Delicate Rice Fragrance. There was a waning moon that appeared above the boss head, but there was also a bunch of mist that appeared. However, Delicate Rice Fragrance didn't give up and continued using it. After the second try, the soul seal spell succeeded in sealing all the movements of the boss. Ding! Combat notification, player Delicate Rice Fragrance has used the soul seal spell on the Cyclops Giant King. The Cyclops Giant King will be unable to move for 30 seconds. After this, Delicate Rice Fragrance raised her staff as a purple light chain came out of her staff. It went right onto the boss and it drained the boss HP at 1% of its current HP every 3 seconds. Ling Shui gritted her teeth and angrily said, "It's that girl again. Humph, last time when you changed jobs to become the Dragon Whisperer, it was because of her that everything went badly. I really don't know what benefits Fated Madman is giving her to make her sell herself to Fated Madman like that." I said, "Perhaps she's Fated Madman's woman." Ling Shui said with a smile, "Have you seen a girlfriend who doesn't love herself this much?" I thought about it. That was right. Fated Madman wasn't that good to Delicate Rice Fragrance. Dragon Soul and the rest caught up and he said while panting, "What's going on? Are we making a move now?" I looked into the valley and saw the boss causing havoc, killing quite a few fated and bloodthirsty players. They only had around 1,000 players and most of them were cannon fodder since their only real damage output was Delicate Rice Fragrance. So I said, "Open fire at all. Our goal is to ruin their mission and as for killing the boss, that comes after." "All right." Heavenly Punisher gave an excited laugh before charging in. With a single swing of his axe, a fated magician was sent back to the city. At the same time, we all made our moves. Your sin value couldn't increase in the Forgotten Valley, so we could kill as we pleased. Pang. Quiet Rainfall sent out an ice arrow to slow down a cleric and then with a red flash, Ziyu suddenly appeared. She used the assassinate and backstab combo to kill this cleric whose level wasn't low. I couldn't help praising, Ziyu is getting better and better. As soon as my voice fell, I heard Heavenly Punisher ask in a panicked voice, "Who poked me just now?" Ziyu immediately put away her dagger and ran back to where the rest of the studio was standing. Qin Yun gave a secret laugh while raising her staff to top up Heavenly Punisher's HP. Ling Yu said with a smile, "Don't stand there in a daze, go." I nodded and charged out. Brandishing the roaring flame spear, I sent out an Icewind Thorn to kill a full HP mage. The assassin beside that mage had a stunned look before quickly avoiding my attack, while also sending out a poisoned dagger at me. I was surprised. This assassin wasn't bad. So I was too lazy to care as I aimed at another mage in front of me. With a sweep of the roaring flame spear, there was another mage that was instantly killed. The assassin panicked and didn't care as he charged right at me, but he realized his mistake. Who? I pulled back the roaring flame spear, which was hard to dodge, so the tip pierced right through the chest of the assassin. He couldn't help freezing as he looked in a daze. You're too sly. I laughed as I tapped the spear with my left hand, twisting the roaring flame spear in a half circle. The red spear tip cut across the assassin's chest and with a putchy sound, blood flew out. This assassin that had killed countless people had been instantly killed, dropping potions on the ground. There was the sound of fighting all around as Fated Madman and Bloodthirsty World realized how serious this situation was. Fated Madman angrily roared out, Bloodthirsty World, you said that your 1,000 people could block these fellows from Shuiyu, so how did they get here so fast? Are those 1,000 people all trash? Bloodthirsty World said with an angry look, bullshit, there were also fated people there, why aren't you saying anything? Fated Bloodthirster on the side gritted his teeth, stop arguing. I'll lead our people to kill Shuiyu, you keep fighting the boss. We can take care of the boss in another 5 minutes. Fated Madman said in an indignant voice, go. Fated Bloodthirster charged forward with a bunch of close combat players since the close combat players were only cannon fodder under the feet of the Cyclops Giant King's war trample. It was better to attack Shuiyu, which was an account that Fated Bloodthirster wanted to settle. Seeing that Fated Bloodthirster bringing people over, I came forward to welcome them. Enemies really met on a narrow road. I've almost forgotten how many times I've met Fated Bloodthirster, but this kid really was like a mad dog. Damn, it's this bastard again. Fated Bloodthirster cursed as he suddenly went lower, sliding right past me. At the same time, there was a poisoned dagger that was stabbing out at my waist. My heart sunk a bit. I immediately lowered the roaring flame spear and sent it at my right wing. Pang. Fated Bloodthirster's dagger created a dazzling glow when it hit the spear while several other fated assassins came forward. Puchy. There was a pain in my back as I was backstabbed by an assassin, losing over 400 HP. I was a bit angry and the roaring flame spear was covered in golden glow when I turned around. Kuka. The spear swiped out and a trail of blood appeared. The line of blood at the neck of the assassin gradually became bigger before he fell down and turned into fragments of light as he returned to the city. The other assassins were angry and charged forward. I looked up to see Ling Shui and the other girls being surrounded by fated players. The entrance of this valley was narrow, so only several hundred sword flame people could come in, so there was no way to get the advantage in numbers. So I could only rely on myself. I made a decision to break free of this encirclement since with 7 to 8 backstabs, I would have been defeated, so I had to beat these assassins first. Who? With the sound of the wind, I ran to the right side of the valley. Fated Bloodthirster angrily roared, you want to run? How could it be that easy? Everyone, chase him for me. In a second, the fated assassins all used their movement skills, turning into shadows as they chased me. I secretly gave a laugh as I suddenly turned around. There was a white light that appeared around the roaring flame spear as with 3 beautiful slashes, I released the whirlwind slash. With a paw sound, the assassin who bore the brunt of it was dealt 2,984 damage, being killed instantly. The other assassins were pushed back several steps by the shockwave of the whirlwind slash. I didn't draw back and sent out the roaring flame spear again. With a flash of golden light, the shield break slash killed a second assassin. Puchy. Blood covered the tip as it came out and when it flew out covered in light, a third assassin slowly fell down with a bloody hole in his chest. In less than 2 seconds, 3 fated assassins had been killed. Fated Bloodthirster clenched his teeth as he angrily said, how could it be like this? Damn, all of you charge, no retreat. The other assassins used their dash skills and I drank a potion to recover my HP. The people in front of me didn't laze around as several daggers cut my armor and I lost close to 1,000 HP. It was at this time that I activated the skill of the Scarlet Cape, Intermediate Bloodthirst. My move speed and attack speed increased for half a minute, so my move speed could already compare to the assassins using dash skills. Fated Bloodthirster realized how serious this was and couldn't keep going forward. With a roar from him, he went past me and he used the backstab skill with his dagger. The other assassins did the same since when assassins faced a warrior, only an idiot would fight head-on. I revealed a faint smile as I swept out the roaring flame spear. The sweeping away 1,000 soldiers killed another assassin and another assassin was only on a sliver of HP after a normal attack from me. At the same time, I went forward a few steps with the right timing which caused 2 of the assassins to miss, not being able to backstab me. The backstab attack had a range of 1 yard and my move speed wasn't bad right now, so I could make them waste their attacks. Fated Bloodthirster's face turned green as he cursed, you bastard, I will definitely chop him up today. I gave a laugh and looked over to find that the boss was about to be killed, so this fight should end here. Flying forward, I used a shield break slash which landed on Fated Bloodthirster's chest. The roaring flame spear passed through him and had flames on the tip. Fated Bloodthirster's eyes were open wide, as if he never imagined that he would be instantly killed. The other assassins all panicked and their hands holding the daggers started to tremble. CA, CA, CA. With several sounds, white light appeared as I fought the 4 assassins. I killed them one by one with my 740 points of defense. Since time was short, I didn't play with them anymore. At the same time, looking back, I saw that Shuiyu was already controlling the battlefield. There were only around 100 fated and bloodthirsty players fighting back, but the Cyclops Giant King only had a sliver of HP left which was currently being sucked away by delicate rice fragrance's soul shackles. Seeing us approach, Faded Madman was very anxious as he shouted at Delicate Rice Fragrance, "Damn, go quicker, Shui Yu's people are almost here." Delicate Rice Fragrance revealed a slightly aggrieved look, but she just kept using the soul shackles to trap the boss. Bloodthirsty World came forward, brandishing his sword with a smile. "Friends from Shui Yu, have you been well recently?" Hua. There was a beautiful figure that appeared in front of Bloodthirsty World as a sharp golden sword changed colors several times before releasing a blue glow on Bloodthirsty World's chest, instantly emptying his HP. It was Ling Xue who made a move. She made a move before Bloodthirsty World could even react, and Bloodthirsty World had a shocked look. "Why don't you follow the rules of Jianghu?" Ling Xue looked over with a faint smile. "Uncle, you think I'm an idiot? Trying to stall for time here is too stupid. You can just be assured as you go back to the city." The light flow sword swept out, and with a powerful glow, the profound ice sword energy's glow swallowed Bloodthirsty World. Just like this, the boss of the Bloodthirsty Guild had been killed by this little beauty in front of everyone. At the same time, I had already charged forward and my target was Delicate Rice Fragrance. I had to take care of her before she killed the boss or everything would have been in vain. Delicate Rice Fragrance also recognized me, and after looking surprised, she said in a low voice, "Sorry." She had also said sorry when she sent me back to level 0. Humph, if there was a use for apologies, the world would already be at peace. I still raised the roaring flame spear as Delicate Rice Fragrance looked at me, like she was about to cry. I actually hesitated a bit. When this young girl revealed this innocent look, my heart couldn't steal itself. Faded Madman's anxious voice came from behind. "Damn. Rice Fragrance, you're seeking death? Quickly kill him." Rice Fragrance hesitated a bit before suddenly raising her staff at me. There was a purple shockwave that hit me right in the chest. Pang. There was a strong pain as my HP dropped by more than 1,700. Ding. Combat notification. Player Delicate Rice Fragrance has used the skill Soul Shock on you. Your HP has dropped by 1724 and you have been stunned for 3 seconds. I was stunned. She had sneak attacked me, my goodwill was wasted. Faded Madman charged forward with a laugh, and I only had a sliver of HP left, so he could kill me with a few slashes. Dragon Soul and Ghost Fire also charged over while Ling Xue revealed a stunned look and Ling Yu gritted her teeth. But at this time, it was as if time had stopped, and against all reason, the Cyclops Giant King suddenly gave a roar as he changed his attack pattern. Ding. Combat notification. Cyclops Giant King has used the skill Barbaric Vortex and you have been sucked in, but since you are stunned, you cannot move. At this time, the level 85 Dark Gold boss Cyclops Giant King suddenly had a giant yellow vortex under it. All the players around it were pulled in, including Delicate Rice Fragrance and Faded Madman. Faded Madman's axe had almost touched the tip of my nose, but after being pulled in by this barbaric vortex, Faded Madman still didn't give up. He ignored the man and reached his axe towards me, as if he wasn't willing to separate even in death. After a few seconds, a bunch of faded and bloodthirsty players were sucked in by the Cyclops Giant King and gathered together, only I couldn't move because I was stunned. At the same time, the Cyclops Giant King suddenly jumped up. I was shocked. This was clearly the super powerful skill from before, the War Trample. Hong. With a giant sound, the earth cracked apart and flames roared as white light appeared. The Cyclops Giant King who was about to die revealed its might. Almost instantly all these players, when the dust settled, only Faded Madman and Delicate Rice Fragrance survived. Ding. Combat notification. Since the Cyclops Giant King used its own HP to use the skill Barbaric Vortex, it is close to death. It only has 1000 HP left. Damn. The pleasant surprises kept coming. The boss only had 1000 HP left. Faded Madman also received this notification and said with a laugh of wild joy, "Quickly, kill it. Rice Fragrance, go faster. Don't be so dumb that father goes crazy." Delicate Rice Fragrance gave an "oh" sound before raising her hand to use a soul shock skill. At the same time, my stun faded and I quickly raised the roaring flame spear, as flames gathered around me. Hong. The roaring flame soaring dragon soared up from under the feet of the Cyclops Giant King. 1104. Delicate Rice Fragrance's soul shock took care of 800 of the boss remaining HP while my roaring flame soaring dragon killed it. But I didn't see any signs of leveling up. Rather it was Delicate Rice Fragrance and Faded Madman who leveled up as their HP filled up again. I couldn't even steal the experience. If I knew earlier, I would have killed Faded Madman. I was an idiot. Who? With a white light, Ling Xue's profound ice sword energy flew out and luckily, Faded Madman and Delicate Rice Fragrance were frozen. It seemed like they didn't have a chance to pick up the boss drops at all. Ziyu and Summer came up together, attacking Delicate Rice Fragrance together while shouting out, "It's because of her that Bookworm fell down to level 0 last time." Humph. I came forward and saw that Delicate Rice Fragrance was looking at me with big eyes filled with guilt. Hua. Ziyu's backstab did over 1000 damage and Delicate Rice Fragrance was sent back to the city. My roaring flame spear went to Faded Madman's chest and stabbed it without another word. It would be too big of a loss if we let him pick up the guild establishment token. The shield break slash greatly reduced Faded Madman's defense, and with this attack, Faded Madman on half HP could withstand it as he died. When the dust settled around us, we could slowly see clearly. Ziyu and Summer went back, so only Ling Xue and I were by the boss corpse. In front of me, there was a pile of equipment. Ling Yu came forward with a smile and asked, "It was a great success. Bookworm, is there a guild establishment token? I came forward and kicked aside the Cyclops Giant King's arm. There were a few pieces of equipment and a skill book there, but there wasn't a guild establishment token, so I turned around and shook my head. Ling Yu was disappointed as she muttered, "It seems like today's loot isn't good." I picked up the equipment and the skill book. The things dropped by a level 85 dark gold boss, it definitely wouldn't be bad. A dagger with a black handle, a glowing shield, a pair of boots, and a skill book. I held the things and asked, "How do we split them?" Ling Yu hesitated a bit while Dragon Soul turned to the Sword Flame members. "Brothers, you all did well today, you can go now. Everyone will be getting a reward of 200 gold coins tomorrow." Sword Flames players all revealed joyful looks as they returned to the city. I said, "Dragon Soul, come and take a look. As long as it's something you can use, we'll give some to you." Dragon Soul shook his head before saying with a smile, "No need, this was a boss that you guys stole from Fated Madman. I just killed some of the riff-raff. Moreover, I'm not lacking equipment, Sword Flame is strong enough to kill any level boss that we see." After saying this, Sword Flame called Heavenly Punisher and Ghost Fire to return to the city together, not even giving me a chance to stop him. Wang Junji also gathered the Shuiyu players to go back. After several beams of white light, there was only our Shuiyu Studios group that was left in the valley. Ling Yu said with a smile, "Bookworm, your brothers really are loyal." I revealed a faint smile, "They are too lazy to fight with a bunch of girls." "You're saying that we're little girls?" Ling Yu raised a brow as she released killing intent at me. I broke out in a cold sweat. Let's look at the equipment. In the party channel, I posted the stats of the black dagger. This dagger had a black glow around it, so it clearly wasn't a normal item. Soul Reaper, dark gold equipment, dagger. Attack, 350 to 450. Strength, plus 14. Agility, plus 10. Additional, increases the user's attack speed by 10%. Slots, 1. Required level, 65. Unidentified. The girls all opened their mouths in shock. Ling Yu said, "Such a high attack and it also increases attack speed by 10%. What would it be like after it was appraised? If an assassin had this dagger, it would be too terrifying. They would be a magician killer." I nodded, "It is indeed a bit terrifying. The only downside is that the level requirement is too high. It's actually a level 65 dagger and the highest level assassin in the Chinese server is only level 48. Ling Yu revealed a smile, "It's fine. I already took a screenshot of this and sent it to the World Forum. I want to see if any fool will come and pay for it." I said with a smile, all right." So I gave the dagger to Ling Yu and looked at the second piece of equipment, which was that golden shield. Heavenly Flame Shield, dark gold equipment, shield. Defense, 285. Strength, plus 17. Vitality, plus 12. Additional, increases user's defense by 2%. Required level, 60. Unidentified. I couldn't help secretly complaining, this boss was just too high level, the levels of the equipment dropped were so high. Ling Shui said with a smile, "The defense of this shield definitely won't be low." Indeed, it was already 285 before being appraised, so it should be over 400 after being appraised. At the same time, when my eyes swept over the Heavenly Flame Shield, I saw the notification "Can equip" in the bottom right corner. God? A Dragon Whisperer could equip shields? I was pleasantly surprised, but I also saw Ling Shui looking at the Heavenly Flame Shield, so I could only endure it. I tossed the Heavenly Flame Shield to Ling Shui and said, "Quickly level up so you can equip this shield sooner." As for me, I believed that I could definitely get a decent shield before reaching level 60. With my strong stats and the Dragon Whisperer skills, I believed that the equipment I got wouldn't be weak, so I wouldn't miss anything here. Ling Shui took the Heavenly Flame Spear and revealed a delightful smile that made my disappointment turn to satisfaction. The third piece of equipment was a set of dark gold boots, which should be a piece of dark gold equipment. Heavenly Flame Boots, dark gold equipment, armor. Defense, 200. Strength, plus 18. Vitality, plus 15. Additional, increases user's move speed by 1%. Required level, 60. Unidentified. I was a bit surprised, this actually has the same Heavenly Flame tag, only there's no set effect. Ling Shui said with a smile, "You can keep this. That way we can have equipment with the same name." I gave a laugh before turning to ask, "Beauty Bing Cha, out of fairness, how about we roll for it?" Bing Cha couldn't help revealing a faint smile before I saw a notification. System notification, player Bing Cha has left the party. 2 seconds later. System notification, player Bing Cha has joined the party. What are you doing? Is it fun going in and out? I asked in a surprised voice. Ling Shui gave a laugh and said, "Idiot. Big sister Bing Cha left the party, so she doesn't have the right to roll anymore. Don't you understand what she means by this?" I was stunned as Bing Cha said with a smile, "Bookworm, don't be a fool. You used your life to get this, and if I were to take it, how would others look at me? I don't want others pointing their fingers at me." I revealed a smile and didn't argue with her as I directly put the Heavenly Flame Boots in my inventory. Now we looked at the final skill book. The girls all had wide eyes since in this game, what decided whether a player was powerful was both equipment and skills, one couldn't be lacking at all. With a flash of light, this dark blue skill book's stats jumped out. Unrestrained sword energy. When the user hits a target, there is a chance to send out sword energy to hurt the surrounding enemies. Requires a level 50 swordsman. It was a simple introduction, but I understood it. This was an attack skill and it was a passive skill? There were two swordsmen here, one was Ling Shui and the other was Bing Cha. I raised my voice and said, two beautiful swordsmen, how do you plan on choosing? Is it rock paper scissors or are you going to roll for it? Bing Cha said, let's roll. So Ling Yu opened the roll system and Bing Cha and Ling Shui rolled together. D. System notification, player Bing Cha has rolled 97. Bing Cha said with a faint smile, beauty Shui, I have the advantage this time. Ling Shui revealed a faint smile, I haven't finished rolled yet, don't be too happy just yet. After saying this, Ling Shui pressed the button as the dice flew out and landed. D. System notification, player Gentle Breeze Flying Snow has rolled 100. Ling Shui's luck exploded. Bing Cha was speechless, why have I never won before? Ziyu said, didn't you win the white armor from me last time? Bing Cha wanted to cry even more and I comforted her, life doesn't always follow strong wishes. Bing Cha couldn't help looking at me as she said, forget it, it's better that this skill goes to Ling Shui. It seems like I can only be the second-rate swordsman for the studio. Qin Yun said with a smile, don't be so quick to cry. If Ling Shui doesn't need it, wouldn't it be yours? Bing Cha didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Big sister Qin Yun, you really do know how to comfort people. While everyone was laughing, I suddenly received a notification. Ding. System notification, player Delicate Rice Fragrance wants to add you as a friend. Will you accept? I was a bit surprised. Delicate Rice Fragrance, what did she add me as a friend for? After hesitating a bit, I clicked accept in the end. Anyway, I wasn't someone who was afraid of my shadow, I wanted to see what kind of things Delicate Rice Fragrance had to say. As expected, Rice Fragrance quickly sent me a message, can you come to Sunset City's appraiser? I replied, why? Rice Fragrance said, don't ask me why, just come over. I was surprised. Could it be that they prepared an ambush by the appraiser? That wasn't right, players of the same main city couldn't attack each other in stores, it didn't make sense. Moreover, even if there were people waiting, the appraiser couldn't accommodate that many people, so I wouldn't be afraid of them? So I said to Ling Shui, I'm going back to the city, contact me if something happens. Ling Shui was surprised before saying with a nod, go then. I used a city return scroll and with a flash of white light, I appeared outside the east gate. I immediately brandished my roaring flame spear as I walked in. Who? The scarlet cape had a blood-red glow to it as I walked into the appraiser while being fully on guard. But what surprised me was that other than the two appraisers, there was only Delicate Rice Fragrance standing in the corner. Delicate Rice Fragrance didn't look that old and was considered a delicate girl. There was a bit of an afraid look on her snow-white face. She looked at me and said in a low voice, sorry that time, I didn't want to hurt you on purpose, only I had no choice. I couldn't help giving a cold laugh, you had no choice but to send me back to level 0. Delicate Rice Fragrance started to cry from my words, sobbing as she said, you wouldn't understand my situation, I have to help Lin Ao, but that does not mean that I don't have a conscience. I softly said, don't have a conscience? Humph, are the things that your fated madman does in this game righteous? I Delicate Rice Fragrance didn't know what to say as she silently stood there. She lowered her head and looked aggrieved. I raised my voice and said, what do you want to do? Just be direct if you have something to say, otherwise, I want to remind you that you shouldn't follow fated madman or your future days won't be good. Delicate Rice Fragrance looked up with tears streaming down her face as she said, actually, I don't want to either, Booty still ask that you forgive me. I said with a snort, forgive you? You helped fated madman send me down from level 50 to level 0, how do you want me to forgive you? Delicate Rice Fragrance reached out a hand to wipe her tears before coming forward to trade me. There was a golden sparkling token that appeared in the trade window which was a guild establishment token. I was shocked, where did you get this guild establishment token? Rice Fragrance muttered, just now. Before you guys killed us, I picked this up from the ground. I didn't know what it was then, but now I know that Lin Ao and Bloodthirsty World led so many people to kill that boss just for this. I was stunned, unable to say a word. Rice Fragrance wiped her tears again before saying, if possible, I want to give you this token as compensation, can you forgive me? Xiao Xiao knows that you are a good person because you didn't want to kill me just now. My heart skipped a beat before I asked, if you give me this, aren't you afraid that Lin Ao will cause trouble for you? Rice Fragrance looked right at me and said, if you don't say anything, he won't know that I gave this to you. He will think that you picked this token up from that mob. Delicate Rice Fragrance confirmed the trade and I also confirmed. It would be a bit silly if I didn't take this opportunity. Ding dong. With this sound, the first guild establishment token in Spirit of Grief appeared in my inventory. The two golden dragons on the token sparkled, looking real with an aura that was quite fearsome. Since this was in my hand, I was assured. It seemed like this girl really wasn't a bad person. So I asked, do you know the value of this guild establishment token? Rice Fragrance nodded before shyly saying, I know, Lin Ao said that guild establishment tokens would be worth around 10,000 RMB in the future, but the first one has a very special significance, so it would be worth over 1,000,000 RMB because the first guild would most often be the strongest guild. I nodded, since you know, then why do you give me this expensive token? Is it worth it? Rice Fragrance revealed a smile and said in a sad voice, Mom told me before she died that being a good person will make you feel good your entire life. I think that I want to listen to my mom's words now. I knitted my brows, your mom passed away? Just what relationship do you have with Lin Ao? Why can't you leave Lin Ao? Rice Fragrance hesitated a bit and after a while, she said in a soft voice, this matter is too complicated, I can't tell you clearly. In short, since I've compensated you with this guild establishment token, I will no longer feel guilty. I said with a smile, leave fated madman, I don't want to be enemies with you. Rice Fragrance said with a bitter smile, it's easier said than done. Forget it, I'm leaving first, I hope that you can keep this a secret. I nodded, but Rice Fragrance already logged off as she gradually faded away. I held this guild establishment token that fell out of the sky in my hand, not knowing what to say for a while. So I sent the description of the guild establishment token in the team channel. In less than 2 seconds, Ling Yu's pleasantly surprised voice rang out, Bookworm? Did I make a mistake? Where did you get this guild establishment token? This is the first guild establishment token in Spirit of Grief. Ling Shui said in a surprised voice, little fool, are you a GM who's hiding in our studio? Bing Cha revealed a faint smile, Bookworm is this powerful, he could get this guild establishment token? Great, our Shuiyu can officially be formed. Everyone was getting heated up in their discussion, but after a few minutes, Ling Yu said, let's gather in the square and go to the palace to form the guild together. The girls all agreed, so I also went to the square where I found the girls waiting for me. After meeting up, Ling Yu asked with profound meaning, Bookworm? This token is worth at least 1 million, are you if you are willing to give this token to me, do you have any requests? I will do what I can. Ling Shui looked at me as if she was afraid that I would have Ling Yu exchange her body. The girls all looked at me and I felt uncomfortable, so I said, since it's worth 1 million, then treat it as me selling it to the studio. Let's put it as 500,000 on account for now. When the studio has generated capital, you can give it to me, can't you? Ling Yu gave a nod before saying with a smile, it's that simple, then it's no problem. Actually we can just have Schwer sell her BMW if it doesn't work, the new Series 7 is worth around 1 million. I said with a smile, alright. Ling Shui sent a private message to me, idiot. Even if I sell my car, you will immediately buy it back for me. That is a present that my dad gave me for my 20th birthday. I turned to see Ling Shui looking at me with a smile, with killing intent hidden in that beautiful face. So I traded the guild establishment token to Ling Shui. To be honest, if I sold this guild establishment token, I wouldn't need to worry for the rest of my life, but like this, the girls of the studio would look down on me for the rest of my life. Weighing the options, the girls were more important. There were plenty of other chances to earn money. After getting the guild establishment token, Ling Yu revealed a smile and then brought our group to Sunset City's palace. When we came to the palace, the guard stopped us, but after Ling Yu showed him the guild establishment token, the guard moved aside. He led us as he said, His Majesty will authorize the establishment of your guild. Several minutes later, in the resplendent hall of the Sunset City Palace, the king stroked his beard as he looked over us. Ling Shui asked me, little fool, why do kings always have beards? Can't there be a younger king? I explained with a smile, working for the country during the day and sleeping in the harem at night, naturally they will get older faster. Little girl, you don't even know this and you're not embarrassed to call me a fool. Ling Shui's face turned red as she angrily said, Che, what kind of logic is this? But Ling Yu helplessly turned around as she couldn't establish the guild. Bing Cha asked, what is it? Ling Yu pursed her lips as she said, this rule really is strange, you need 20,000 prestige to establish a guild. I only have a bit over 10,000, what about you guys? Ling Shui said, around 8,000. Bing Cha said, around 5,000. Summer said, around 2,000. Ziyu asked, where do you see prestige? Ling Yu gritted her teeth, she really wanted to curse out this noob Ziyu? So everyone turned to me with impure intentions. I couldn't help trembling, what do you want to do? You can't expect me to sacrifice my prestige as well, do you want me to sacrifice my wife and lose my soldiers? Summer said with a naughty smile, who is saying that? At worst, we'll just give you a beauty to even it out. Summer pushed Ziyu while saying this and the little girl lost her balance as she fell into my arms. The mighty waves of her chest quickly changed shape against my armor. I couldn't help taking a cold breath. I quickly helped Ziyu up before saying, forget it, I still want to live a few more years. I'll do it, why are you looking at me like this? Ling Shui said in a voice of ridicule, I want to see if you want Ziyu or not. I looked at Ziyu before saying with a smile, we'll talk once she reaches a normal intelligence level. I quite like intelligent beauties, for example. For example who? Ling Yu and Ling Shui asked me at the same time while smiling. I looked at Ling Shui and then Ling Yu before saying with a smile, I shouldn't say or it will hurt Ziyu's confidence. Ling Shui said with a smile, Che, I looked down on you, I thought that you could say something. Ling Yu gave the guild establishment token back to me and said, let's name the guild Shuiyu, it'll be simple just like our studio's name. I nodded before going to the king and clicking to establish a guild through the dialog box. I threw away 20,000 prestige and lost the guild establishment token as I formed the first guild in Spirit of Grief. Ding. System notification, you have established Shuiyu, the guild establishment token has been consumed. Since you are the first player to establish a guild, you have received the reward, level +1. With a flash of gold light, I reached level 51 and at the same time, there was a system notification that rang out over Sunset City. Ding. System announcement, player easily angered bookworm has established the guild Shuiyu. The server will shut down for maintenance tonight at 12, which will last for 12 hours to implement the guild system. We ask all players to wait patiently. This guild announcement rang out through Sunset City and only stopped after 3 minutes. There was no doubt that Sunset City was filled with excitement at this time. Shuiyu was Sunset City's first guild and the world's first guild. I immediately opened the guild system, and as expected, as a level 1 guild, the max number of members was only 10,000. Right now there was only me as the guild leader. I should add some beauties first. I invited the girls of Shuiyu one by one before wisely choosing to give the position of leader to someone more qualified. The guild master changed to Ling Yu and she revealed a smile. Bookworm is wise. I revealed a smile. I was guild master for 5 minutes. That satisfies my craving. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile. Then what should we do next? I thought about it before saying, go recruit people at the square. We only take people above level 40 that excel in both academics and combat. Let's first get all the solo players in Sunset City before discussing anything else. Let's fully use the value of this guild establishment token. Ling Yu nodded. Good. I'll give you the right to recruit people. After a few minutes, everyone had become core management members and had the right to invite people. So our group headed to the East Gate Square in high spirits. There were still 2 hours before 12, so we should make the best use of our time. But I realized that I hadn't appraised the dark gold boots dropped by the boss. I should appraise it first, so I headed off to the appraisers alone. Pida. I threw the heavenly flame boots on the table and the appraiser had a shocked look as he kept saying while sighing, I never thought that someone could get armor like this, it really isn't bad. As expected, his next words were, appraisal fee 1,500, no counter offers. I didn't plan on giving a counter offer. I didn't have the same charm as the little beauty Ling Shui, so my counter offer would be ignored anyway. After trading over 1,500 gold coins, my bag was empty again. The heavenly flame boots lit up before revealing their true appearance, a pair of mighty war boots with a golden glow. Heavenly flame boots, dark gold, armor, defense, 280, strength, plus 32, vitality, plus 25, agility, plus 21. Additional stat, increases the user's agility by 3%. Required level, 60. I couldn't help being surprised. Such powerful defense, it was worthy of being a piece of level 60 dark gold equipment, and it even added 3% agility. This was useful to my side job as an archer, since the higher my agility was, the greater my accuracy and crit rate was. The only regret was that the level requirement was too high. I still needed 10 more levels before I could equip them. I would throw them in the warehouse first. My defense would shoot up once I could equip them, and when the first player reached level 60, the system would change the map again, opening up the 2 super level main cities that would become the permanent bases of the players. Sunset City was only a transitional second grade main city. After coming out of the appraiser, I went to put the heavenly flame boots away. At this time, Ling Shui's voice came from the team channel, little fool, stop lazing around and recruit people at the south gate with me. I'm already there. I gave a laugh and quickly headed to Sunset City's south gate. After a few minutes, I only saw a few people walking around. Ling Shui was in the center looking a bit depressed because after she called out that Shuiyu was accepting people, only the surrounding players came to join. However, most of the players were only around level 35, which is not what we needed. Ling Shui said in a helpless voice, what to do? It's this late, we can't get any experts. Could it be that all the experts went to sleep? I couldn't help smiling. A true expert would only sleep in the morning. We're not advertising well enough. Let your big sister send out a system announcement to tell all the players in Sunset City that our Shuiyu is accepting people at all 4 gates. Ling Shui gave a nod. After a few minutes, Ling Yu had sent a system announcement that rang out through Sunset City. System announcement, player Gentle Breeze Embracing the Moon says, good evening everyone. I am Gentle Breeze Embracing the Moon and I've established the first guild Shuiyu in Sunset City. I hope that high-level players will join and fill up our quota for now. Shuiyu is only accepting high-level players that are level 40 or up. Please join us and build China's first guild together. I believe that Shuiyu will become the strongest guild in China and the strongest guild in the entire world. We are recruiting people at all 4 gates of Sunset City. Friends that want to join, please come within the hour. I said, it doesn't seem like it's that quite blood inciting, rather it's quite polite. Ling Shui said, big sister is very proper with her words. As soon as her voice fell, there were quite a few players that had used city return scrolls to come back, players that were covered in high-grade equipment. A level 45 swordsman came in front of me and asked, are there equipment requirements? I said, it should be 1 or 2 silver equipment, otherwise it would be too poor. The other side said, I have bronze equipment, is that fine? Alright, then come. It was clear that Ling Shui's business was several times better than mine. All the male players went over to the little beauty with wide eyes as they shouted, it really is Gentle Breeze Flying Snow? Damn, so beautiful. If my girlfriend was like this, how great that would be. I raised my hand, this classmate, you aren't even level 30. You shouldn't be joining in the fun, go and level up. Ling Shui's smile was like a flower as she brought in level 40 players one by one. I just idled around, being responsible for protecting her, otherwise someone might have stolen this little beauty away. In less than an hour, Ling Shui and I received close to 500 players here. Ling Yu and the other 4 people she brought to recruit people had around the same result. In the following hour, there were less players that came. After all, there were only so many players above level 40 in Sunset City and it couldn't take us wildly recruiting players like this. Opening up the guild page, we found that they were 2,407 people and they were all players that were level 40 or above. I immediately opened Sunset City's level rankings and found that there were only 4,728 level 40 and above players in Sunset City. I happily said in the team chat, Ling Yu, do you know? There are only around 4,700 level 40 and above players in Sunset City and over half of them are in our Shuiyu. Moreover, Sword Flame's over 300 level 40 and above players haven't joined yet. Ling Yu happily said, great. Our Shuiyu will be in charge of Sunset City in the future? We will go and celebrate our Shuiyu's formation after we log off. It's my treat. Almost at the same time, the people of Shuiyu Studio all cheered. Everyone was happy that Ling Yu was treating them. At this time, I received a message which was from Flying Fire. Boss Bookworm, you said that you would invite our brothers when Shuiyu was formed, but now that Shuiyu has been formed, you've forgotten us brothers. I hit my head. I seemed to have forgotten, so I immediately replied, where are you? Gather up and gentle breeze flying snow and I will invite everyone. We're outside the city, in gentle breeze forest, coordinates, XXXX, waiting for your honorable self to come. So I said to Ling Shui, Flying Fire Link City's people are waiting in gentle breeze forest for us to invite them. I met them before, they're a good group of people and they've fought against Fated before, so how about we go and invite them in together? Ling Shui thought about it before saying with a smile, If they are from within, then we can invite them without caring about their levels. Moreover, Shuiyu has only taken less than 3,000 out of the 10,000 places, so it would be a waste if we didn't take them in. Let's go. I nodded with a smile and brought Ling Shui out of the city, heading to the gentle breeze forest. Looking into the distance, we saw the people from Flying Fire Link City lined up waiting. I looked over and was surprised to find that Flying Fire had hidden Flying Fire Link City's power before. There were over 1,000 people here and there were 200 of them that were above level 40. This kind of power wasn't below Sword Flame. Flying Fire Link City really had hidden most of their power. Seeing my surprised expression, Flying Fire gave a proud laugh. Boss, how about it? It's a small pleasant surprise. I've been busy gathering this group of experts who are quite good. Half of them are my brothers that have been gaming with me for many years. I gave a nod of praise. It really isn't bad. You will be the backbone of Shuiyu in the future. Flying Fire didn't say anything because he had seen Ling Shui behind me. Ling Shui was wearing a deep blue cloak and a silver glowing armor, but the girl under the armor was even more enticing. When Ling Shui slowly came over, it was like every step she took was stepping on the hearts of people, causing all the Flying Fire Link City players to be stunned seeing this. Flying Fire couldn't help saying in a surprised voice, knowing a person's reputation can't compare to seeing them, gentle breeze flying snow's beauty really knows no bounds. Ling Shui wasn't embarrassed as she said with a smile, your praise is too much. Flying Fire laughed, then should we start? After joining Shuiyu, we will be in the same organization. There will be no more Flying Fire Link City, only Shuiyu. Our brothers will finally be able to fight against Fated and Bloodthirsty as equals with the banner of Shuiyu. Ling Shui said with a happy smile, naturally. Flying Fire suddenly asked, Boss Bookworm, after we join Shuiyu, with this big organization, will there be someone managing core guild members like us? I asked with a smile, do you want me to do it? Or do you want Gentle Breeze flying snow? Or, do you want the beautiful guild master Gentle Breeze embracing the moon to manage Flying Fire Link City? Flying Fire paused for a second before saying, we are willing to follow Beauty Gentle Breeze flying snow, being her horse and dying for her. I said in a speechless voice, alright, it's disgusting me. Since it's like this, I'll give you to Beauty Snow, you can just listen to her orders in the future. Yes, Boss Bookworm. I revealed a faint smile and softly said in Ling Shui's ears, how about it? I've found you a pretty good personal guard, you can lead them out to cause trouble in the future. Ling Shui revealed a sweet smile and also said in a low voice, then you can lead the people from Sword Flame to go find beauties. I quickly explained, how could I be that kind of person? Ling Shui said with a smile, then how do you want me to thank you? My body trembled, the chance was here. So I said, we can talk after the meal, I haven't thought it through yet. Ling Shui said with a smile, alright then. Then we pulled Flying Fire into the guild and Ling Shui gave him the right to recruit people, letting him pull everyone in. Ling Shui and I recruited people while talking, which really was low efficiency. Half an hour later, it was almost 12. On the other side, Ling Yu and Bing Cha had pulled in Sword Flame's people and Flying Fire Link City's 1,000 players had also been pulled in. Shuiyu's total number of players had reached over 5,000 people. Among them, Sword Flame had close to 2,000 people and Flying Fire Link City had 1,000 people. The remaining 2,000 were all high-level players that we had just recruited. In the team chat, Ling Shui let out a sigh of relief before saying with a laugh, today's work is done, let's end it here for now. Everyone log off and get ready for a midnight snack. When Ling Yu said this, I really could feel my empty stomach. The system prompt came after, the server will now shut down, please exit the game. So everyone logged off together. In the living room, the two Ling sisters were already prepared. What made me happy was that Ling Yu wore blue clothes while Ling Shui wore the dress that I bought for her, so I could easily recognize them apart. In another room, Ziyu and Summer came out wearing miniskirts, which were so short that I bet that I could see their underwear with a single breeze. Especially with how Summer was swinging her butt around, it really made people want to send out a kick. Qin Yun was wearing her formal clothes and looked very graceful. She looked at me with a smile and said, "Bookworm, I really don't know where you got that guild establishment token from. You shouldn't be able to kill a level 80 boss by yourself by common sense." I knew that I couldn't hide it, so I told them about delicate rice fragrance giving me the guild establishment token. The girls couldn't help talking about it as Ling Yu said, "I always found it strange. That delicate rice fragrance doesn't seem like a bad person, but why would she help an arrogant B***starred like fated madman?" I said, "That's hard to say. Delicate rice fragrance has some hidden feelings, but since she's not willing to tell me, I can't keep asking." Ling Yu revealed a faint smile. "Actually, delicate rice fragrance's soul magician job really is powerful. If we can pull her into Shui Yu, that would be good." I shook my head with a smile. "That will be very hard. That girl seems like a dedicated person and she won't change her mind on things that she's decided on. Since she's helping fated madman, she wouldn't change her mind that easily." Qin Yun said in a thoughtful voice, "Sentiment, this really is hard to grasp." Bing Cha said with a smile, "Big sister Qin Yun is quite profound." Qin Yun gave a laugh, "It's just that I've experienced a lot, I can't see through it either." Ling Yu said, "We don't need to talk about this now, we should get some food. I'm a bit hungry." So everyone went downstairs together, but 8 people in an elevator were cramped in. There was no other reason, other than Summer, the other girls had good figures and took more space. It was pushed into a corner and Ling Shui was pushed against me, with her hand on my shoulder, but not letting me approach. Seeing the 2 peaks on this little beauty's chest, I was about to die. It was late, so the restaurant was about to close, but the chef had to work overtime because our group came in. Ling Yu was in a very good mood as she ordered several dishes and several bottles of red wine. Then she wanted to get happy because the studio was just in the neighborhood on the other side, so there was no need to worry about getting drunk. But I was very worried since if these beautiful girls were to get drunk in this restaurant, who knew what would happen? For absolute beauties like Ling Shui and Ling Yu who were like fairies descended to earth, they could even make monks have different thoughts, not to mention the staff of the restaurant. So I decided not to drink because I wanted to protect the girls, who knew that sometimes you couldn't control yourself. Ling Yu raised the cup and said, "In order to celebrate the first great achievement of our Shui Yu studio, everyone has to drink a cup." I drank a cup and then saw Ling Yu take only a single sip. I couldn't help being speechless as I said, "Didn't you say drink a cup?" Ling Yu revealed an innocent look as she said with a smile, "I was just talking, there's no need to be this serious." I was very speechless. Qin Yun and Ling Shui thought that I had great contributions in this matter, so they asked me to drink. After several glasses of red wine, I was the first to get drunk. The girls were having fun and I even heard Ling Shui said, "This fellow actually dared to come and play with this tolerance, it'll be troublesome for us in the future." After around 2 hours, when I opened my eyes again, I found that the table was a mess. The dishes had already been scattered around and the girls were talking with red faces. Ling Shui pushed on me and said, "We should head back." Ling Yu paid the bill and I gave a nod, but I found that I couldn't use my feet and I fell out of the chair. I was speechless. I could even drink a bottle or 2 of rice wine before, but now I'm drunk with just a few glasses of wine? Ling Shui, I softly called. Support me?" Ling Shui gritted her teeth. "Fool, why would I hold you?" I said, "Who told me to be close to you? Moreover, it was you who made me drink so much." Qin Yun came over with a red face and said, "Bookworm, how about I hold you?" Ling Shui immediately said, "No need, I'll do it." Big sister Qin Yun has also drunk quite a bit. Qin Yu revealed a faint smile and said with a nod, "All right." So Ling Shui helped me up, but I was too heavy. Ling Shui gritted her teeth and could only wrap my arms around her shoulder. Like this, it was equal to hugging Ling Shui. Summer's eyes lit up as she watched from the side and said, "Bookworm, how does it feel to hug Beauty Shui?" I glared at her and didn't say anything. Ling Shui's face was already red like an apple and if she was teased even more, she might just throw me down some stairs. Ling Yu was currently haggling with the boss downstairs. "Boss, it's 1,200 for the dishes and 800 for the wine, so it's a total of 2,000. It should be 2,400 with the 20% off, so why are you giving me back all this money?" Ling Yu's face was red as she argued with the boss. I thought, it's over, Ling Yu was drunk. Bing Cha was trying her best to hold in her laughter. Who would have thought that this director who was usually wise would make such a mistake when drunk? So Bing Cha helped Ling Yu cross the street, but Ling Yu kept saying, "Woo, woo, woo, the boss gave me 800 in change, will he ask for it back next time?" When we got back to the studio, Ziyu and Summer took the bathroom first, so the others could only wait. Ling Shui carefully put me on the sofa, but she slipped and fell onto the sofa with me. In the end, I was pressed down on Ling Shui and she was caught off guard, so she was lying there under me. She couldn't say a thing as she just looked at me with large sparkling eyes. There was a soft feeling on my chest and I couldn't help feeling emotional. Ling Shui really was genuine, this figure wasn't worse than Ziyu's, it just wasn't revealed normally. Bing Cha and Ling Yu were stunned on the side. After a while, Ling Yu said, Are you planning on spending the night like this?" Ling Shui's face turned red and she quickly threw me off before angrily saying, "Little fool, you're so stupid. Bing Cha said with a smile. Bookworm, was that on purpose? My heart skipped a beat before I closed my eyes to pretend to be dead, not admitting it even if I was beaten to death or I wouldn't be able to stay in the studio. Although it was an accident just now, I wasn't willing to move away from Ling Shui, which was a fact. Of course, any man would be unwilling to move away, that was just a fact. Ling Shui gritted her teeth and sat down beside me. She reached out to punch my arm and said, "This fellow, still pretending? Get up for me." I opened my eyes and rolled up my sleeve. Ling Shui, what's wrong? Who made you angry? I'll beat them up. Ling Shui wanted to cry, but had no tears. It seemed like she could only watch me play a trick on her. Qin Yun brought over a cup of green tea and said with a smile, "Bookworm, have a drink. This will help sober you up." I nodded and took a sip before saying, "I'm going to sleep, my head is a mess." Although Ling Shui was angry, seeing me stagger along, she still helped me to my room. Kaka. I closed the door and there was only Ling Shui and me in the room. Ling Shui looked at me and said with a smile, "Bookworm, let me ask you, are you even drunk?" Seeing this little beauty, I touched my head and said, "I'm not too sure, but there are some feelings, some faint feelings that made me feel very happy today." I wanted to take advantage of being drunk to play some tricks, but once Ling Shui asked this, I became sober. I sat on the bed and looked at the moon outside the window. The drunken feeling was gone and my heart was clear. Ling Shui saw my stunned look, so she sat down beside me and said with a smile, "Little fool, what are you thinking? Can you share with me?" I shook my head and said with a smile, "It's nothing, I just felt that I wasn't that alone, as if there was a goal in my life." Ling Shui was surprised as she said, "Then you won't be alone in the future, right?" Maybe, probably. Ling Shui nodded. "Then, you can sleep, I'll go out." The little beauty jumped off the bed and she was about to go out when Bing Cha's voice rang out. "Yi?" I thought that Ling Shui wouldn't come out tonight. Ling Shui immediately refuted. "How could that be? That fool bookworm just drank too much, I was afraid that he would fall asleep on the floor." Bing Cha revealed a smile. "All right, I got it." After a while, the voices outside quieted down as the girls also went to sleep. But suddenly there was a kaka sound as my door opened and closed, as a faint fragrance drifted in. My head was already heavy and I didn't care too much as I fell asleep. I could feel someone holding my hand, it was very gentle and warm. There was also a gentle voice that said, "I will always be by your side, relax and sleep." So like finding something to rely on, I hugged a warm body in my cold dreams. The next morning, when I opened my eyes, I couldn't help being shocked. Without knowing when, there was a girl that was sleeping by my bed and my arm was being held by her, with her white cheek being placed on my hand. Looking closely, I found that it was Qin Yun. She just slept by my bed for a night. Looking up, I saw that Qin Yun was asleep and her face was on the back of my hand. There was a moving smile on her face and her lashes trembled slight as she muttered in her dream, he, dumb bookworm." I couldn't help being speechless. Why was she looking down on my intelligence in her dream? I moved my arm and felt the numb feeling, but there was also the clear feeling of Qin Yun's twin peaks. This was a gentle feeling that made one want to grab it. "Qin Yun, wake up." I shook Qin Yun's shoulder with my left hand and after several seconds, Qin Yun woke up. She looked up at me and revealed a charming smile. "You're awake." My hand was still under her chest and I awkwardly said, "Can you let go of my hand?" Qin Yun was surprised before her face turned red. She immediately let go and quickly fixed the clothing at her chest. I took a deep breath and said, "Qin Yun, did you come last night?" Qin Yun admitted it without hiding a thing. I was a bit speechless as I asked, "Why?" Qin Yun said with a faint smile, "I read in a book that men are at their weakest when they're drunk, so I decided to stay with you for a night. Of course, you were sleeping soundly so that you didn't even notice me." I revealed an awkward smile. No wonder I slept that well. After saying this, my thoughts changed. If Ling Shui knew that I spent a night with Qin Yun, what would be the consequences? I immediately gave a shiver and said, "In the future, lonely people like us shouldn't provoke right and wrong. Do you understand what I mean?" Qin Yun nodded before looking at me to say, "I know, but so what? This you still don't understand." Qin Yun put away her smile. "Anyway, don't think of throwing me away. I only have you here." I was surprised. Qin Yun had slept while leaning on the bed, so there was a tired look on her face and her eyes were a bit red, but she was still charming as she looked at me. I stood up. I actually didn't even take off my clothes last night, so I got off the bed and said, "Quickly go and rest, sleep well. Last night must have been tiring for you." Qin Yun said, "But Summer and Ziyu should be up. I'll be noticed by them if I go out, so how about I just sleep here this morning?" Seeing Qin Yun's naughty smile, I couldn't help smiling as I said, "Don't be like this. I thought that I had brought back a beauty, but I've clearly brought back a rascal." Qin Yun angrily said, "I'm not a rascal. I'll go then. I'll sleep for a bit and then get up to buy some groceries. I'll make lunch and eat it with everyone at the studio." I was a bit surprised. "You know how to cook?" Qin Yun looked at me with a smile. "My cooking has received a certification before, you'll know later." After saying this, Qin Yun opened the door and after making sure that no one was around, she went back to her room. I let out a sigh. I was helpless against this beauty Qin Yun. I could only take it step by step. I took a shower before coming back to my room. Spirit of Grief was still undergoing system maintenance and wasn't open. The forum was also burning with the biggest topic being the formation of the Shuiyu Guild. Almost all of the Chinese players knew that Spirit of Grief's first guild had been established, which was called Shuiyu, and the ones in charge were all beauties. Screenshots of the girls from Shuiyu were already filling the forums. Whether it was the twins Ling Shui or Ling Yu, the ice-cold Bing Cha, even quiet rainfall and summer could be considered beauties. Although Ziyu was a bit dumb, her body made up for it. The newly added beautiful cleric Qin Yun was also shocking. She was called the most beautiful cleric in Sunset City. Of course, Shuiyu Studio had another member, which was me, but I didn't receive that much attention. Everyone knew that easily angered Bookworm was broken, but they didn't care how broken he was. Moreover, at 10 in the morning, the game hadn't finished patching yet, so many players were impatient. So they were shouting on the forums, "Lin Doing, turn on the damn servers." Lin Dong, the boss of the company behind Spirit of Grief. In the end, there were many soldiers that were called. Going through the forums was a bit boring and I felt sleepy again, so I laid back down to sleep. When noon came, I was woken up. The girls had already gotten out of bed, and when I opened my door, there was an enticing fragrance that hit my nose. It turned out that Qin Yun had really cooked 8 dishes and 1 soup. After tasting it, everyone couldn't help praising it, and Summer quickly said, "Big sister Qin Yun is such a beauty. If someone marries you, they will use up 8 lifetimes of blessings." Qin Yun's face was red as she looked at me, but I was watching Ling Shui smiling as she said that she could only cook egg fried rice. Ling Yu said with a smile, "When the server need to do maintenance, everyone will be blessed since big sister Qin Yun is on the same level as a first-class chef." Qin Yun revealed a smile, "It's just some small techniques." I said, "Some people can't even cook a packet of instant noodles." Ziyu immediately refuted, I just don't know how much water to put in." I smiled without saying a thing. After a while, I changed the topic. "Ling Yu, are we doing anything in the afternoon?" Ling Yu was surprised as she said, "Nothing for now, do you have plans?" I said, "Speed up my leveling, charging to level 60.